for those in attendance and UFC fans watching around the world, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Live with the best father and son team on the internet. It's time for Homie and the Dude.
All right, we are here. This is Homie and the Dude.
As someone who is constantly told don't meet your heroes, I say fuck that, meet your heroes, because some of them are incredible.
We got a fucking Olympian
I know.
on the podcast.
That's crazy.
Let's talk about the Olympics.
So, China, like, just to put the disclaimer out there, I love China.
Got into Stoicism about three or so years ago. You know, when I fought at the London Olympics, I'd been doing judo for 20 years already.
You're a young guy, and it was probably a pretty like substantial thing in your life.
Yeah, boy. All right, hold on. This is the non-crying moment right here. We're right in that zone, the non-cry.
Bah! Right? Guy number 1 gets another like, bah! The guy number 50 gets another like,
A battle rap would be like, boom, boom, boom,
Yeah.
right? This stuff, stab. So when you hear like a waving song comes up, you're gonna be doing a waving style, you know what I mean? Or if you're doing something where there's hitting on the beat, or if you're top rocking because it's a funky song. Or
Yeah.
Black, you know what I mean?
Oh, another quote is, you are already the supervillain in someone else's story, and you don't know it.
That is amazing.
How does it feel to be a fucking pioneer of a sport, dude? You're one of the guys that's really pushing one-wheeling forward and inventing tricks and stuff. How does that feel, dude?
I definitely am aware of that fact. It's almost so rad and so unique that it almost doesn't really feel real.
Yeah, my shit was like completely off.
That's all I'm saying.
A lot of the work I do is big work, so it means I'm going to be spending time with that person, just me and them, and there's going to be a lot of those days that combine together to make their finished tattoo. I want to make sure I enjoy the people I'm spending my days with.
You're the coolest person I've ever met.
I was just
You're
gonna say,
literally the coolest person. What the fuck is going on right now?
Black is the power, black is my skin. Deep are the roots that this culture's within. Black.
boom! I love acting stuff. And oh boy, the guy's like, everyone's like this on the ground. Everyone's swinging tired.
This is the original stamp.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's multiple stamps, obviously.
So, the old skateboarding origin story. I don't even like your skateboarding, but you're good enough to be pro.
Is I am never attacking and I am never defending. I am simply just waiting for an opportunity.
Boom. I'm an adult. I've seen a lot of things and I have no idea what that was.
And that was just season 1. This next season is going to be bigger and even better quality, with us adding comedy skits and tabletop gaming to our content. So, get comfy, find us at Homie and the Dude, subscribe to YouTube, like and follow on Facebook, and follow on Instagram, and then enjoy season 2. We'll see you then.
What is up, everyone? We are so psyched to be here tonight. It has been how long? It's been about almost 2 months since the last UFC live stream pay-per-view. That was UFC 265. And which one was that one? That was fucking Derek Lewis and Cyril Gane, which was a pretty weak card. So we've been gacking for some really competitive fights, and we've got them tonight. UFC 266 here at Homie and the Dude. And guys, you know what you're here for. The main event is a banger. We got Brian Ortega versus Alexander the Great Volkanovski. For the co-main event, we got Valentina Shevchenko running house. She's got poor Lauren Murphy in front of her. That, in my opinion, is going to be a lamb to the slaughter, but we'll see what happens. And then, dude, for me personally, I am really, really intrigued. I've got mixed emotions. I love Nick Diaz, but I've been really troubled with what I've been seeing lately. So Nick Diaz is fighting for the first time in 6 years. and he's fighting Robbie Lawler in a rematch where Nick Diaz was going into that fight was an underdog, came out, won that fight, and the journey continued for Nick for a while until his last fight against Anderson Silva. We were just talking about the Anderson Silva fight and how that went down.
And
Nick
the
Diaz,
controversy that came out of it.
oh, dude, it was crazy. Nick Diaz, this is 6 years ago, loses to Anderson Silva. After the fight, they both pop. Anderson Silva pops for performance-enhancing drugs, and Nick Diaz pops for marijuana, for a repeated offense in marijuana. Anderson Silva gets like, I don't know how many months did he get? Not a lot. He got very, like, let's say 6 months or less for his PED pop, and Nick Diaz gets 5 years as a probation, as a penalty, and that in effect was the last time we saw Nick Diaz. Now that penalty was reduced after a couple years and a couple sort of protests and what have you, but you know, Nick feels pretty aggrieved by his entire experience with the UFC, so he's back. There's been some really troubling, let's say, interviews and responses that Nick Diaz has had. So let's see what happens, man. We are so hopeful that he brings it tonight, yet also concerned that, you know, we hope that he is going to leave this, you know, feeling well, feeling good. We've got Luftaya Ahmadid. Hey, are you one alive? I don't know what that means, dude. I think it means that you are looking for a live stream. This is the live stream you're going to see. So if you're wanting to see the fights, you're going to have to go find them somewhere else. But if you want to come here and hang with us and talk about the fights, you're not going to hear any bullshit from, you know, UFC-based stuff about fights being not competitive when they are, or competitive when they're not. We're going to tell you like it is. We're going to see it and show it to you like it is. We're not going to pull any punches. There's no bullshit here. If something is wrong, like the whole John Jones thing that went down last night, or if something looks fantastic, we're going to call it like it is. Afghan, you're saying, hey, Nasrat is fighting. He is, yeah, I think he is finished. Let me see. I think he's like 2 or Swedish or something like that. But he is someone that we're really looking forward to seeing. And he's fighting, remember, he's fighting Dan Hooker. There was a whole controversy on Hooker not getting it. Yeah, both of them.
Both of them had huge visa issues.
But Nasrat also, he's had some like personal issues. I think his mother died, and just some other stuff went down with him. But let me just see, homie, to see exactly where he is from. Technically, he calls home Hamburg, Germany. So, but I think you're right. There is some sort of connection to either Finland or Sweden or something like that. If you can look that up and let us know, that would be cool.
Also, Afghan, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia, my man.
Let's tell you a little bit about how we play tonight. We've got fights coming up, so we're now at the early prelims of the UFC fight card. So we're watching the fights. We can see the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. It's pretty much empty, but there's some early prelims that are going to be starting here in a moment. The first early prelim, just to give you a heads up, is Jonathan Pierce versus Omar Morales. So we'll talk a little bit more about that fight as it gets closer. But there'll be about 4 or 5 early prelims. And then we'll go to the prelims, which is the live pay-per-view. So that will switch to the prelims. And there'll be 4 or 5 live prelim fights. And that starts at 1 a.m. BST, so that's UK time. And then at 3 o'clock UK time, 3 o'clock in the morning, we switch to the main card. And at that point, there's 5 main card fights leading up to the last 3 fights, which is the ones that we're all pretty much here to see. But let me just tell you what the main card is.
Also, Bruce Bob Trotter, love the name, saying Volk versus RDA for the ugliest dudes in the UFC competition if Volk loses. That'd be hilarious. Uqub saying Nasrat, just giving him the lion emoji. Is that? Do you mean he's a lion? Like,
well, let me see what Nasrat has. He has his own. Let me see what it is.
Afghan saying thank you. No, thank you. Uqub, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Ibrahim, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Guys, we're Homie and the Dude, the father and son podcasting team, and we're here to bring you the fire tonight. I missed the last UFC stream, guys. If you remember, Tom did it by himself, but tonight I'm here. I'm ready to bring you that A game on the ground, guys. Because, you know, Tom's good with the punches and the kicks, but he don't know the ground shit like Daddy over here. You don't know the ground shit like Papa Bear over here.
Do I handle the strikes?
You handle the strikes, you handle the punches, but you don't know shit about no jits. You don't know shit about no jits.
You're bringing it like that already, dude? Dude, we'll break down the set right now, dude. We'll throw this set all around. It's true, though. What you'll see and what you'll notice is when we're doing the live play-by-play, you will see that most of the time I am concentrating on the play-by-play while they're standing and striking and some of the kicks and some of the stuff up against the fence. But usually the transition for us is that when it goes up against the fence in a clinch or starts going toward the ground, you'll see us transition to Bodhi because he does know a lot more about the intricacies, just the finer aspects of the ground game, of jiu-jitsu, of submissions, of more sort of rare submissions. So that's how you'll see us play. We do a bit of a tag team. In the meantime, we're going to be answering... Which is hilarious,
because you're wearing a jiu-jitsu top today as well.
I am. I'm wearing Professor Renzo Gracie's... Renzo Gracie. Speaking of Gracie, I think... I don't know if Hoist... I think Hoist has already been admitted, but he was at the Hall of Fame ceremony.
Ortega's trained by a...
Caesar Gracie.
No, Henner Gracie.
Is he?
Yeah, Henner Gracie,
okay.
I'm pretty sure. Afghan saying, how's Nasrat fighting? Is he win or losing? Nasrat hasn't fought yet and isn't fighting at the moment. Our first fight is about to happen, guys. That is coming up in just one moment. That fight is going to be between Pierce and Morales. So Morales from... I don't know that flag. And
no,
Pierce from America.
Here's a funny one. Omar Morales, he's from Venezuela. You know how most fighters have a nickname?
Yeah.
You know, Omar Morales' nickname is Venezuelan Fighter.
Dana chooses the worst nicknames, dude. He's got the Killer Gorilla. He's got, what was it, Funk Master. And then he's got fucking the Venezuelan
Black Beast.
The Black Beast. Don't. You're just like, what the fuck?
But you think Dana does it. I don't think Dana names fighters.
I don't know. I feel like if you have one pre-UFC and it's getting you like hype already, you bring it in with you. But I feel like some people have gotten new names. Like Clay Guida changed his name while he's been in the UFC. Because he was Crazy Horse back in the day. Now he's the Carpenter.
He should be the Crazy Horse. He's so Crazy Horse.
Also, Tito Grande saying, what happened to Omar Morales? He's about to step in the ring. We're about to get started for our first round. Pierce has just begun his walk to the arena, to the cage, sorry. He's just getting checked out by the refs now and will be walking in. Islamuddin, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Pleasure to have you with us here. Guys, across all of our platforms, we have nearly 50 of you already, and the first fight hasn't even started. Get sharing that shit out. If you're watching on YouTube, share the link on your socials. And if you're on Facebook, share it out. We've got 2 shares on Facebook already. Thank you for that, guys. Really appreciate it. We're about to get into our first bout of the evening, though. It's a featherweight bout. Yeah, 145ers.
Let me give you some lowdown. So Omar, the Venezuelan fighter Morales, that's literally his nickname. He comes from the Contender Series. He's a tough dude. He actually, it's interesting, his journey has been as, Kyle, dude, what is up? Let me just say hi to Kyle.
Kyle Ward, what's up?
What's up, homie? I'm just in the middle of talking about these first fighters, so, but good to see you, dude. Stay with us, stay fucking real active in the chat. Good to hear you, man. Yeah, so Omar Morales was from the Contender Series. He's got some badass low kicks. He actually has lost once out of 11 fights. He's got a really good shoulder piece tattoo.
God, we love tattoos here at Homie and the Dude, guys. We freaking love tattoos. Lots of people in the chat getting hyped about Nasrat. And guys, just to let you know, he has not fought yet. If you're here to see Nasrat, thank you for being here. We're glad you chose Homie and the Dude for your stream of choice. But guys, just remember, Nasrat is not fighting till much later. We will let you know we are in the first fight of the early prelims. Kyle, I'm here for all the fights. Thanks, guys. Hey, Kyle, so fucking glad to have you tonight, my man. Afghan saying, sorry, my English is not good. That way I have to ask, again, Nasrat fight already done, won or lost. The Nasrat fight is not done yet at all, guys. Don't worry, Nasrat is yet to fight. He will fight soon. Tracy Camboris, thank you for sharing the stream out. What a legend. What
Tracy
a freaking
Camboris.
legend.
Hey, Tracy Camboris, how are you?
Right, we're about to start the first round, guys. Chris Tyone's the ref. Brittany Palmer, the ring girl, drop in the #1 round.
So here's what we need to look out for with Omar Morales and Jonathan Pierce. Jonathan's a big dude for a featherweight. Omar, now he's 11-1. He did get dropped by Giga Chikadze. So, and Giga's on fire these days. So that's not, it's not saying too badly of Omar, but you'll see already that the two guys are kind of just dancing around a little bit, very active, moving back and forth. And Pierce tries his first outside low leg kick and misses. Pierce tries a straight right and misses. Pierce is winging, but it looks like Omar is managing distance to get outside of range just a little bit, and Pierce is not finding that range. Tries a little like rangefinder jab, misses that.
Oh, he might have hurt his leg there. Morales throwing a high kick that just missed, and it looked like he stumbled on his ankle. Oh, he clipped Pierce there. Pierce ducked in a little too heavy, threw a bit too flippantly, and was caught out of position with a quick check hook from Morales there.
You know what, man? We haven't been on a fight for almost 2 months together. This is cool. This is gonna be fun.
Nice.
I'm super jacked.
Also, talking about great tattoos, guys, Pierce has a great chest tattoo. It's very simple. It looks like a stop sign. I don't know why I'm loving it. It's so basic and so like simplistic. I'm a big fan.
No,
of
it's not stop. It's do not enter.
It's the do not. It's the the
do
one
not enter
way.
my heart.
Yeah,
it's one way. Yeah, or something like that. And it's right over his heart. It's kind of cool.
When will Nasrat fight? Nasrat will be fighting much later, guys, tonight. But he will be fighting, so do not stress out.
So we're about 3 minutes and 38 seconds into the first round. Nothing of significance. Pierce just switched to southpaw, and and Morales is conventional. Pierce is stalking Morales, so he's definitely putting the pressure on Morales, but nothing really imposing any kind of real contact or anything. I got a question for you guys though. If you're watching, can you give us a heads up on while we're watching? Good exchange there. Almost both guys missing. Wow. Pierce is throwing heavy heat. They're both, they're exchanging big rights right now.
Morales is much sharper, much straighter, much cleaner with his punches right now, which is why he's landed just about double on Pierce right now.
Yeah, very true. If anyone's watched the Anthony Joshua fight, can you let us know who won that fight? Because we just went live as soon. I think that fight was just ending. So let us know who won that fight. That's a boxing match. If those of you that aren't familiar with it. But here we are in middle of the first round.
Jab.
Big stiff jab that popped Pierce's face back. Pierce does a little like lead. It wasn't a jab, but it was a hook.
Oh, it was a step in body jab.
Pierce
begin trading. Wow.
Yeah, really trading right now. Both guys are definitely up for it. Pierce goes for a single leg.
Pierce shooting for an outside single, switches to a double, and locks his hands underneath the butt and actually ties Morales' legs up. Borderline Khabib style up against the fence. Morales doing a good job. He spins to the back and manages to get his feet under him and his back to his feet. He looks to wrap for a guillotine, but Pierce pops his head out and we're back into almost a neutral position up against the cage. Ooh, nice little short uppercut from Morales off his back. Beautiful little outside trip there for Pierce. And just dropped Morales to his knee for a second, but Morales quickly back up.
Oh my God!
Beautiful reversal from Pierce. He swings him back with a little trip and throws him over the back and ends up in the half guard of Morales. He's doing a good job trying to pass over into side control. He's trying to place. Oh, lovely roll from Morales. Morales reverses the position completely and ends up in Pierce's half guard.
Whoa.
We're in a scramble with Pierce. Both men are back up to their feet. However, Morales. Oh, wow!
Man.
Morales was taking the back. However, Pierce reversed it by grabbing the leg, sweeping it, pulling him up, and dropping him back to his ass. Pierce now on the side of him with Morales on his knees in a lunge position up against the cage, and gets back to his feet, quickly rotates into Pierce. Pierce does a good job shooting for another double leg, trying to connect those hands, taking some big elbows, but picking him up and dumping Morales to the ground. He is in the guard of Morales at the moment, trying to land some stiff ground and pound. Morales with a nice job trying to trap an arm and get a triangle choke, but Pearce does a good job avoiding it and lands some good shots to the kidney. Morales pushes him off with the legs and is back to his feet, with Pearce pressing him up against the cage, again with double underhooks for Pearce at the moment. They are clenching hard up against the cage at the moment.
We got a question from Afghan. What time does the Nasrat fight start European time? My guess is it will start at around, I'm going to say 2 o'clock European time. That is the end of the first round of a really, really active first fight of the night. That's been a good start to the card for sure. Pearce seems stronger, doesn't he? He just like is picking Morales up.
It's just good technique. It's good grappling. It's been really nice grappling from both guys actually. Some nice reversals from Morales. Some really good scrambles getting back to his feet. But we are about to enter the second round, guys, of the first fight of the night. Hamid saying after 2 hours, I assume in response to Afghan. Guys, if you're watching tonight, we want to interact with you. The whole point of this stream is that we hang out with you guys while we do our commentary. So let us know, where are you watching from tonight? And who you are here to support. Obviously, we know loads of you are here to support Nasrat. If you're here to support Volkanovski, Ortega, Shevchenko, Lauren Murphy, let us know, guys. Nick Diaz, Robbie Lawler. Who are you here to support, guys? We really, really want to know. Dan Hooker. So please,
who's fighting Nasrat?
Get in the chat. Let us know what that would be. Please quit mentioning Nasrat. Never ending. Mike, yeah, I know these guys really like him.
Yeah, he's on the card. He's not even on the main card. Actually, Dan Hooker and Nasrat are on the prelims. So Hooker has taken a mighty fall from being. Was he a main event fighter when he fought Chandler and got knocked out? I think that was either a main event or certainly on the main card. So Hooker is now climbing his way back up to. Oh wow, some nice little heel stomps by Pearce as he has Morales up against the fence in a clinch position. Pearce has an underhook
with a Windsor over the top for Morales. Also, we've got Karim from Germany and Afghan watching from Germany as well. Hey guys, glad to hear you're in Germany. That's awesome.
Karim 209 Nick, nice dude.
We got some people watching from Afghanistan as well. Awesome, glad to have you. And we've got Damien saying, "Fuck this shit." Damien, that's cool, man. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you find the stream for you, my dude. Right now, Pearce has taken Morales' back, but currently Morales shucks him off the top really beautifully, reverses the position, and they end in, Morales has locked up a Darce. He's locked up a Darce, is trying to roll it. It is very tight. He lets it go, though, and actually loses the position, giving Pearce back control. They end in like a dogfight position, actually, and Pearce just drags Morales back to the ground. And he has like a hook, but in the opposite way. Actually, I've never seen anyone sink a hook like that. He's holding it, but Morales making a key mistake there, rolling into it, and he wasn't able to get the finish and ended up giving up his back. Pearce is digging for his neck right now, and it is very dangerous right now. Tried to shake Pearce off the top. Pearce has got both hooks in. Morales is on his side, fighting the hands well at the moment. He's got a 2-on-1 wrist control, which if you can swap it to the other side of your body and begin spinning into them, is a great way to get out of it. Currently, Pearce is doing a body triangle. Morales is on the right side of the body triangle to split the body triangle and break it open. He's actually placing the foot on the ground so that he can break it. Pearce tried to transition to mount, but Morales rolled back into back control and got to his knees. He's now kind of sat up against the cage with Pearce riding his back, dropping a little bit of ground and pound and just bopping him in the face a little bit from the back position. The things aren't doing too much damage.
Just a couple shout outs, guys. We asked for where you guys are and who you're here to see. Kyle says he's from Florida in the USA. Kyle, doing those tattoos out in Southern Florida in the USA. You like Dan Hooker, Jardinio, Rozenstruik, Nate Diaz, and Valentina the Bullet Shevchenko. You want to take that?
Beautiful. So Pearce set up a beautiful arm triangle, but Morales turns into it, basically, turns out of it and is able to roll himself into what would have been a back take, but because he had his arm in for the arm triangle at the top. Oh wow! Pierce sinks in the rear naked choke from a standing position at this point, and he's got it deep. But actually, Morales' chin is still in. It is still in. Morales taps out, and that is it. Yeah, he tapped, and that was it.
Wow.
Pierce taking it via rear naked choke submission in the second, guys.
That was just a crazy grappling. The whole first round was a grappling contest, and this second round was the same thing. And Pierce went from different aspects of. He didn't think he had actually just really clinical submissions, but he kept kind of getting closer and closer. This is where he wraps it. We're seeing the slow-mo right now. And Morales does a good job of tucking his chin. But look, Morales, this is what I was going to ask you. Several times during this sort of scramble, Morales gave his back up, risked his back to scramble and try to reverse it.
Yeah.
And he did that so many times that I kept wondering, like, is he ever? Like, eventually, Pierce gets both hooks in, and then sinks the sub. But anyway, let's talk about some of these locations that you guys are at. So we talked about Sam. You are in Australia. Nice. Who are you here to see, Sam? I'm assuming it is you're here to see Volkanovski, maybe Hooker as well. Dariush with NA4. I'm not sure what that is, but Scott Simmons, you're from Peru, here to see Shevchenko. I actually just recently, maybe in the last year or so, realized that Shevchenko has a very strong connection to Peru. And if any of you have heard her in press conferences, she is fluent in Spanish. She's super impressive with her languages. So I understand why you're here to root on the Bullet. She's certainly one that we want to look at. She is a fucking master at this game. So it's always good to see her. Kyle, you're here to see that word, man, that like 5-syllable person. Let me just see what his name is, because I don't think you spelled it right either, dude. Not to be, let me just see what his fucking.
Also, we have got Pop saying, did Pierce win? Yes, Pierce won via rear naked choke submission. Mandel on Twitch, hitting us with the follow on Twitch. Thank you for following us on Twitch. Welcome to La Familia, brother. Nasir, thank you for liking and following on Facebook. Adam, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia, guys.
Hey, one quick question.
We've got someone watching from France. What's up, man? Pleasure to have you here for Nasrat as well. And we've got Karim saying, my pick is Nick, the Bullet, and T-City.
Nice, dude. Nice. Those are good picks. I would say Nick is I think Nick is officially an underdog. The Bullet is the biggest favorite of the night, and T-City's an underdog as well. So if you got money on that, you're probably getting a decent odds on that. Kyle, did you put any money on, and I'm just looking at it's Davalishvili is the pronunciation, which is not even the pronunciation, but I'm giving it my best. But Kyle, let me know if you put any money on it. We'll track that as well, just to see how you're doing. We will, Hasina, we will tell you for sure about Nasrat. Nasrat is, I mean, just to be fair right now, Nasrat has got the most homies in this chat, it seems like. Everyone is got some sort of interest in Nasrat. So
I don't know about Diaz with the weight thing. Yeah, I know, right, Kyle? That was wild. I'm gonna say this as well. Everyone who is asking what time the fight is on in Afghanistan, if you are asking us this, you have Google. No more needs to be said. Nicola, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. It is a pleasure to have you. We're about to get into our second fight, guys. Kyle put $100 on each pick. Kyle, you love a good bet. We fucking love that you love a good bet. You wild, wild motherfucker.
Hey,
but
Kyle.
that is why we love Kyle Ward, guys. He is one of our favorites in the chat. An absolute don. Glad to have him with us. Everyone else, guys, keep letting us know where you're watching from tonight. Let us know who you're here to support. We want to interact with y'all. What are your picks? Who else do you think's going to win other than your favorite?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Who do you have as, if you have any money on anything, let us know who you have, because we'll track that as well. We'll see how you're doing. Kyle, we'll make sure we track that. I know it's a sore spot, but the last time you and I spoke was on that on that Jake Paul Tyron Woodley fight. I don't know if you want to even talk about that, but I felt for you that night, dude. So anyone else that's got any money on any fights, let us know. But let me just tell you guys what's up next if you're tracking fights. We've got Matt Smelsberger versus Martin Sano. And Martin, by the way, is fighting out of the Nick Diaz Academy. So Martin is one of Nick Diaz's homies that he's brought in. Matt Smelsberger is Semi the Jedi is his nickname.
Semi the Jedi. Does that mean he's half a Jedi?
Semi the Jedi. And then Martin Sano is Martin Spartan Sano. Martin the Spartan. You get it?
Yeah. Also, we've got Hasina saying, thanks, you're the best. We appreciate what you're doing. Hey, appreciate you, Hasina. Thanks for joining us tonight. We love you guys. Chris Zimmerman, what's up, Chris? Welcome to the fucking chat, dude. Pleasure to have you with us as always. You got Volk, Valentina, Lawler, and Hooker.
Nice.
Wow, that's a good selection right there.
Any money on that, Chris? Let us know if you got any cash on that or not. Anyone else want to tell us where you're from? We've got some people. We got someone from Florida. We've got someone, at least one person, maybe more, from Afghanistan. We've got Australia in the house.
We've got Peru. We've got
Peru.
France, Germany. What's going on? Guys, also, just so you know, the reason we have been, first of all, the reason I missed the last one was because I had my anniversary with my missus. We've been together for 3 years now.
Congratulations.
Which was awesome. And then we've had a bit of time off, obviously, in between UFC cards. And during that time, Homie and the Dude took a bit of time off. We went on holiday recently.
Climbed a mountain.
We climbed a mountain, guys. We climbed a freaking mountain together, which was cool.
Explored how many hours you could stay in a hot tub without dying.
Exactly, all that kind of stuff. And, you know, we're glad to be back here with you guys, though, fresh and ready to go. For those of you that don't know, we're Homie and the Dude, the father and son team, and we do a podcast. Our podcast is primarily MMA and TTRPG content, but we've got a wide mix of guests, everything from Spider-Man, Stuntman, all the way through to professional skateboarders, Olympians, wingsuit world champions, all that great stuff, guys. So we've got a long list of things for you to check out there as well. Furthermore, if you love D&D or TTRPG games, we make some of the best characters in the frickin' universe. So head over to our Instagram and you can see our beautiful NPC characters that we make as well. Final thing I'll say about that is, if you want to interact with us on a weekly basis, if you want to chat with us, ask us any questions about upcoming fights, or even just get to know us a little bit more, we are primarily on Twitter. So if you head over to our Twitter, you can comment on things and interact, and I will personally be responding to all that stuff. So feel free to interact with us over on Twitter. It's at Homie and the Dude on Twitter as well. So give us a follow, and we would love to have you guys as part of our Twitter team. We're about to hit 1,000 followers on Twitter, which is really really good. We're really stoked on that. Also, I've got a bunch of people to shout out for some follows. We've had a ream of follows come in. We've got Furwiz, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. We've got Naseen, thank you so much. We've got Mr. Afghan, thank you so much for liking and following. We've got Olivo Ribeiro, thank you so much for liking and following. Mitt shared the stream out. Thank you, Mitt, for sharing. Let's get some more people in here, guys. The more of you that share it, the more people can come hang out, and we love hanging out with people. Mir Weiss, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. All of you that have followed, become part of La Familia, thank you so much for doing so.
Let me just give you guys a little bit of an update on this next fight. So the next fight is Matthew Smelsberger. He's 8-3. He has just lost his last fight against Chaos Williams. Chaos is a good fighter, so no disrespect in that. His nickname, as we just said, is Semi the Jedi. So Matt Smelsberger is 8-3. He's from USA. Martin Sano is also from the US. He's also lost his last fight. He's 4-2-1. And I was listening to something. People were like, "Why is he even on this card?" 4-2-1 does not have, sort of UFC pedigree to the record. Here's why he's on the card. Because he's Nick Diaz's boy. And Nick Diaz has some clout. Nick Diaz can call up the UFC 4 days before the event and say, "Yo, I don't want to fight in 170. I want to fight at 185." And they're fighting at 185 tonight. So Nick, as much as Nick feels like he's an outsider, he still has some power inside because of the amount of love he has around the world. Nick has huge love around the world. And I got to tell you, I feel Like with Nick Diaz, I feel it's almost like a randomly, weirdly, a like personal care for him. I want him to do well. I so want him to do well. He's been away from the game. You could say that he has been unfairly treated with some penalties that he's received. He's never popped for anything but weed. You've got guys popping all over the place for real performance-enhancing drugs that will allow you to be more able to inflict damage to your opponent. Nick has just been smoking some weed and doing some nunchucks, on the side, and he gets 5 years. He gets another year. So he's not, in his mind, he feels like he's been fucked around with quite a bit, and to some extent, he's right. The whole, marijuana use perspective has shifted greatly during Nick's career, and now it's pretty much tolerated in most states around the U.S., and it's more and more tolerated as a drug that you can use within MMA fighting. So at the end of the day, Nick Diaz will go down in the history books as someone that was way ahead of his time and was unjustly penalized because of that. But here we are. We're on the second fight of the early prelims. The second fight is Matthew Smelsberger against Martin Sano, and they're ready to start. Martin Sano is a Nick Diaz boy, so let's see what Sano has. I'm guessing because he is part of the Nick Diaz Academy that he's a badass on the ground. Nick Diaz is a formidable Cesar Gracie black belt in jiu-jitsu, and we know what he does on his feet. So I'm sure anyone that goes through Nick's... Oh my God, Sano just knocked out one punch.
Oh my God.
Knocked out Smelsberger in one punch. It was a one punch.
Wow, guys, that fight was over.
That fight is over in 30 seconds. And he's still out. He's out cold. Smelsberger is literally not moving. He hasn't moved, which is worrisome. You usually like to see a guy move a little bit when you've been hit like that. And it was sort of a delayed knockdown, and he's literally not twitching, which is worrisome. We want to see Smelsberger good here. But this is a boom, right on the chin. Right on the chin, and Smelsberger goes out cold. He sort of lands once. I think that hammer fist got him as well on the way down. So just as clean of a right cross as you can get, and it's punched right through that. So Smelsberger's chin is here. Sano's hand ends up here. So he punched all the way through in a sort of a Kamaru Usman type versus Jorge Masvidal technique, just right through the front of it. And Smelsberger is still down. Let's see if we can, hopefully, let's see if this hammer fist landed. Oh, the hammer fist landed as well, and absolutely knocked him cold.
That was so brutal.
So two big strikes from Sano to Smelsberger, and Smelsberger hopefully is up. The UFC, here, I'm going to call some bullshit right now because you guys want to hear it. The UFC has gone to this almost like sanitizing their sport, even though it's a fucking fight.
They'll show limbs break 100 times. They'll show replays of Conor McGregor's leg break 100 times, but they won't show someone knocked out. Garrett Brounder, thank you so much for joining us and liking the Facebook page. Welcome to La Familia, Garrett. Will this play the main cards? We do the same thing we're doing currently for all the fights. So we do round by round, play by play commentary and interaction with you guys. So if you want the best commentary in the world, whack us on while you're watching the fights. Turn down the UFC commentators and you won't get any of that bullshit. We know what we're talking about, and you know, that is how we do. Thank you, Bex, hitting them in the chat for that.
The other thing is, Beck, if you could pin our sub link at the top of our YouTube chat and our top of our Facebook chat, that would be amazing. But the other thing I'll just say about our commentary versus the UFC commentary, guys, we don't have any affiliation to the UFC, so we can say whatever the fuck we want. And if there's some shit going down that needs to be talked about, then we're going to talk about it. Like, for instance, I've got a few topics that I'd like to talk about in between fights. One is Max Holloway, I think, has been the fighter that has been most fucked in the last probably year with how this whole thing has played out. You remember, Volkanovski and Ortega are fighting tonight, so great. We're going to settle that and clear the table for Max to hopefully be ready for that. But Max has now agreed to fight Yair Rodriguez in November. But here's the chain of events that bugs me. Max Holloway just has an all-time performance in January when he beat when he had 700 strikes, he beats Calvin Kattar. He beats Calvin Kattar with and throws 700 punches in a 3-round fight. Or was it a 5-round fight? I think it was a 3-round fight, and lands 400 punches in that fight.
Yeah, he landed 400. Yeah.
This is in January.
So just imagine going like this, guys. Let's just talk about this quickly. Just go like this. Now imagine doing that 700 times in 25 minutes or 15 minutes. I can't remember if it was a 3-round or a 5-round. But imagine doing that, guys. And then imagine hitting someone with different angles of that and different amounts of power. Ah, it's so stupid.
And putting weight
ridiculous.
behind it. Yeah.
Callie, thank you for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia.
So anyway, so the arc is that happens. Ortega and Volkanovski are supposed to fight. Volkanovski gets COVID. That gets delayed. What do then? They don't rebook the fight for the summer. They decide that Volkanovski and Ortega are going to be part of the Ultimate Fighter. They're going to be the coaches in the Ultimate Fighter. So as coaches of the Ultimate Fighter, that delays it another 4 or 5 months. Until now, here we are in the end of September. This fight, who knows how much damage these two guys are going to take. So the next time that Max Holloway deservedly is going to have another crack at his title, at his featherweight title, is going to be probably the spring or maybe the summer of next year. So that's one thing I want to just get off my chest, dude, because it's bullshit. So, the UFC's not going to be talking about that. You're not going to get that from Daniel Cormier's not going to talk about how bullshit that whole situation was. Why? Because the UFC created that situation. And so that's what you're going to get here. You're going to get some truth spoken about certain things that, hey, dude, we love the UFC, and without the UFC, we wouldn't be able to do this. But you want a balanced bit of opinion here. You don't want just a bunch of yes men asking yes men questions. For instance, during the press conference, did you notice that none of the reporters asked Nick Diaz, why did you want to change from 170 to 185? Isn't that an important question to ask?
I feel like it's maybe one of the most important questions.
Like, is it because you just didn't want to cut weight? Is it because, like the rumors say,
you were struggling to cut weight? Like, was it because you got binked out? Like, what is it?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, these types of things these controversial topics tend not to be explored within the bubble of the UFC, which now includes a lot of the media. So a lot of the media that goes to the UFC events has to ask the right questions. Otherwise, they're not invited to the UFC events. This is a problem. However, we also, just going to talk about shit as it happens as we watch it tonight. So Nick Diaz is on the screen right now. If you saw the Nick Diaz interview with Brett Okamoto, what are your thoughts? Did you feel like it was something to worry about? Because I did. I thought it was something to worry about. I hope Nick is running a little game on us all and is doing like a little Stockton fucking 209 fucking jibby jabby.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it though, does it?
I hope he's doing a little bit of that. But part of me is feeling like, oh, there he is right now. He's being interviewed by Megan O'Leary, and I don't like this either. Nick Diaz would not be interviewed before a fight in the past, so this feels a little bit.
1 second, I'm gonna listen to what he's saying.
Like he's like a little bit commercialized.
Ronnie, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Rash, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Guys, those of you that support us, become part of this family. We can't do what we do without you guys. So if you love good podcasts, if you love UFC live streams, if you love D&D and tabletop games, then we're the place for you. Hit the subscribe, hit the like, hit the follow, all that good stuff. Also, Chris Emerson said, Nick's always seems off on fight week. This week he seemed really off. I feel like this is a money run. I agree with you, Chris. That is not a bad estimation of what happened.
Yeah, it just feels like, I mean, he almost said as much, Chris. He said, something along the lines of, look, I could make money in different ways, but he actually said, but that's never going to work out. And he said, I'm just here to do what everyone wants me to do, and I'm going to take my punches. And when he said that, man, it was almost like he, in some way, felt like he was putting himself up for a beating. And I just did not like how that sounded. Now, we'll qualify that. Now, the whole other part of him saying he doesn't like fighting, he doesn't like fight week, that's all fine. That's all Nick Diaz has said that in the past. Like, that agitation with stepping into the ring with someone. Dude, I can connect with that. That's really, I can feel, he's talked about being scared, not wanting to get his ass kicked in front of a bunch of people. All of us would be feeling that as well. And I would say most professional fighters, even if they don't admit it, are feeling some level of that. Michael Bisping spoke about it as well. He was like, yeah, we all feel this. And if you don't feel it, or you don't, if you don't feel like you feel it, then you're either not in touch with your emotions or you're a little bit crazy. And that was Bisping's point. But, you know, people like Darren Till have talked about it as well. So I'm not that worried about Diaz talking about, you know, how this whole, you know, weird fucking profession of getting in a ring, getting in a cage and fighting someone for your career is strange. And when you do it for 20 years, it takes its toll. I get that. It's the other stuff that was a little bit worrisome. But hey, I'm super, super hopeful that, and I think we'll find out really quickly. I think we'll find out in the first 30, maybe 30 to 45 seconds on how Nick is punching. We'll know how fast he is. We'll know how much he can withstand a punch, because I figure Robbie Lawler will throw hands within that first 30 to 45 seconds. If Nick is struggling in any way with his ability to throw or ability to receive punishment, we're going to know it very, very quickly. And if he is struggling, that could be a big problem. If he's not, and I so hope he's not, then we're going to have a great fight, because both guys love to compete. Robbie Lawler is going to be in the Hall of Fame. Nick Diaz is going to be in the Hall of Fame. Lawler's been a champion. If you look at their records, it's just literally a list of great, great fighters on both sides. So I'm going to just, I'll do that for you. Look at these records. And it like I did the other day, and it was flipping unreal. So Diaz's professional record is, so okay, his record is 26-9, which on the surface you'd say isn't great. His last fight we talked about was against Anderson Silva. If you need to interrupt, just go ahead and interrupt. And that was a no contest. Silva won the fight, but Silva popped for Peds. We know that whole story. But that was technically, he lost that. He also lost to GSP, and the third fight in a row that he lost at the end of that run was against Carlos Condit. Then check out some names. Just going to throw out some names at you. BJ Penn, win. Paul Daly, win. KJ Noons, he beat him twice. He beats Sakurai. He beats Frank Shamrock. He beats Inuki.
Takanori
Origami. I mean, these are like old school legends. Robbie Lawler he beat. Jeremy Jackson he beat twice. I mean, it just goes on and on and on, the fighters that he beat. Chris Lytle. It is a Hall of Fame record that he's gone up against. A gauntlet of killers that Nick Diaz has gone up against. Equally, Robbie Lawler, similar thing. So Lawler, let's pull him up, because especially his last 5 or 6 fights have been incredible.
Also, guys, if you have come to join us tonight, who are you here to support? I know loads of you are here for Nasrat, some of you are here for Nick and things like that. I'll tell you what, I'm here for Volkanovski Ortega. That's why I would be watching this stream, this card, if it wasn't for this live stream. I'm excited for that fight. I don't know about you guys, but I think that is going to be one of the best fights in the featherweight division. I think we're going to see some incredible striking, and I think we're also going to see some good grappling as well, actually.
Do you?
Yeah, I think Volk at some point is going to need to throw a takedown just to mix things up and keep Ortega guessing. And I think at that point, we'll see how his jiu-jitsu defense is. We'll see how his ground game is, because you got to think that Volkanovski has been training in ground game in preparation for Brian Ortega. You know, the man is literally known as one of the best jiu-jitsu practitioners in the UFC. So, yeah, I'm most excited about that fight. Now, Valentina, Lauren Murphy has got a fucking heart of gold, and she has got a heart of a lion as well. She will walk forward and just keep taking punches all day. And, you know, that's just how it goes. But I'm not sure whether that's going to be enough to stop Shevchenko tonight.
I'll tell you, it's not going to be enough. it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah,
Lauren Murphy is going to, she's running into someone at the height of her powers, a master at the height of her powers. And it's going to take a very, very special athlete to beat Valentina Shevchenko, and she's not going to get beat tonight. I'm going to put that, just going to lay that down. No, here's just to go back. Robbie Lawler lost to Magny, has fought Covington, Ben Askren, Dos Anjos, Donald Cerrone, Tyrone Woodley, Carlos Condit, Rory McDonald, Johnny Hendricks. That's just his last sort of 6 or 7 fights. So,
Barry, thanks for joining us, dude. We haven't seen you for ages, Barry. Pleasure to have you back. Dude, I know the stream's changed a little bit. We got a little bit high rent now. We got some technology. We got a stream. We got a chat going. I know, dude. Shit changed a little bit. We upped our game, Barry. But I'm glad to have you back, man. What we're saying about tonight, dude, is this is one of the best cards in this year, maybe in the last 5 years. This is a wild card, guys. We have some incredible female fights. With Roxanne Modaferri, an up-and-comer, coming out. We've got Jessica Andrade fighting tonight, I believe.
Yeah, against Cynthia Calvillo.
We also have Valentina Shevchenko and Lauren Murphy fighting tonight. We've got some big women fighting tonight, as well as the gents. So let us know, guys, in the chat who you're here to see tonight. Also, guys, let us know how your week's going. It's been a fucking crazy week for us. We got back from holiday. We had to post a podcast we did with a dungeon master and Twitch streamer called Amir. He's at Dimples and Dice. You can check that out. And then we had to write an NPC really quickly and shit. And then we had to prep for this stream and get ready for all of this. So
we're sleep deprived.
Super sleep deprived. We had a super late night D&D game with some Americans on Thursday. Then last night I went out to a party and was partying last night. And now tonight we're doing this. And for you guys who don't know, we're in the UK and it's already 12 o'clock at night here. So it's late as fuck already on our end. And it's going to be going to ridiculously late. So yeah.
Tomorrow's a write-off.
Yeah, tomorrow's an absolute write-off. How's your week going, guys? Let us know. Murphy has no chance in hell. If she wins, it'll be one of the bigger upsets in women's sports. Yeah. I agree with you, Chris. That is not inaccurate. That is how the kids say. That is no cap. That is.
Is that no cap?
That is no cap.
Okay.
I'm trying to get down with the kids because apparently I'm not hip. I'm 23 and I'm already losing like sayings and like handshakes and shit. Like I'm a skater and I thought I was like in with people. It's not like that anymore. People are saying shit and I'm like, the fuck does say less mean? The fuck like what are you what?
What is say less?
I don't know.
Say less means fucking say less.
It means I think it means like cool, I'm in, like yeah, sold.
Oh, like you don't have
like
to sell your
say less. You know,
like you got me at fucking.
It's almost like the saying when you're like stop selling or you had me at hello.
You had me at hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, guys,
but that's more of a love thing. Say less is more of like just a homie thing.
I think so. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Guys, we are not down with the kids, to say the least. But the way you can help us is by sharing this stream out, guys. So spend a quick second while we're in between fights. Let's share this out. Let's get as many people in here tonight as we can. Let's all hang out. We've been up to 50 people so far. We've got about 40 of you in right now. Shrike saying, guys, did you see the fight that happened between Masvidal and Jake backstage? Jake got his ass whooped. I did not see that there was a fight backstage.
Shivik, you got to tell us more about that because I'm fucking intrigued. Did that just happen?
I didn't.
We did see the Jorge Masvidal versus Leon Edwards.
Can I quickly bring something up as well that I saw? Logan Paul was talking about his boxing experience, and he said that KSI hits 3 times or like if not 4 times harder than Floyd Mayweather.
Whatever.
That's wild, dude.
Do you think it's true?
I think KSI is a much bigger guy, so the chances that he hits harder maybe makes sense. And Floyd doesn't have the reach as well.
Floyd's tiny.
Yeah, and he's punching up as opposed to like getting some like torque. Like I don't know, it's a weird one.
How big is KSI?
KSI he's a big guy. He's a big dude.
Shivik just says yes, it just happened. Did Nate just fucking? Did fucking Jorge just fucking knock out Jake? If that happened,
can you put a link to that in the chat?
Yeah, no, I get it, Shivik. It's exactly because Floyd is small, and I don't even buy it. I think. Well, Floyd is not a knockout puncher anyway. His hands are small as it is. He's had problems with his hands his whole career. But, dude, Shivik,
Joshua lost.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, Joshua lost.
Oh, my Lord.
Usyk is currently the champion. Well, that's AJ versus Tyson Fury out of the fucking game.
Jesus Christ, Anthony.
Brother, don't be surprised if you see Nick be just like he used to be once he's in there. Nate wouldn't let him embarrass himself. I don't think. What's your thoughts, boys? Dude, I hope Nate wouldn't let him embarrass himself, but who knows how much money both of them have together, dude. They might need some money, and Nick brings in a big enough crowd that this is like a cash cow for, like, this fight is a big fight for that family, and that it's going to bring a lot of money in.
I think they have their own money.
I must admit, I will tell you my thoughts. I'm concerned. The way Nick has been in fight week, the leaked footage that came out of him getting dropped in his fight camp.
I don't know if that's actually.
I don't feel good about it, but also, guys, do I want to see Nick win? Of course, I want to see Nick Diaz win. I love Nick, but
Nick is fucking, yeah.
Am I a bullshitter? No, and the guy could barely string a sentence together. Not only could he not string a sentence together, but he was saying things like, if I survive, if I win. Not when I win or how I win or, anything like that. If I survive. Guys, those are not fighting words.
Those are not Nick
and
Diaz's.
I know Nick doesn't, I know he's not the guy before fight week, but guys, it's scary times. It's scary times. And also,
Let me just explore the whole Nick Diaz and Nate Diaz thing, because the comment was, Barry, you said that you didn't think Nate would allow Nick to fight if he wasn't good. I look at that relationship and I see them as like super supportive of each other, but when they're with each other, I don't see like it looks a strange relationship to me, and it looks like it's very.
I saw them horsing around earlier.
Did you?
On Instagram, and it made me see them like a bit more brotherly.
Yeah. Okay. Bodie said he saw them horsing around on Instagram, and it seemed a little bit more like they were brotherly. So that was my point. Like, I know that Nick moved to Las Vegas a couple years ago, and Nate still lives in Stockton. They, of course, they run in the sort of the same broad circle of fighters, but I get a sense that, there's brotherly competition. At some point, Nate surpassed Nick as far as his. I know he's probably made more money than Nick, just with his fights with Conor McGregor and his last couple fights. I mean, his fight with Masvidal probably was a big one as well. As far as cash, I don't know how much he made against Leon Edwards, but he probably made, upwards of $1 million, maybe more. I don't know if he had any part of the gate with that, but so Nate has surpassed Nick, which, complicates things a little bit. They fucking back each other till the end. You know that, fighting wise. But as far as like if Nick said, yo, I'm doing this, I'm not sure how much Nate would be able to say, yo, brother, I just don't think this is a good idea. I don't.
I'm sure if they have the cognitive ability between the two to achieve that answer.
Yeah, well, I think it's yet to be sort of. I still don't really. I don't know how much those two would be able to. I think Nick would be able to say something like that to Nate. My sense is that Nick is the man. Nate looks up to him. Nate desperately wants his brother. I mean, everything that Nate talks about is Nick Diaz is the best ever. And it's so awesome to see. Like, there's so much respect and just like paying homage to his older brother. It's awesome to see. And equally, Nick does the same thing when he's, in the crowd watching Nate and all of that. But ultimately, I think it's an interesting question. Like, would Nick not do it if he was broke? And Nate said, listen, I don't think you should fight. Would Nick say, listen, I'll do whatever the fuck I want. It's my life, and I'm in this position, and I got no other choices. I think Nate would be like, what can I do? So that's where we are. But it's an interesting point. Let's see. I mean, hopefully we don't have to talk about it, because Nick brings it like he did old school. At least a version of that. All we want is just a version of that. We just don't want the shell of Nick to arrive today.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, Tom's not wrong. I'm guys. Something that anyone who is a longtime supporter of Homie and the Dude, Chris Zimmerman, Kyle Ward, you guys will know that Bodie has kidney problems. So for those of you that don't know, I'll be in and out. I have to run to the loo quite often because my damn kidneys. So you'll see me in and out, guys. But frick, guys, we're about to get into the third fight of the night. So we're blowing through these fights. We're blowing through these freaking fights right now.
This is another Nick Diaz homie who's fighting. So Nick Maximov, who's 6-0. So he's undefeated, is fighting against Cody Brundage. And Cody Brundage is a late entry. So the other fighter that Maximov was fighting pulled out last minute, and Cody stepped in literally, I think, within the last 48 hours or so. Yeah, Chris, this is what I mean. I don't think Nate could stop him either. Yeah, you think so? So given, I hope that Nick is playing everybody. I hope that Nick is playing everyone in such a fucking long game. There's Nate. Nate's out in the crowd right now. He's probably fucking nervous as hell with his brother. Like, would it be more nerve-wracking fighting or being there in the crowd for someone that's in your family that's fighting? Equally. It would be equally.
Sajar, Nasrat and Dan Hooker have not fought yet. When they do, you shall be the first to find out. Guys, I like to do a bit of ASMR. I like to, you know, a lot of
What's
streamers.
ASMR?
ASMR is like you know, when people are like chewing food, like, and you can like hear. It's fucking weird, dude. It's really weird. But
does it stand for anything? ASMR?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
All right.
Glad to have you back. Hey, thanks, Chris. I'm glad to have you back in my life, man. I feel like it's been too long, Chris.
I'll tell you what.
I feel like we really connected last time. Guys, I'm really here to horse around tonight. I'm feeling like a little shit tonight. fucking, it's gonna be wild tonight.
We're gonna just fucking have a version of Bodie that we can't really control. Are we gonna? Is this gonna be like Nate Diaz and Nick Diaz? You're gonna play Nick, and I'm gonna be like, "Yo, can you stop?" And you're gonna be like, "Fuck you."
Doctor, motherfucker. This is it. That's the Diaz. You got to do the arched arms.
Dude, that's all I want. That's all I want tonight is Nick Diaz to hit fucking Robbie Lawler with an open hand.
Boom! Stockton, motherfucker. That's exactly it. Yo, Carl Duran, thank you for the like. Pleasure to have you, Carl. Haven't seen you for ages, man. Who have you got, Carl? I want to know. Put it in the chat, dude. Have you got Volk or Ortega? I'm actually really interested on your opinion on that, dude. I think I'm voting for Volk, but that's maybe more that I just like him a little bit more. Though both would be great champions, I would love to know your opinion, Carl. Sarge saying Nasrat have fight passed. No, Nasrat fight has not passed. I would be a complete mess if my family member was fighting and I was in attendance. I'm right there with you, Chris.
Well,
I'm right there with you.
You used to fight competitively, and
that's a good point.
I mean, I guess it's even more so like with any sporting event or high-level sporting event, someone that's in your family is competing, you are definitely, you know, almost like feeling the emotions with them, the ups and downs and the struggles and the challenges and the victories and all that. But fighting even more so because there's a health risk involved in there that's crazy.
And I used to get, do you remember, I used to get the worst butterflies before fights. Do you remember I'd be going into like the arena and being like, oh man, I feel so sick right now. The moment it would start, I'd feel fine.
Yeah.
But like everything leading up until that, I was almost more, there was times I was more nervous for the kata half of shit than I was the actual combat. But a couple of comments here. You got Chris saying, did you see the guy that got his teeth knocked out last week? Yes. I'll talk about that in
Devin
1 minute.
Clark.
How was my cute prank?
What was your cute prank, dude?
Oh, about...
Oh, dude, was that a... Oh, fuck. Shivit.
Shivik,
you motherfucker.
You got us.
You motherfucker.
Khan with a like and follow on Facebook.
God damn
it.
it.
You know what? We finally reached the stage where our fucking fans fuck with us while we're on stream.
Dude,
you know what? I actually kind of appreciate
so
that,
much
Shivik.
wanted that to have happened, too. I wanted fucking Masvidal to have dropped him. Motherfucker, dude. You know what? I have to give you props, dude, because that was really good. I was actually like, I was thinking about looking it up, but I was like, nah, we'll deal with it later. But that's a good one, dude. So it didn't happen.
Shivik, I bet you're
dirty fucking dog.
You dirty troll, you don't even like UFC. You just found whatever stream you could.
All right, here we go. So Maximov versus Brundage is starting. Maximov is in the white. He's 6-0. He is a Nick Diaz fucking...
Flying knee, Superman punch at the same time from Brundage.
Maximov is a badass grappler.
Are you saying that last name?
Wow, Brundage, yeah.
Yeah, Brundage. Yeah, okay, cool, guys. I can read. Also, Chris, let's go with, wrote a long reply to Mind Mash recent breakdown post today. Nick's always got the upper hand and outsmarts everyone. Love your opinion, Given Fox. Yo, Fox. I'm not calling you Fox because that's way sicker than Given. Yeah, Fox. I love that opinion. That's interesting, dude. I would love to see him outsmart everyone and bring some fire. Oh!
So Maximov he's very, very top heavy. He's got just loaded up top, and he is from Diaz's school. By the way, the last guy that fought on the card that was also part of the Diaz Academy just dropped his competitor as well. So that Diaz Academy is 1-0 right now. This is the second Diaz fighter in the ring. Maximov is a 6-0 fighter. He's just putting out his sort of range-finding left. He's switching from southpaw to orthodox. It's almost like he's almost fighting like 50-50, almost like Dustin Poirier does every now and again. So there he goes, switching again. It's literally very, very fluid, his switches. So he just throws a lead left, power left, and now he switches to orthodox again, where his lead hand is his left. Brundage has a nice outside low leg kick with the front leg.
Chopping that calf.
Chopping that calf. And that calf is already a little bit red. That's the second one that Brundage hits. So we have to watch that calf kick because we all know what happens with the calf kicks these days. All you have to do is land 3 or 4 good ones. And the good news for Maximov is he's got 2 calves that he can give up because he's literally.
That was a nice hook straight from
Maximov?
Brundage. No, from Brundage there actually. Maximov shoots for a very lazy double leg and somehow manages to get the back of Brundage there. That was
what was lazier?
Big knee from Maximov. The lazy either. Yeah, it was bad.
What was lazier, the shot or the takedown defense?
Yeah.
I mean, Brundage literally is limping up against the cage almost like a dead fish. Wow, that
nice knee from Maximov to Brundage's face, just setting him up for it. A couple of knees to the body, foot stamp there.
Wow.
Knees to the thigh even, my apologies. Also, Prince Bibal, thank you for liking and following on Facebook. And Shavik saying, what do we think of Paddy and the Batty? I'm happy to answer that question in between rounds, not a problem. Brundage is looking huge. You are not wrong. Brundage is looking massive. Brundage is looking huge. Brundage almost had a Kimura there, but they're back to their feet and back in the center.
It looks like they're right now just kind of gauging each other. They had a first grappling sort of exchange just to kind of measure each other's strength when they're in a clutch together. Maximov with a straight left, nice little knee and a counter right with Brundage. So Brundage offered a nice little combination there. Brundage with a straight left. They're just in a traditional striking stance right now. Maximov, I tell you what, Maximov is tough to fight just because he's switching stances so much. He wants to get this to the ground, but I tell you what, his shooting game isn't great. His strong though. And there was Brundage going for another Kimura.
I know, he's going for a Kimura. And do you know what was interesting there? Really nicely, Maximov managed to sweep, almost like ankle tap, Brundage to the ground. Brundage very strong and really, really doing a good job. Brundage has this Kimura and he's let go of it now finally. But Maximov does have him in like a modified mount. He's got both legs wrapped underneath him. He's looking to do some damage, but Brundage is doing a good job of wrapping himself, keeping his head close to the body of Maximov so he can't eat any damage. Maximov is digging for a guillotine, but lets it go. And now just continue for some ground pound. You've got Brundage with his back up against the cage, one leg extended forward. Maximov wrapping that leg. Brundage has another leg bent. He now goes for a seatbelt lock around the body of Maximov. Maximov is just landing some shots to the kidney, not doing loads of damage from here. Big 1-2 from Maximov up against the cage. Brundage, though, uses the moment where Maximov opens up to separate and get back to his feet, and the position changes. Now we have Maximov digging for a real deep takedown with Brundage sprawling really, really nicely here. And that is the end of the first round. Sobor, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. When is Nasrat fighting? You can Google what time the fights are on in Afghanistan. By the way, Shriek, what do we think of Paddy the Batty? Paddy the Batty, what's your opinion, Tom?
We saw him fight. It was just the last card, or I think it was maybe, it wasn't the last card. It was not the last pay-per-view. It was almost a UK-focused card, and that was at the beginning of September, I think around September 4th or 5th. And look, here's what I like about him. He's got a big personality. He likes to scrap. He likes to mix it up. I think my worry is that he got caught cleanly, and even during that competition, that fight, I think it was Michael Bisping was commenting on how he leads with his chin. So when he's exchanging, his chin is really high up, and he actually got
Like
tagged.
this.
Yeah, and he got tagged a couple times, and that's just not gonna. He's got to fix that. If he does not fix that, then he is going to get knocked out by someone that has the ability to throw a devastating, a power punch.
He got rocked hard, guys. Like there's no shitting about that. So Paddy got really rocked, but I mean, impressive finish. And it's how you finish, it's not how you start. Chris, we'll get back to Aljo pulling out in a minute. I'm super happy to answer that question. Great question.
Yeah, but
I
mean,
the lovely low kick to the calf, and then a nice straight left.
Just to finish up on Paddy, I mean, what I do like about him is he's a personality. He's super fun. And we need personalities like that. So really, really happy to see him again, and I'll look forward to watching him again. But he's got to fix some shit. I also think he's got some weight issues, just controlling his weight. He looks fat as shit right now.
Yeah. Oh my God, he bloats so quick and then shrinks back down. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So what happened was Brundage shot for a takedown, but Maximov managed to reverse it and has ended up on the back of Brundage. He has both hooks in. Brundage is doing a good job by turning into the canvas and rotating into the body of Maximov. Maximov does a beautiful job switching him to the other side, locking a body triangle up, but he's actually on the wrong side for the body triangle. He can actually unlock the body triangle from that side. He very nearly did it, but Maximov again rotating beautifully and forcing Brundage to his knees so that he couldn't get out of the body triangle and release himself and spin into him. Really nicely done from Brundage, grabbing that 2-on-1 hand, sweeping it to the other side and keeping it controlled. This is a really good way to manage the guy on your back. Now he just needs to spin into him from this position. But having him riding you on the top is definitely a lot harder this is.
Well, what would you prefer at this point?
I would rather be on my back with him behind me.
In full mount?
No, like us on the canvas, like on the back. I don't want to be on my knees because you're worrying about posting, and the moment you've got two arms or one arm down, he can start neck digging.
Yeah.
And you have problems. One hook is currently out for Maximov. He's lost a hook. Brundage has done a good job to get to his knees. Maximov does still have one hook in. Brundage doing a good job to try and fight rid of the hook. They are both on their feet at the moment, with Brundage bent over, fighting the leg so that he can try and get out of this final hook. He needs to be rotating and trying to spin into this. The hook is out, but you do still have Maximov with back control, pinning him up against the cage, using strong head position here, right behind the arm in the armpit to keep him forced up against the cage right now. Brundage is doing a good job of putting his weight on him and forcing himself to stay up.
It's interesting.
Maximov could do a drag right here. He could do a good drag. All right. Ooh, I thought he got clipped, but he didn't. No, he just rotated to a single, to a high crotch single leg. Oh, guillotine from Brundage, a tight guillotine. Oh, and he manages to wrap it up into full guard. Wow, but Maximov pops his head out of the guillotine and ends up in the guard of Brundage. Now this is where Maximov needs to be pressing up, posturing up, and landing some blows. Even maybe looking to break the guard by using the knees to separate and stepping around side into the side control. But Maximov is not super active on the ground. He's a position controller, but he is not so much doing much damage. I'm not sure if that's down to Brundage's strong defense or Maximov's slow pace on the ground.
Brundage looks tired, and this could be a result. Brundage gives his back up again. We keep seeing, there's this risk of trying to get out of a sort of a weaker position on the ground by spinning out of it, but you risk getting in a position where you give up your back and then possibly your neck, and this is what's currently what Brundage is trying to fight against right now. Maximov is still hunting to put his hooks in on Brundage's back and possibly try to sneak an arm in for a rear naked, but at this point he's got one hook in.
But his own leg is trapped underneath him. He's looking to dig it with only one hook in. He's managed to get the second hook in. It's almost under his neck. It's under the chin currently. A beautiful nice 2-on-1 from Brundage, swapping it to the other side, just like I talked about a minute ago. Nicely done, dealing some damage from that position while turning into him. He almost broke the legs, but did not manage to in the end. Shevchenko saying he's got power. You're not wrong. Brundage is tired, but he does have power. He's definitely strong right now. You have Maximov still trying to dig. He's got his hooks in, and he managed to dig for the choke, but managed to catch chin and no neck there.
Two things. I think Shevchenko, I think you're talking about Paddy, but also Maximov has great power as well.
Yeah.
However, I think one of the issues in this fight is Brundage. He took this fight on 48 hours notice, literally, like, you know, I don't know how far in his training he was, and he's starting to look tired. To be fair, though, he has some really good sort of defensive ability to break pretty significant submission attempts. So Maximov was trying to get some neck subs in there, had him in a lot of power positions on the ground, and Brundage did a good job of breaking those. So give Brundage credit for that. Yet I think going into the third round, he's heavily in.
His coach is giving him some harsh words. His coach is saying, "Stop fucking around. You've got this. You can win this." He is definitely going in on Brundage right now. What's your guys' thought on positive reinforcement from a coach versus harsh words and honesty? What do you guys prefer? What do you guys prefer? What would be your style if you were a fighter? What would you want from your coach?
I think the other thing I'll say about Paddy the Baddy, just to finish this up, Shevchenko, is that you're right, dude.
They're different divisions, Shevchenko.
Yeah.
Paddy and Chris Moutinho are vastly different divisions, dude. You're looking at a bantamweight, which is 2 divisions below lightweights, what Paddy fights in. Paddy cannot cut down to Chris's weight, and I'm not sure Chris could put on enough weight to get up to Paddy. I mean, he could, but it would take a while.
I think, like, in a dream world, it'd be a fun fight because they both just like to swing.
Can maybe meet at featherweight.
Yeah. And the other thing I would say, Shevchenko, is Paddy has apparently some really, really good ground game. His jiu-jitsu is very good. We just started round 3 of this fight, and both guys are just really wanging big rights, trying to land big rights. And I reckon Brundage is doing that in a way to try to turn the tide on this. He's probably down 2 rounds to none. He needs something decisive, and he's throwing big, heavy blows right now, trying to
Beautiful feints from Brundage right now that Maximov is biting on every time.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he clipped him with a left there and dropped Maximov slightly there for a second. Yeah, he did. Back of the ear.
Yeah, Maximov did dip down. I didn't see any kind of residual damage. Maximov with a nice...
Maximov shooting as you would probably assume that he would do. He went for a knee and missed the knee, giving Maximov a chance to reshoot for a single leg. He's now looking for a deep guillotine. If you're his coach, you're saying do not do the guillotine. You're saying stay on the feet. You just clipped him. You're not doing. You're not wanting to be on the ground again. But a beautiful ankle pick from Maximov, keeping the ankle, meaning that Brundage has managed to separate, but while doing so has given up his back again. You've got Maximov right in the back with 1 hook in currently. They are up against the side of the cage, so they do have their left side of their bodies up against the cage right now. Brundage does a good job getting up, keeping himself against the cage so that Maximov can't get his second hook in from the back control that he has. They are back on their feet at this point. Interesting. Brundage is picking the ankle of Maximov to unlock the hook, and we do have... Oh, wow. Brundage shoots down for a double leg and sweeps both ankles out from behind of... sorry, Maximov did that to Brundage and throws a couple of big knees to the thighs of Brundage, who still has his left side pinned to the cage and should be looking to rotate in to Maximov and catch his arm with some underhooks. He's fighting the arms at the moment. Oh, beautiful elbows. Beautiful elbows from Brundage. Beautiful elbows from Brundage, disrupting the takedown of Maximov, but Maximov digging deep, linking his hands behind the butt and managing to get the double leg. But Brundage managing to scoot his arms back up, pull himself back to his feet, and we are back to the position we were a minute ago with both gentlemen on their feet. Brundage and Maximov, both of them having the right side now against the cage. Interesting. Maximov links his outside left leg in for a hook and looks to drag Brundage to the ground, releases it, and finds himself at the side of Brundage, putting in some pressure. He dips down again for a single leg. He's linking his arms for a single leg currently. Some good defense from Brundage. Another 2-on-1 from Brundage. And you see Maximov shoot again for the double leg. Some big elbows from Brundage as Maximov shoots for the double leg. He's doing a good job forcing Brundage to forcing Maximov to think of some things. Oh wow, Brundage does a nice job actually transitioning a position and getting on top of Maximov, but Maximov again finds the leg of Brundage and tries to shoot for a single leg. Beautifully rotated out from Brundage, and he's actually opened up Maximov at this point. Oh, beautiful elbow in from Brundage. Brundage is posting off his face and dropping some elbows from this dogfight position that they're in. Now, wow, big elbows from Brundage again.
Don't go for this. Don't
go for the guillotine. Keep smashing him with elbows at this point. He's got the single again. He's wrapped up the single leg and is rotating well. He's going to get the back control again. He's just got to get his arm out of there, and he's got the back control. Maximov, again, very proficient with his ground game, but he has a big cut on his forehead.
No, it's on the back of his head.
No, it's on the front, actually. It's just leaking round to the back from where he was originally placed, I think. But he has a big cut that is leaking all over the place. And, oh, Brundage with a nice reversal manages to step out and rotate it again. Beautiful shots from Brundage. Brundage is doing everything he can to reverse these positions and land some damage. Maximov just digging for these single legs as much as he feasibly can, trying to survive till the end of this one. Brundage, we have 20 seconds left, and they're tied up in a little bit of an interesting pretzel here for a moment. It's kind of like a modified crucifix from the bottom, and Maximov gets out of the crucifix and ends up on top for the last 5 seconds. Brundage throwing punches from the bottom as well.
Did he stun fucking Maximov there, that last punch?
He might have stunned him a little bit there. Both gentlemen on their knees. Nick Diaz enjoying that fight, saying that the guys are getting down and enjoying
Well,
that
Maximov is from Nick Diaz, the Nick Diaz Academy, so Nate was there definitely behind Maximov and wanting to see Maximov do well. I got to say, you got to think, Maximov, I mean, he's very strong, and he's very sort of scrappy in the ground game stuff, and his upper body and his arms are super strong. So he likes to mix it up on the ground. It's almost like if you can picture Nate and Nick standing and how they make it scrappy and they make it kind of dirty. That's what Maximov does on the ground. He's just in there moving around in different positions, looking for a lot of body locks and hooks that he's trying to sink in, and eventually trying to get some subs. He isn't quite as technically clean, I would say, as some other ground and pounders. And also, when he has that top position, he's not inflicting a huge amount of ground and pound damage. So possibly has a little bit to learn from it. Let's see. I think he gets the win though. Let's see what the judges say here. Brundage, you got to give Brundage credit. Brundage comes in on very short notice and represents himself really well.
Unanimous decision, 29-28 from all judges.
Yeah, that's going to be Maximov.
Nick Maximov wins that simply for the that was just pure ground game, just pure ground
hustle. It was
yeah, it was hustle, plus it was pure just determination to get that ground and just digging for it. Abdul, thank you for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. John, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Guys, I hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. We're hoping to do the father and son podcast. We have been doing this for nearly a year, guys. Just over a year, actually. If you haven't checked out what we do prior to this, please go on our YouTube channel. We make podcasts with amazing guests. We've had Spider-Man stunt double, Olympians. We've had jiu-jitsu black belts. We've had everything from professional skateboarders to amazing dungeon masters and content creators, UFC. We've had Arnold Allen, the 6th ranked featherweight, on our podcast, guys, and you can go check that out right now.
We've had him on twice.
We've had him on twice. We've had Bruce Buffer on. We also recently had Mason Jones, the new up-and-comer from Wales. If you want to go watch that, guys, bunch of content
Team Alpha Male.
there. Yeah, part of Team Alpha Male. Bunch of content out there if you watch on our channel. Not to mention, if any of you happen to like D&D or TTRPG content, we also make a lot of that as well. So we're a great source for both. Final thing I'll say on that, guys, if you haven't followed us on Twitter, it's the best way to interact with Tom and myself. It's the place we'll respond fastest and get back to you the quickest, guys. So if you have any questions about how we do this, you know, some content you would like to see from us in the future, anything like that, hit us up on Twitter in the comments of any of our posts, anything like that. Tag us on Twitter and we will get back to you ASAP. Guys, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We've had everywhere from 50 people down to like 20, 30 people. We're now kind of floating around the 30 mark. Guys, if you're watching, share this out. Let's get some more people in here. We want to have some more friends and more people to talk to. So share this out on whatever platform you use most, guys.
Chris Zimmerman says, not bad for a replacement. I agree, Chris. Cody Brundage did really, really well on, who knows, I mean, he obviously was in shape to scramble around that much on the ground. You know, he has been training. Whether he was in fighting shape, like actually ready to step into the octagon, possibly a percentage less than that, but you got to give him props. He really competed well. So well done, Cody. It was a tough loss. You got a round out of it. You didn't get, you know, overwhelmed. So more to come from Cody Brundage. And Maximov, you know, I think he's a work in progress. You know, he's got some really good ground strength. He's got some strength. Like, he's just fucking farm strong, you know?
Yeah.
Like, can throw those fucking hay bales. You could see that. But as far as, like, technique, he just needs to tighten up a little bit on all of it, really. You know, in the dominant positions, he needs to get more out of those dominant positions. Either be a little bit cleaner with his hunting for subs, or to be landing a little bit more ground and pound. However, you know, you can't underestimate Brundage's defense. Brundage was continually hunting for fucking Kimuras, you know, reversing and getting some rear naked, some guillotines. You know, he was doing all he could to survive that. So give Brundage a lot of props, and we'll keep an eye out for Maximov. Maximov now is 7-0, and that was a middleweight fight. So this is in the middleweights is the Adesanya weight division. So a lot of killers in that weight division, but Maximov is 7-0. He's very young in his career. He probably will look a lot different than he did tonight in 3, 4, 5 years. So he could be someone to keep our eye on. But, you know, he's got the foundation to do some things that could be interesting in the future.
Yeah, for sure. Aman, thank you for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Guys, anyone who has just joined or is watching Homie and the Dude for the first time, hit us with a thumbs up in the chat. Also, if you have just joined, let us know where you are watching from, guys, and who you are here to support. We have a bunch of Nasrat homies in the chat. We've got Annan and Sadiq, both loving some Nasrat. Who are you here to support? Where are you watching from? And if this is your first time watching Homie and the Dude, leave a thumbs up at the end of your comment as well, so we can shout you guys out. We want to interact with you. We want to give you guys a bit of airspace as well. So that is what this stream is all about, guys. All of us hanging out.
Yeah, I think there was another mention about Nick Diaz. So I'm wondering if now he's got 2 people from his own academy that have won tonight. So in some sense, that is amazing. In another sense, you've now got you know, 2 people that set the scene for you. So is that more pressure or is that less pressure? If you're part of a team that's, there was another one. It was the UK last time. We had Paddy won, we had Molly McCann won, we had Jack Shore won, and Darren Till was in the main event, and Darren ended up not delivering. And there was a big representation from Liverpool. So I don't know if you're in the back and you're watching and you're seeing every one of either your homies or at least someone from your country is winning, does that introduce more pressure to you, or does that get you amped up and get you more motivated to like get a clean sweep? I think it's different for different people, right? People thrive on pressure situations in different ways. Some people, we talked about this as well, having a crowd versus not having a crowd. And those fighters that really thrive on a crowd, I'm thinking of people like Tony Ferguson, Conor McGregor to some extent. Ferguson fought all last year without crowds. And he did have a crowd, I think, against Beneil. But, you know, he lost against Charles Oliveira. And then he also lost earlier in the year. Who did he fight early in the year that he got banged out by? Tony Ferguson.
Oh, Gaethje.
Yeah, got really, really destroyed by Justin Gaethje. So I think Ferguson suffered for not having a crowd, and some people actually suffer for having a crowd, would actually perform better with no crowd. So that just feels like a workout for them. So a bit of a roll of the dice if you had a lot of fights lined up during the COVID lockdown and you thrived on it, or you suffered from it. But here we are now coming out of all of that, and we're going to have crowds going forward, more or less, unless something dramatically changes. Whether it's going to be in the U.S. or it may move over to Fight Island again. That's going to be kind of where we're headed with crowds again. Maybe not on the fight nights. The fight nights look like they're going to be in the apex for, you know, the foreseeable future. And remember, the fight nights used to go all over the place. There would be a fight night in Boston and one in Chicago, and there would be one in fucking St. Louis and all over the place. And I think the Contender Series has kind of almost like filled in for,
I see what you mean.
You know what I mean? Like the UFC is traveling around, but more for the Contender Series than the fight nights. All right. So, Chris, I'm not sure how to feel about Till at the moment. Me neither, dude. I mean, on one side, and we'll talk about Till here for a second, and then we'll introduce this next fight, because this next fight is a nice fight. You got Uros Medish, who's 7-0, another undefeated fighter against Jalen Turner. Jalen looks like a fucking stud. He's on a 4-fight winning streak. But before we get to that, Darren Till. Darren Till, dude, he's a fucking enigma, isn't he? And you really felt pretty confidently that he's not what we thought he was after the last fight.
Yeah, I mean, guys, watching Darren Till get, you know, just like, how many fights have we watched him just get dominated in? Now, don't get me wrong, he has the same record that Charles Oliveira had, this many fights into his UFC career. So what does that say about Till's prospects for the future? Nothing. It says those prospects are really good. It's not a negative thing at all. It's actually cool. You can recover from this. We've seen people do it and become champions, but it also is something you need to work on. You need to be developing things, and I think we have to be real that he needs something bigger than KO Bon at this point. KO Bon, either whatever he's doing there isn't helping him, or I'm not sure what's going on, but he needs to either change his camp, change his coaches, or change his training partners.
Yeah.
Because something isn't working. And it's okay to go, you know, I think I'm good, you know, I think I've got this, but at some point you need to self-analyze, you need to analyze your camp. And it's no offense to someone who you've been with for a long time. If you just go, look, man, I think I could develop better under someone else. You have brought me to this point, and I can't thank you enough for that. But going forward, I need something more than what you can give me. And that is not an offense to you. That is just, we have reached our apex together.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I don't want you in my corner. That doesn't mean this or that. Like, for example, with, you know, Corey McKenna, a UFC fighter who we interviewed, the youngest female UFC fighter from Wales, and she's incredible, absolute badass. Same thing happened with her. She's got a new coach in Uriah Faber. She's training at Team Alpha Male, but she still has Jack Mason, her original coach, in her corner when she fights. So just because you move camp doesn't mean you can't still have those connections with people. Concat saying, hey, what's up? Pleasure to have you. How long until the event? The event is currently live. We are in the, are we in the early prelims or just the prelims? Or are we into the prelims? We're in the early prelims.
We're in the early prelims, yeah.
We currently have one fight left of the early prelims. And then we'll be getting into the official prelims of the night. Concrat. That's it. I'm gonna call you Kong for short. Dude, Kong, where are you watching from tonight? Thank you for joining us on Twitch. Pleasure to have you here, my man. And who are you here to support? What fighter are you looking? Would you bet money on tonight if you were to bet money or something like that? Chris Zimmerman saying, I think Till may luck his way into a belt eventually. He has to work on his ground game.
That's
You're
what
not
we're
wrong.
talking
Him and
there's others as well.
Yeah, Kevin Lee is not Kevin Lee.
Kevin Holland.
Kevin Holland, thank you.
Yeah, Kevin Holland's a great example that similar. I mean, Kevin Holland's a stud on his feet, very creative, and even on the ground, he had that ridiculous finish against Jacare. But you know, you get against someone like Derek Brunson, who's very, very heavy, who's a bag of wet cement, you know, on top of you with that pressure fucking ground game, and neither one of them did well with that. And so, you know, Till has to fix that. If he does not fix that, then you know, the UFC can shape his career by giving him strikers, because he does well with strikers. You know, he did well with Wonder Boy, he did well with Cerrone, didn't do well with Masvidal, didn't do well with fucking Woodley, although Woodley beat him with a sub on the ground. But, you know, Till, you can only protect a fighter so long, and I think the UFC loves Till because he represents Liverpool and the UK, and the UK is a big, big, you know, source of support for the UFC, and Till is at the very top. Whether he deserves it or not, he represents the UK more so than any other fighter right now. Although there's other fighters I think that are more deserving. You got Leon Edwards, you've got Tom Aspinall, you've got fucking Arnold Allen, others that are, you know, Jack Shore is a badass as well. Mason Jones, these guys are all up and comers. Corey McKenna is coming through as well. So the UK is looking very exciting, but Till does need to fix something. And you're right, dude. He can do this. He doesn't have to ditch Team Keovan. He has to just have a conversation and just be like, guys, do we want me to be a champion? If we do, then what are we going to do here? Like, do I need to? You know, we saw with Arnold Allen. Arnold Allen comes up through the ranks in Southeast London. He's a dominant fighter there. He wins Cage Warriors. He goes into the UFC. But he assessed before he had a loss. He assessed, dude, I need to take it to the next level. And what's he do? He fucking training camps in Canada at TriStar.
And he's number 6 in the world.
With Faraz, yeah. And so that's a huge commitment. And some people, you know, for whatever reason, don't want to make it. They're too linked to their first coach, or they're too linked to their hometown, or, you know, there's a lot of complications on really going for it. But if you're going to fucking do this, if you're going to, you know, put this section of your life on the line to see how far you can go, then you need to do it. You need to roll the dice and just say, look, this is you know, what I need to do to take it to the next level. So for Darren Till, our hope is that he maximizes himself. He's a fucking stud with his stand-up game. His straight left is a missile, and his stand-up fucking distance management, feint game, and all that stuff is really, really impressive. He needs more if he wants to take it to the very top of the middleweight division. He needs more. I'd like to see him fight Adesanya. He keeps fucking up though. He keeps, you know, stubbing his toe at that last fucking hurdle, because that stand-up match against him and Adesanya would be interesting. I think he matches up well with Adesanya, better with Adesanya than he did with Whitaker, certainly better than he did with Brunson. This fight is, let's just run into this. Muros Medic is 7-0. Jalen Turner is 11-5. Medic is from Serbia. He hasn't had a lot of competition on that 7-0 win streak, so there's a little bit of an untested question mark with Medic. But Jalen's going to test him here. Turner is seasoned. He's had 16 fights, so more than double the amount of fights that Medic has had. So, and let's also keep in mind that both guys are southpaws, so no advantage for that front leg touching the other person's, the outside of their calf. So if you're going to try to hit their calf, you're going to have to hit it on the outside with your rear leg. But it's just a sort of feeling out process right now. Jalen is taller, and he has almost like a basketball build, where Medic is a little bit more muscular on the upper half of his body. Medic has chosen, tries to a head kick there, and Jalen takes the opportunity to grab his leg and take him to the ground. Jalen is already digging. Looks like he's trying to dig for a dorse. He's just got ground and pound, he's just got top control right now in side control position. And he's just smothering him and really kind of pressing his body down on him. Let's see how much strength Jalen has in this particular little exchange right now, because Jalen is just trying to cinch his hands, lock his hands together in the side control position, try to do a little shoulder barge on Medic. And now remember, guys, Medic is 7-0, fairly untested, and he's on the ground, and he hasn't shown much. And it's not like Jalen is doing anything impressive. He's been in this position for about 30, 40 seconds, and Medic is not doing anything close to trying to escape from this position, except for scooting towards the center of the ring, of the cage, which he should be towards the outside of the cage.
Congrats. Thanks for stopping in, dude. Appreciate it. And our moderator has to do what she's got to do to deal with the messages coming in, but appreciate your input, my dude. Harry, thank you so much for joining us, and big up to you, my dude. You're here for Ortega. Dude, awesome. Glad to have some Ortega fans in the chat finally. What's up, Harry? Where are you watching from tonight? And Ray, welcome to La Familia. Thank you for liking and following on Facebook.
So we still have Jalen on top, and Medic has already shown that this part of his game, because I would say Jalen Turner is, although he is the tarantula, that is his nickname, and he's a big guy, 6'3". He's probably oversized for this lightweight division, but he is, I wouldn't say he's a master on the ground, but he is absolutely controlling these exchanges on the ground right now. He's been on top for the last, I don't know, minute and a half, and Medic tries to separate himself and get up, and Turner gets himself up. Turner now invites Medic to get up, and I think that was a bad move because Medic really didn't have any answers. I think Turner could have probably sort of pressed his way to winning at least this round by just staying on the ground, but he decides to get up, and now they're both standing. I'm very, very sure that Medic is feeling much more confident, much more happy being in a standing position, but Turner's landing a lot of body shots.
Big right there landed.
Turner's hurting him.
Oh, lovely comeback from Medic. Big body, big teep from Turner.
Yeah, Turner's is hurting him.
Body, head, 2 hooks. Oh, he drops him with a body shot there. He bent him over with a body shot.
Welcome to the UFC, Medic. This is you've been 7-0. Here we are in the UFC, and you're getting manhandled right now. You're getting ragdolled, homie. You got to do a little bit more.
Turner has got his back and is choking him out really badly right now. Double hooks and choked him out really bad.
Wow.
And
wow,
that's it. That's it, guys. First round.
Jalen Turner just baptized Uros Medic with a dominant. Every single part of his game was superior to Medic's. And it makes you wonder how Medic got that 7-0 record. Of course, you're fighting in your regional level before you get into the UFC. But my sense is that at some point, before you step into the octagon of the UFC, you want to have some testing fights. You don't want to be tested your very first time in the octagon with UFC. And that's what it felt like. It felt like Medic had not been in the hot fire ever. Because when he was this time, he really sort of, he struggled. He struggled on the ground. He struggled with body shots. He struggled with head shots. And then he struggled with that rear naked choke that took him out quickly. So Jalen Turner gets a win. He goes to 12-5. He's a big boy for a lightweight. 6'3" lightweight. You figure he's fighting like Poirier and those guys.
Manhandled him indeed, Chris Zimmerman. Indeed. Harry saying he's from the UK. Dude, we're in the UK. We're in Bristol. Where are you watching from, Harry? And tonight is going to be a sick night. I fully agree with you. He already won 110 from Usain.
Oh, shit, dude. Did you actually...
And he spent it on the accumulators on UFC.
Nice one. So you bet against Joshua. That is fucking very, very fucking ballsy, dude, because everybody in the UK was hopeful that Joshua would win. Just give us a little bit of a lowdown. Was it a unanimous decision? Did he dominate? Just give us a little bit of a, like, you know, two sentence, 3 sentence fucking lowdown on how Usyk beat Joshua, because we were getting ourselves ready for this to be able to really be aware of what was happening. We saw that it was going to the distance, but we didn't see exactly how Usyk was binning him. Yeah, Zimmerman, Jalen Turner, who's not a type of guy that manhandles folks, he manhandled Uros Medic, and Uros Medic falls to 7-2. And Jalen Turner, the tarantula. Uros Medic was his nickname is the Doctor. And yeah, he got fucking operated on.
Sometimes you think you're the med teacher, but sometimes you find out you're the medical student.
You're the fucking patient, bro. You fucking walked into the operating room with your scrubs on, and they said, "Get on the table, dude." You're the fucking.
You're like, wait, what? They're like, yeah, we already gave you the anesthetic. You're just tripping right now. Get on the table, son.
No, we're just busting on him. He probably has you know, a good long career, but you got some work to do, Uros. The good news is you're early in your career, and that work can come. So, yeah, baptism by fire. The UFC is a truth machine, isn't it?
It is. Lovely Afghan, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Guys, we want to know about our fans. We want to know what you want to see more of from Homie and the Dude. Obviously, we do with these UFC live streams for every pay-per-view. And we do our podcast and we do our D&D content. What would you like to see more of this father and son team doing for you guys in terms of content creation? Tell us what you want to see more of tonight as well, guys. Harry responded to your question.
Dude, okay, so I'm going to read this out loud for folks. So Usyk is way more consistent. He's a small, he was a small heavyweight. Could have been even a light heavyweight. Yeah, he was made for light heavyweight for sure. But your English, just please. Through and through, and don't get me wrong, but AJ is a con, aside from him cheating on his misses countless times. Really? Glass chin, poor boxing. Now, no way I see him outboxing Usyk. Well, you called it, bro. And I'll tell you what, Usyk probably saved him from getting the bigger embarrassment of getting schooled by Tyson Fury, because we know Tyson can fight. And we know AJ against certain fighters looks incredible. He doesn't look great against guys that really have hands, that really can use their hands and put together combinations, that know how to move, know how to feint, how to manage distance. He's not as polished as that. And you know, we talked about Darren Till. I put AJ in the same camp. Like, AJ is making a ton of money. He, you know, he's got sponsorship. I think he's got a sponsorship with Hugo Boss, and fucking he's got the, you know, he's a prominent personality in the UK. He's got a ton of money. So what is his incentive to really, really take it to the next level as trying to be an all-time great? You know, most guys that end up being an all-time great work their way up there. Their skill set is evolving as they climb the ranks. AJ became a champion pretty quickly. He fights Klitschko when Klitschko is really, really at the end of his line, and that was life and death for AJ as well. But he wins the title then, and then, to be fair, a lot of the matches that AJ's been put in have been, you know, very, very carefully selected. And you know, when he fights Andy, what's his name? Tell me, Ruiz. Andy Ruiz, yeah. You know, he got exposed. Ruiz really, really touched him consistently. And, you know, Ruiz then has the same thing. He makes a lot of money, puts on 50 pounds or whatever, doesn't train, and Joshua beats him. But Joshua perhaps is just going to be, you know, this manufactured heavyweight, and that's going to be fine for him. He's got 50 million or more in the bank. Like, he's winning at life, you know. He's winning at life, so, I mean, I don't know. He's not going to be an all-time great. We know that now.
Daniel Chavez says he wants us to fight each other.
Wow, Daniel, really? I'm his dad.
I mean, we've rolled together.
We do, yeah. We've done some jiu-jitsu together, and you were pretty dominant.
How did that go?
Well, by the way, when we rolled, so that was a couple years ago, pre-COVID, and so at that time you were like, 21, 22, and I was in my, were you younger? Yeah, so we were.
I was like 19, 20.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, as you know, I'm not on any kind of TRT. I'm not on any PEDs or anything like that. Anyone that's in their 50s, you will know that if you aren't on any kind of supplements like that, then your strength just starts going down a little bit. Unless you're a freak, unless you're genetically really, really gifted. And I've had a very low level of athleticism. But as I get older, like just my strength, I cannot put on any mass. I'll work out and do my stuff, but it's maintaining the decline at this point, which is kind of sad. But we're not gonna fight.
The answer is we might roll for you guys someday. That would be fucking cool. That'd be a cool video. We might do a roll for you guys.
Yeah.
You going with the dad on this? Come on, Harry. Fuck, dude.
Harry.
Fuck, Harry.
Harry. No, Harry. I fucking yeah, Harry. You know why? Because we're simpatico. Harry and I fucking
understand one another.
Yeah, dude. We both have fucking identified that Anthony Joshua was a little bit of a. It's a bummer, man, because he had some big fights in front of him. There's some fucking big fights. They were gonna sell out Wembley. Like Tyson Fury and fucking Joshua would have.
Oh yeah.
80,000 easily.
100%. But also, this is something else I'll say about me and Tom rolling.
Well, you don't want to drop it, do you?
No, I don't want to drop this. Henry, I'm going to change your mind right now. I run a different jits game to most people. Most people run like a top game, a guard game, or, something like that. I run a half guard game, similar to Eddie Bravo. And Tom doesn't like the electric chair.
Who the fuck?
Tom doesn't like the electric chair at all.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to look at
excuse me, guys.
I'm just gonna look at fucking.
That was right into the mic. I'm so sorry. That was so rude.
Harry's other fucking comment, which that's why the UFC is the best competition. You know what, dude? The UFC is. I would say it is the best MMA competition, but dude, I would love to see some cross fights. I'd love to see.
Well, with this new MMA organization opening up, the one that's going to be run more like a sports league. Yeah, guys, I'd love to hear every single one of you. There is 40 of you right now watching. Every single one of you, get in the chat. Let us know what your opinion on this new sanctioned UFC like MMA league that's coming out.
We'll talk about it a little. Maybe no one's heard about it.
And what you guys think about it. If you haven't heard about it, what that is basically it has been released that there is a league that will be started very similar to an NFL or a NBA or something like that. And the WFL, yeah, exactly. I want to see MVP crossover. Yes, exactly, I agree with you, Zimmerman.
Or McKee,
yes,
McKee as well.
AJ McKee,
yes.
Yes.
I mean, but it's not just those guys coming in the UFC. You've got, maybe.
Holloway versus frickin' McKee would be incredible.
That would be great.
That would be an absolutely amazing fight.
Yeah.
But
the other aspects of this pro league, just to say,
it's just fair pay.
Yeah. So there's, there is. In all of the major sports leagues, there's public knowledge of how the revenue sharing is divided. In most of the leagues, the NBA is like 50-50-ish. Might be slightly higher or lower for owners versus players. Same with the NFL, same with the Major League Baseball. In the UFC, we know now through court documents that the UFC split on revenue is 80% for the UFC, 20% for the fighters. That is public that's not guesswork anymore. So this new league is proposing to do more of a 50-50 split from the fighters to the fighters get 50 and the owners get 50. Not only that, the new league is also proposing that there will be much more comprehensive health care and retirement pension benefits for the fighters. So you don't have a case where, potentially a Nick Diaz, who it sounds like is pretty broke right now, comes back after 6 years of not fighting. I'm not saying this is fully the case, but it might be the case that Nick Diaz is fighting just because he needs a paycheck. Yeah. And if that's the case, that's not fucking a good reason to get into the octagon. Whether it's Robbie Lawler or anyone else, it's just not a good reason to get into it. So, with all that set up, what do you guys think about this competing league that isn't going to be in place actually till 2023, but apparently there's some heavy hitters that are in the ownership team, the ownership group, that are ex-MMA champions, very, very influential people that have a lot of money that are putting it together.
Guys, there's 50 of you in here right now. We're Homie and the Dude, the Father and Son podcast. Thanks for choosing us for your watch-along party tonight. If you want to ask us any questions, drop them in whatever chat you're watching on. If you're watching on Twitch, we've got about 10 people on Twitch watching. We've got close to about 7 people on YouTube watching. We've got a big chunk of you guys on Facebook watching as well. So guys, hit us up in the chat. Let us know if you got any questions, anything you want to talk about, any topics. We're happy to answer pretty much anything, unless it's a dumb question. Jesus Christ! Fucking hell! What are you doing?
I'm switching up to the BT feed right now, which isn't on the same tabs as this. But yeah, so let me know, guys. UFC needs competition. I fully agree with that, and this is the problem, and this is why we can't. You know, the fighters have no negotiation leverage right now. If a fighter says, yo, I want to have a better pay scale. I want to have fucking more points on the pay-per-view. The UFC says, you do? Okay, well, we're going to sit you over there. We'll put you in the corner over there, Francis Ngannou. We're going to put you over there, and we're going to take your belt, and we're going to give it to the winner of Derek Lewis and Cyril Gane as an interim belt. And that is how we're going to play. And until you want to play our game, that's what's going to happen. And so this is a bit of a problem with how the UFC deals with stuff. They hold all the cards. There's no competition. There's no pressure on them to change their ways. So they've been holding all the money. And whatever money falls out of Dana White's hands, fighters are scrambling for. But he's got all of it in his hands, metaphorically. The UFC does. And so, you know, competition would be great. Competition would be amazing. We're getting ready now, guys, to go into the prelims. And the first fight of the prelims, just to get you up to speed, is Roxanne, the Happy Warrior, Modaferri. And Roxanne is a fucking veteran.
Roxanne is a very interesting character. She's a bit of an anime fan, she's a bit all over the place. Covale? It's Harry. Cheers for the stream, gents. Harry's all over the place. Harry's getting us on Twitch. He's getting us on Facebook. My dude, thank you for following us on Twitch, Harry. You are very much part of La Familia. We're glad to have you join us tonight. So, yeah, guys, we're getting into the thick stuff now. Roxanne Modaferri, very interesting because she's a bit of a wild cannon. She's got that anime stuff going on.
She's a clinician on the ground.
Oh my god, she's a jiu-jitsu badass. She's an absolute. I watched her in The Ultimate Fighter.
Yeah, she's been around forever. Dan Hardy was talking about how he was in Japan.
Thank you for the share. I can't pronounce your name because I can't read Arabic, but thank you, or Sanskrit. But thank you for that share, whoever that was. Guys, if you want to share the stream out, please feel free to do so on Facebook. Take the YouTube link and drop it on wherever you like posting things. Discord.
So, but she's fighting Talia Santos. Talia Santos is 17-1. She's an up-and-comer. She's number 12. So Roxanne is...
so test for her?
Yeah, Roxanne's number 9. Talia is number 12. Talia beat Molly McCann. Talia's beaten Jillian Robertson. She's won 4 out of her last 5. She's from Brazil, so she knows she's a badass on the ground as well. So if this goes to the ground, I'm going to be really psyched about this fight because it'll be a test. Because Roxanne Modaferri is, that's where she, she actually teaches, she teaches jiu-jitsu, I think, to kids and stuff like that. But she is a fucking tested veteran. She's fought 44 times. I mean, when you fight 44 times in MMA, it's not just a fucking, a period of your life. It becomes a big, big identity for you. So Roxanne Modaferri has done it for a long time. This will come on in about 2 minutes, so we don't need to change anything. It's just going to come on if this is BT Sport 1. Yeah, so looking forward to that. This is in the flyweight division, which is in the same division as the championship fight that's going to be on the main card. So we got Shevchenko versus Lauren Murphy as the championship fight. Roxanne, here's the thing. I'm gonna call it like it is. Roxanne's a nice gatekeeper. And this is a gate that Talia needs to get through.
I don't know. I think Roxanne will work her way up. Give her time. Also, we have Cruz saying, watching from Manila, Philippines. #Diaz for life. Diaz for life. Yo, glad to have you here. Thank you for joining us, Cruz. Thanks for getting lively in the chat, my dude. Pleasure to have you. And Manila in the Philippines, dude. Wow. I hope all is well on your end and you're having a good afternoon, evening, wherever you're watching from. I'm guessing you're here for Nick. What are your other predictions for the other main fights of the night? Do you think it's going to be Robbie? Do you think it's going to be Valentina or Laura Murphy, or do you think it's going to be Ortega, or do you think it's going to be Volk? I'd love to hear your thoughts, Cruz. Harry asking, my fave accumulator is Sanos. What's your thought?
What the fuck is I don't even know what is an accumulator.
I don't know.
Dude, fucking...
Haroon, thank you for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia.
May Covelli, if Ortega and Lawler win, I'll be gassed. Yeah, dude, I mean, if Ortega wins, that would be an upset, I would say. If Lawler wins, I'm not saying that's an upset. I think that's probably what most everyone is. The betting line, let's say, is that Lawler is favorite. We'll just say that. Santos is huge. I don't know what that means. Yeah, dude, Lawler's awesome. Like, the thing is, if Nick Diaz goes down tonight and we don't, like, I want Nick Diaz to win. I'm just gonna say it right now. I want him to win, not because I dislike Robbie Lawler, because I like Diaz more than I like Robbie Lawler. But I like Robbie Lawler, right? I love Diaz more than I love Lawler, right? I can love them both, right?
Yeah, I mean, dude, you're a slut. You can love whoever you want.
I'm fucking
you
free
can
love.
love multiple people. You little pansexual, you little polyamorous motherfucker.
Dude, I fucking love them both. They're both. So if Lawler wins, dude,
they're both your bulls.
Yeah,
they're both your daddies.
Dude, was that fucking? Did Marias just fucking knock out Aljo that way? Did Aljo just fucking just tip over sideways like that?
Yeah.
Holy shit! They were just showing some highlights of Marlon Marias.
Yeah, did you not see that shit?
Oh, you know what? We didn't bring up Aljo. Fucking Chris Zimmerman brought up Aljo.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Let's fucking talk about Aljo. Hang on, before we do that though, Machiavelli, you want Daukus, Hooker?
That's Harry.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh shit, you got two fucking. Okay, I got you, dude. Devashivi, Andrade, Blaydes, Shevchenko, Lawler, and Ortega. Do you have a
Curtis
fucking
elbow blade?
Yeah, I think Blaydes beats Jorginho.
Guys, I learned something beautiful the other day. So, in my search to constantly get better in our commentating pursuits, I was learning a little bit about Muay Thai because it's a martial art that's very interests me. I've never actually taken a Muay Thai class or anything like that, but I found out that when you throw the elbow, they recommend to tuck it like almost into your armpit as opposed to crossing over that way or anything like that. But it's a tuck into the armpit to, fuck me, I'm burpy, inflict the most damage. Sorry for the burps, guys. It's rude. I'm rude. I'm sorry.
So tucking it into the elbow is doing what? That's just the angle.
Yeah, it gets the right angle, and it means that you can recover quicker apparently and get back to where you need to be.
Gotcha.
Those are some good predictions from Harry. I want to know what everyone else's predictions are. There is about 50 of you watching across our platforms right now. Guys, get loud. The whole point of you all being here is that we hang out. Let us know what your opinions are.
Yeah, so let's talk about Aljo.
Yeah, Aljo. Fuck Aljo, dude. He's a good actor, dude.
Yeah, I'm bummed. Aljo, like, I actually fucking was high on Aljo for a while. Like, what he did to Sandhagen was pretty impressive. You know, he's a super athletic, explosive, fun dude. But, you know, again, we're going to call it like we see it. You're not going to hear this on fucking... Cormier's not going to say this, and Paul Felder's not going to say this. But I think Aljo bitched out a little bit against Peter Yan, and he fucking rolled over and started playing fucking floppy fish when I know Peter Yan, it was an illegal knee and all of that, but Aljo took the belt when he saw an opportunity to take the belt, and he has an injury. Now, that's fine. He has an injury. Let's fucking move on. Let's get this fucking flyweight division going, you know?
Yeah.
Is it flyweight or bantam?
Bantam.
Yeah, bantamweight division going. So I am super all for someone else stepping into Aljo's shoes. We got 5 weeks. Someone step into his shoes. Peter Yan, you fight whoever the fuck it is, whether it's Jose Aldo, whether it's fucking Corey Sandhagen. I don't give a fuck. And we get someone else to have the belt. And Aljo, if you want to hang out and heal up, you just do that. And when you're ready to come back, then you're going to have to fight Peter Yan for your fucking belt, because he's going to have that same belt on his waist. So that's just what I see, you know.
Mubarak, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Same for Hapur. Thank you. Welcome to La Familia. Shamir, hi. What's up, dude? Guys, you know, we're about to get into some crazy shit. We're about to get into some of these prelims. Who are you excited to watch? I'm actually hyped for this Modaferri fight in a minute.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm actually hyped.
Roxanne's fucking fun, isn't she?
Yeah,
Roxy.
I'm excited to see her bring some jits heat.
Is she gonna wear her wig into the ring?
No.
She just wear that for weigh-ins?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. With regard to Aldo and fucking Peter.
Also, let me comment on Aljamain. Aljamain, when he took the knee, we've seen people get knocked out. If anyone watches the sport regularly, you know what a knockout looks like. No one rolls around and stuff. That's the kind of shit that soccer players, for American people, or football players, if you're European, do. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. Like, we've not seen anyone like roll around like that from a punch ever. Anything like a knee, anything like that. So, just very strange. I personally thought Peter Yan was winning that fight. I think Peter Yan probably was going to take the belt that night. Do I think, like Tom said, we still need to be here? No. But am I excited to see him possibly lose again to Peter Yan? Yeah, sure. I mean, it's going to be an interesting fight irregardless, because they're entertaining fighters. But when it comes down to it, guys, I don't think he's got the beans to keep up with the best of the best of that division. I think Aljo is a great fighter, but like Dominic Cruz, the style, though Dominic Cruz was champion, the style of his fighting and stuff. Same with Anderson Silva. We see it with a lot of people. It can only last for a certain amount of time, you know, before you start getting clipped and caught, and people start working it out and analyzing.
You're talking about Aljo?
Yeah, Aljo. Yeah, exactly.
Here's what I see, man. And we looked at the rankings right before we came live. Peter Yan is at the top, and then there's this whole group of fighters in that bantamweight division, like up to 10 fighters that could beat each other at any given night. Like, you know, you got fucking Garbrandt, you got Dillashaw, you got fucking Sean O'Malley, and you know, Sandhagen, fucking Rob Font, and Jose Aldo. All these guys can fucking beat each other on any given night. I think Peter Yan is at the top of that list and can rule that bantamweight division for years. And he's proven that he can beat the very best. He, you know, dominates Jose Aldo. Let's just, even by the scorecards, he was beating Aljamain Sterling. He fucking, not that it was that big of a challenge, but he beats Uriah. You know, he's a killer. Like, he is a fucking legit champion. And so,
Chris, thank you for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. I'm guessing that you're new to the stream or something along those lines. If not, pleasure to have you back. Chris, where are you watching from tonight, my dude? We're currently coming up to this women's fight, and Roxanne is not wearing her wig to the arena.
What is that? Is that fucking Yu-Gi-Oh?
No, it's a Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Z. It's a badass wig, isn't it? She's so fucking happy all the time.
I know.
She, like, the stare down. She was fucking smiling during the stare down. She's so fun.
She's got that
look,
like
she's got a cheeky fucking smile on her face.
She's got that charisma about her. She's got that high charisma.
Look, she's getting ready to fucking step into the ring.
Mustafa. Yo, Mustafa just followed us. Guys, what a fucking name. Someone called Mustafa just followed on Facebook. Yo, Mustafa, welcome to La Familia.
Yo, Mustafa.
I am proud to have someone called Mustafa. You know, I'm going to use that name for an NPC character that me and Tom make coming up. I fucking love that. Mustafa, you're a beast.
Looks like Modaferri,
shout out to Mustafa.
Roxanne Modaferri. She's got 2 knee braces on, which that's fine, I guess. I didn't really know that you could wear knee braces. I guess you can. As far as as long as they're soft, I don't think you can wear like a hard knee brace.
Definitely not. Farhad, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. We really appreciate you joining us. Damn. We're
So-
about to get into this one.
Modaferri's ready to step into the ring, into the cage. Modaferri is a very much embodies a true martial artist. So she comes in, she's running kind of weird though. She's I hope she's all right. She is doing some lunges. She's just an oddball. Modaferri is, I like her, and she seems like she'd be really, really fun to hang out with. But she's a little bit of an oddball. And she's 39 years old, by the way. That surprises me.
Yeah.
She's almost 40.
Oh wow, yeah. Jeez. I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
Mr. Khan, welcome to La Familia, liking and following on Facebook. Guys, we're trying to get to our 1,000 mark on YouTube. We're at like 750-ish. If you would like to help us get closer to that 1,000 subscriber mark, if you enjoy these UFC live streams, awesome podcasts with great guests, or D&D content, then please head over to our YouTube channel and subscribe before we get into this fight, which we are about to do, guys.
They're just introducing Talia Santos. Remember, Talia Santos is 17-1. Now, we do have to remember, guys, that in the last fight, Medic was 7-0, and we're thinking,
7-1.
No, he was 7-0.
Oh shit.
Yeah, going into the fight, we're questioning his sort of strength of schedule, the level of competition that he had coming into the UFC. Well, Talia Santos has been in the UFC a while. She's straight up beaten very, very high level fighters in the flyweight division. So she's got a win over Molly McCann. She's got a win over Gillian Anderson. Roxanne also has big wins. She's beaten Macy Barber, but she's also lost. She's lost to the co-main event challenger tonight, to Lauren Murphy. She's lost to Jennifer Maia. Roxanne is sort of a win one, lose one, win one, lose one type of fighter. And it looks like she's blinking her eyes like she needs her glasses right now. It's making me very, very uncomfortable. Roxanne is thinking, oh, fuck, I forgot to put in my contacts. God damn it, I can't even see her.
I don't think you'd want to fight with contacts on.
Well, what do you fight with? If you have bad vision, are you fighting, like, what do you do? It's Chris, how do you pronounce the referee, Chris Tajani? How do you pronounce the referee's name?
Chris Tyone.
Tyone. Here we go.
Bro, can you tell me when the Hooker Nasrat fight will happen? Yeah, dude, it's coming up. It's not quite yet, but it is coming up. We are in the prelims. So if you stick with us, it will arrive, my dude.
We're into the first round, and I gotta say, if Roxanne can get out of this first round, because Talia is a banger, if Roxanne can get out of this first round, I actually think Roxanne might have a chance, but Talia is going to throw some heat right now and see if Roxanne's up for it. Roxanne's never been really, really accomplished as a stand-up striker. You can see she just looks a little bit odd. She's catching a couple shots, so right, left there that Talia hits her with. Talia is in the orthodox stance, so is Roxanne.
Roxanne keeps her chin nicely tucked, actually.
She does,
As she goes in, she really tucks her chin. She does a good job keeping that forehead nice and high and keeping and clipping most things on the top of her head, actually, as opposed to like on the chin. Oh, wow. Santos drives in with a quick flurry and then trips Modaferri to the ground. Modaferri ends up in Santos's half guard. Modaferri is...
We've been waiting for this.
Modaferri is not doing a lockdown, but she's doing a lockdown-esque kind of jiu-jitsu move on the half guard. Oh, wow, she's transitioning from the half guard to back control is what she's trying to do right now, is what it looks like.
Let's remember, Roxanne Modaferri is very, very
she's transitioned into full guard. Wow, beautiful transition into full guard sweep from Roxanne. She swept from the half guard into the full guard and did beautiful there. Though she is now pinned with her head up against the cage, and Santos is landing a couple of shots here and there. Santos needs to really posture up, break the guard, and begin dropping bombs. Ooh, nice elbow there for Santos that did clip the jaw of Modaferri.
Modaferri is changing from a sort of a body lock in her guard to transitioning into a more active guard play, but when she's in the body lock, there's no attempt to escape.
Roxanne's
she's looking for an armbar.
She's looking for like an armbar.
It's just a weird
she's looking
position.
for an armbar. Roxanne Modaferri has one of the arms of Santos wrapped up. Santos is doing the correct spider web defense right now, where you lock your arms like this, and she transitioned out of it and gets back into the full guard of Roxanne. She's doing a great job keeping Roxanne's head in the crook of the fence, making it hard for her to gain any sort of position to do any sort of damage right now.
Jiu-jitsu up against the fence is a whole different sport, right? It's all the moves, all the escapes, all the reversals, everything is complicated when you're up against the fence. All the angles are wrong. But it does help you stand up. It helps you sort of get yourself up, and that's just what Roxanne has done. She stood up. She looked like she was going to give her back up for a second. She's trying to spin out, or got a little bit of a half Windsor right now as she's trying to...
Oh, beautiful transition from Roxanne. Spins into her, manages to regain an underhook, and actually spins the position, so she is now the one putting pressure on Santos up against the cage.
Very nice, very nice. It's 50-50 right now. They both have an underhook, and they're exchanging knees to the body. Roxanne's trying to wrap a leg around Santos to get a little bit of a trip or a sweep or something.
Nice knee to the body from Santos.
Roxanne trying for a little bit of a judo throw type sort of movement to try. Oh, wow. That looked like Talia, just sort of almost like a suplex type move, except they were level with each other. She just sort of leaned backwards and falls on top of Roxanne. That was very nice.
Santos ends up in the side control position, and she's dropping some big elbows on Roxanne, trying to do some damage. Roxanne doing her best to slip a leg under and regain either a half guard or a guard position of some sort. Roxanne bridges out and gets to a dogfight position. Santos doesn't manage to make the best of the situation and does get brought back to the feet, where Roxanne is now pressing her up against the cage.
Roxanne has got a little bit of sort of grappling control in the standing position. Roxanne's just very, very awkward in her movements. She's pressing Santos up against the fence, not with any kind of desire to do much damage besides the occasional knee to the body. She's digging a little bit, but it's sort of a half-hearted dig for a takedown. But Santos,
she's got a single now. She's got her hands wrapped for the single leg. She lifted Santos for a second, but Santos did well to regain balance, get both feet back on the ground.
That's a heavy body shot, knee to the body that Santos delivers to Roxanne. Another one, and those got to start hurting. Roxanne doesn't look like she is in the sort of like elite body conditioning. That was a heavy first round, and Roxanne's breathing very heavily.
Roxanne is sucking air. Roxanne is absolutely gagging for air right now.
Remember, Roxanne's 39 years old, and I didn't really consider that because she looks so young. But she's now on the backside of her career, and a heavy first round like that is going to test her cardio. Talia is choosing to stand in between rounds, so this could be just a habit that she has, or she may actually be trying to send a message to...
Or be confident.
Yeah, she's not breathing at all, so it looks like her conditioning is very much in place. I'd like to see a little bit of Roxanne and less fucking DraftKings advertisement. Fucking UFC, let's go. God damn it.
Talking about advertisement, if you guys enjoy the stream, go like and follow on Facebook, subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitter.
We're getting ready to start the second round of this first fight of the prelims. So we're now into the pay-per-view part of the night, guys. And Roxanne, she's bouncing around. She's throwing out almost like some punches to loosen up her arms. Maybe her arms are a little bit gassed in some of that clench work on the ground. And she is a little bit of an odd duck, though, when she gets out there. Her movement is just a little bit off. Let's see if this goes to the ground again. I would say Talia would probably prefer to have it standing. She got heavier blows, but Roxanne's putting a lot of pressure on. She may walk into something here. But Roxanne, you got to give her credit. She's coming for it. She's a tough motherfucker, man. She wants this fucking fight. She's willing to mix it up. Talia is a stronger, younger fighter, but Roxanne's going for it with a single leg, drives her up against the fence. I think for Roxanne to actually get a takedown, she's going to need to incorporate a leg and a trip, or a leg and a throw. She just doesn't seem like she has the physical core strength to turn a single leg into a takedown.
Yeah, I see that.
But she does have, she's tried some trips, she's tried some little throws, so she has that in her game. So I'm not saying she can't take her down. I think she needs to do a little bit of chain, a chain takedown move, which might be a single leg with something else. But Roxanne is happy right now to just put some pressure up against the fence. I mean,
catch a bit of breathing time.
Yeah, and it isn't too bad. She's not catching any damage. As far as the judges are concerned, she's at least 50-50 right now, so she's not losing in these exchanges up against the fence, and she might even be winning because she's pushing Talia up against the fence. So the judges may be seeing that she's imposing her pressure against Talia. Very, very minor advantage. As the round gets down to about 3 minutes and 34 seconds left, Roxanne's trying to deliver some body shots, maybe a couple little sneaky shots while they're in the clinch to the head and to the body. Nothing of power, nothing of consequence. Talia is sort of spread, she's sort of sprawling while she's standing in that little side position that's really effective. Roxanne's trying her best to use technique to take down Talia. Technique versus strength, and right now strength is winning.
Also, shout out to Mohammed saying hi, Kyle saying Modaferri's an OG, always been consistent but not super great. Yep, but she always brings it, indeed. Black Wrath, thank you for
big
commenting.
shot.
Thanks for
big shot by Talia.
Yeah, Talia just dropped a big bomb on Modaferri. I think she might have split her forehead.
Yeah,
maybe, I'm not sure.
Right in the hairline. Modaferri has a little. Oh wow! Slams Modaferri.
Brought to the ground. Modaferri back in the guard of Talia. Silva, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia.
That was a very, very dominant position. So a strike by Talia. That I don't know if it wobbled Roxanne, but it definitely stunned her just a little bit. And then Talia grabs a body lock and literally, like, kind of ragdolls her, bulldogs her to the ground. Roxanne looks like she is struggling right now. She's in a, when you're in the guard and you're in a body lock, that's a very, very defensive position. You're not trying to escape. She may be trying to position herself to set something up, but Talia's done a great job both times she's got her to the ground by sort of wrenching Roxanne's neck up against the fence, which limits a lot of Roxanne's options in escaping. So Roxanne wants to get this out into the middle where she has the full range of her jiu-jitsu game. There's a percentage of her jiu-jitsu game that she cannot use right now just because she's fucking, wedged against the fence, and Talia's strong. She's just power, look, Roxanne's moving from fucking lockdown position to trying a little butterfly to body locks, trying to sneak an arm bar here and there, but it's just not
big
working.
Elbow from Talia. Just continuing to put. Oh, and she's.
This would be something if Talia now has the back of Roxanne. I can't see Roxanne being submitted. That would be a really, really impressive win by Talia. Roxanne gets it back to the feet. Talia still has back control as they're both standing on the feet. Talia is pressing Roxanne up against the fence. Roxanne is sprawled quite nicely up against the fence, so kind of managing herself so she doesn't get, or she's trying to minimize getting taken down. Blood streaming down her forehead. There she goes. She gets
another takedown,
and it's a solid
Santos.
takedown. It is. It's a
That's
fucking
the third takedown for Santos. Eduardo, thank you for liking and following on Facebook. Kyle, we'll talk about John Jones in a minute because I have a point I want to make about that. Remind me, John Jones. And not somewhere I'd want to be underneath Santos. That's what her husband says as well. Don't do. Terrifying. Those elbows, she's so dominant and strong right now. Roxanne is a badass on the ground, and she is being controlled and dominated. She cannot do a single thing to counter this right now.
Yeah, it's almost like she's fighting someone in a different weight class. Roxanne is really accomplished, very technical on the ground, and she can sneak. She has sneaky little escapes and sneaky little advantage positions, and she's not getting any of it. She's trying her ass off, and you got to give her credit. But at some point, she's fighting a younger, stronger fighter on the ground, and that becomes a really tough situation. End of round 2, and Roxanne's in trouble. She's tired, she's spent, she's cut up, and she doesn't have a finishing move on her feet, and she's getting dominated on the ground. So you're in the corner. What are you saying to her?
I think her nose is broken, actually. Yeah, her nose is broken. She's got a broken nose for sure. Look at that fucking nose. It's definitely broken.
Well, it's definitely been smacked.
Yeah.
And, so she's busted up quite a bit. But Roxanne Modaferri, let's just take a moment, guys. She's 39 years old. She's fought 44 times. She's fought all over the world, and she's fought in the UFC for a good part of her career.
She just said she can't hear any of her corner right now.
Because of the fans?
No, she said I can't hear any of you. like her ear, like she's been rung or something's up. She said, "I can't hear any of you right now."
Oh wow, so she's got
something's wrong with Roxanne Modafferi. She just said to her corner, "I can't hear you right now."
And they're literally like,
inches away from her.
Yeah, so there's something.
What do we think of DC as a commentator? Well, dude, the reason we started this podcast, this live stream, is because we believe that the UFC commentators weren't bringing a fair position, and we wanted to give it a go at it. So yeah, dude, we think DC is an average commentator. I definitely think he's one of the better UFC ones, but I'm not a massive fan of him. I definitely think I'm a bigger fan of Michael Bisping, Paul Felder. I also like Dominic Cruz. But yeah, dude, the UFC's commentators are okay. They're censored, which is as good as it can be. Future Anime, what's up, dude? Pleasure to have you back. Roxanne Modafferi taking an awful 1-2 there, right to the dome.
Roxanne's still in it. She's probably, if she can't hear right now, then she's probably that one right that really landed, split her forehead open right at the hairline, may have buzzed her in a way that is affecting her hearing at the very least. But look at her, man. She's just, she gets clipped again with a straight left. Modafferi's a fucking warrior, though. She's in there mixing it up. She goes in there, almost bull rushes, almost with her head first. She's not going away anywhere. She's trying to mix it up. She just doesn't have the weapons right now. And Talia's sitting back now and pot-shotting a little bit. Talia's taking less chances, less risks, and she's pot-shotting. She knows that she's up 2 rounds. She could probably cruise to this win. Oh, wow.
Oh, she's going to try and finish Roxanne.
Oh, wow.
Oh, she just dropped Roxanne.
Modafferi's in big trouble. Modafferi's in big trouble. She's getting beaten up badly.
She dropped Modafferi and instantly goes to ground and pound and starts dropping elbows. Modafferi is surviving, but it is not looking good. Future Anime saying he's hungry. He wants to see some blood today. We'll be glad to know Modafferi is busted up right now. Future Anime. And Zimmerman saying, honestly glad Joe Rogan is not as active as a commentator as he used to be.
Yeah, I have a little bit to say about it all, but let's just finish this fight. There's 3 minutes left in this fight. Roxanne has very few options. There's very few paths to victory. Right now, her only path to victory is to sneak a sub. And they're both pretty sweaty at this point. So she's going to try to get a hunt an arm. But other than an arm, I don't know how else. She's not strong enough to get a Kimura in this position. So she's in a really bad position where she's continuing to take damage. And she's again right up against the fence. I'll tell you what, Talia Santos has done an amazing job pinning Roxanne up against the fence on the ground and really almost like accentuating her advantage on the ground. It's been very impressive. Look, Roxanne Modafferi is no fucking joke on the ground, and she's being fucking ragdolled right now.
Literally.
This is very impressive.
Chadwick saying the GOAT James Iron Chin Vick should be fighting the main card tonight, the main event. I don't know who that is.
Dude, James Vick should actually... I think Vic would be a good candidate to fight the winner of Lawler versus Diaz. He's old school as well. He's been in some of those old school wars. If Diaz wins, fucking put him up. Oh, wow. Here we go. Fucking Talia's hunting a sub against Modafferi. 2 minutes to go. Is she going to fucking actually tap out Modafferi? It's almost like a neck crank right now. It's a neck crank, and Modafferi squeezes out.
Modafferi turns into it, actually, and manages to escape. With 1 minute left to go.
I'll tell you what, Modafferi's earning her keep right now. And here we go. They stand up again where Talia Santos has a real advantage standing up. She keeps buzzing her with big fucking lefts and rights. Modafferi is game as hell. Modafferi is trying to figure something out. Like there's fucking nothing Modafferi can do here, guys. There's really nothing she can do. She just does not have the arm power, the leverage to land something significant to buzz Talia Santos. So with 1 minute and 10 seconds left, the only thing we're looking at is, can Santos really close the show? Can she close the show? Because she's sailing to a very convincing unanimous decision. Could be even some 10-8 rounds in the scoring here. Modafferi's taking shots, but she's almost like she's shadow boxing. She tries to hit there, but she's really not very accurate with her punches, and her head is so low it's almost like she's having trouble seeing. Oh wow. Big shot by Santos. Modafferi does what she should have done there.
Shoots for a double leg.
But that was almost a survival shot there, wasn't it? She was just getting touched up so much that she just needed to clinch, buy some time. I wouldn't be surprised if Modaferri just runs out the clock here against the fence. Oh wow, Talia spins her. That was beautiful.
Wow, Modaferri went for a takedown and Talia managed to reverse it, throw a trip in, and ended up on top in Roxanne's half guard right now.
I'll tell you what, this is the type of fight where you start really questioning whether you want to do this anymore, because Roxanne has been beaten up pretty badly in this fight. It's this is a modern women's fight where the women's fighting game right now has evolved where they have real weapons, and back in the day, it was less of that, and Roxanne Modafferi makes it to the end, but this is going to go to a decision.
To answer 2 questions, first one was about John Jones. Dude, here's what I'll say. You can call John Jones the greatest fighter of all time. I don't give a fuck. But I will tell you one thing. He is not the GOAT for one simple reason. The GOAT is the GOAT both inside and outside of the ring. If you are going to jail and being a cunt, excuse my language, then you do not deserve to be classified as the GOAT. This is why people like George St. Pierre and other people like that are in GOAT contention. John Jones has removed himself from GOAT contention because he does not carry himself like the greatest of all time, both in and out of the ring, and you need to be able to do both to be the greatest of all time. To answer the question of whether Stipe what's the future for Stipe, Harry, I actually disagree with you. I think fucking Stipe deserved a rematch against Ngannou. The fact that frickin' DC gets 2 rematches and you're going to tell me that Stipe doesn't deserve a rematch? I would love to see Stipe go back at Ngannou at a much higher weight. I would love to see him bulk up and see him go back at it because his grappling is freaking amazing. But like I said, I'm not sure though that the UFC will allow Stipe back into that kind of position at this point. It doesn't feel like they're going to try to let him in. So that's my opinion on that. John Jones is a piece of shit, and Stipe deserves another shot at Ngannou.
I will say this as well. John Jones for me is a little bit more of a tough one because I just love him so much as a fighter. But the fact that he has supplemented his fighting with pads, that's been very well documented. The stuff outside of the ring is a problem as well. But as far as a fighter, man, he has given some of the most dominant and most impressive and fucking most, those moments where you're just like, that motherfucker is unbeatable moments, right? But he keeps sabotaging himself. He keeps shooting himself in the leg. So you have GSP, you have Khabib, you have people that understand that not just in the ring, but outside of the ring, there is a code of conduct. Neither one of those guys have popped for pads. Whether they've done them or not, who knows? But both of them have a career of clean piss vials. John Jones doesn't. John Jones is undefeated. We give him that. And I really look forward to seeing him fight Francis Ngannou or someone else in the heavyweight division.
Stipe?
No, John Jones. I'm happy to see him fight again.
Oh yeah, me too. But also fuck him. Furthermore, don't fuck Stipe. What a nice guy. That is a GOAT. Stipe is a GOAT. Y'all need to get fucking like all these glory hunting kids that are like freaking McGregor, John Jones. It's like, dude, you can't be an asshole and be the best. I'm sorry. You can be the best like on the course or whatever or in the ring, but to be the truest, greatest of all time, you have to be able to conduct yourself in all places. Now, don't get me wrong, if, for example, again, I go, you can be the greatest in the ring, and I'll give Jones that when he gets in the ring, he's undefeated currently, and he's a badass. But how much of that was ped work? He almost got doinked out by Reyes, who we've watched got blasted in his last 2 fights. He got absolutely blasted by Yair, no, not Yair.
By Yuri and...
Yuri Prohaska and Jan Blachowicz. Both of them absolutely destroyed Reyes, and Jones barely competed in that fight. The only reason he won that is because he brought it on in the last 2, and the judges typically value the last 2 rounds more than they value the other 3. So, dude, I don't think... I say Jones is the best, but also we need to see Jones in the ring with no peds.
Yeah.
against the
Well,
new
you know-
up-and-coming talent. And that's the thing, dude. It's always going to be that. If you're an old fighter, your style will be different. New kids are so mixed in martial arts. It's not like they started in BJJ and then they find like striking and Muay Thai and stuff. Kids are now going, I want to be an MMA fighter. And they begin training all of it from the age of like fucking 4, which is why so many people are absolutely beasts.
I mean, the other thing is, like, you picture John Jones against Francis Ngannou or John Jones against Cyril Gane. I think he has problems against both of them. No matter how much weight John Jones is putting on, he's putting on a ton of weight. I think he said he's about 260-ish pounds, 255, 260 pounds right now. Which, you know, how do you do that in a year without fucking blowing up?
Also, this is hilarious. Adrian said, "Fucking idiots can't be a non-athlete dweeb and claim dude." I was an athlete. You have to understand. I competed for. I was the national champion of Spain in karate, Kushirio Kempo karate. Growing up, I also played for England in basketball. I was an athlete. I can tell you for a fact that I know what a goat looks like and what a goat doesn't look like. Tom coached Division 1 basketball and actually top league basketball in the UK, BBL as well. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but we know what an athlete looks like and what a champ and a goat looks like. I wonder if people surfing the internet would know, Adrian. Weird one, but thank you guys, Kyle and everyone else coming in to slide in on all of that. And
I mean, Adrian,
GSP, yeah, I'm right there with you, Kyle.
Adrian, I know this is the age of just fucking, if you disagree with someone, you just you call them names. Well, how about this? Why don't you come up with a counter argument, motherfucker? Come up with a counter argument on why he is the GOAT, and tell us that, and then we can talk. But just having some stupid ass fucking slag does nothing. So get yourself on your typewriter, look up John Jones, come up with a fucking story, and present it to us, and then we'll have a discussion, motherfucker. Otherwise, enjoy the fights with us, because we'll fucking enjoy them with you. Chris Daukaus, the number 10.
And if you don't enjoy our fights, it's okay. You can go somewhere else. We're totally okay with that. But if you want to stay, we're happy to have you, Adrian.
Here we go. So we've got Shamil Abdurakhmanov. He is the number 7 rated heavyweight. He's fucking number 7, dude. So he is a fucking right in the mix. Yeah, he's just above Tom Aspinall. This is the guy that I think that Tom Aspinall wants to fight. And he's fighting Chris Daukaus, who's number 10. So this is actually a very, very serious and important heavyweight fight. This is to get you sort of in the conversation of, if I win this one and I win the next one, which might be against a fucking Jorginho or fucking Curtis Blaydes, someone that's just around the top 5. Now I start becoming in the conversation of, do we give this guy like, in 2 fights, in 3 fights, a shot if they can put 2 or 3 fights together? So it is an important fight. When you're in number 7, you're number 10, you're in the conversation, not instantly, but you could be in the conversation in a year, in 2 years, and a couple wins, and who knows? So Daukaus, let me just tell you a little bit about Daukaus. He's a big boy, he moves well, and he's fast. His hands are fast, and he has some decent BJJ. So for a heavyweight, he is a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so don't forget that about Daukaus. He is fast and he likes to strike, but you get him to the ground and he has a formidable BJJ game as well. Abdurakhmanov has losses to Blaydes. He has losses to Derek Lewis, but he did beat Andrei Arlovsky, and Arlovsky's legit. So Abdurakhmanov is legit. He is a 5-time Russian Wushu champion, which is, I guess in the realm of Sambo, like, that sort of grappling striking. So let's see what happens here. Abdurakhmanov is 20-5. Daukaus is 11-3. So they're both in the octagon. They're both big boys. We'll have to get the weight of them, but we have a 265 weight limit in the heavyweight division. Both of them are probably right there at the 265 weight limit. We'll just get the tail of the tape here in a moment. But what other comments do we have?
So let's go through this. Kyle Ward, Khabib 2, GSP 1, Khabib 2. I agree with you, Kyle. Kyle, you fucking reading my mind, dude. I think you're fucking reading my mind, bro.
You know what? You know why I like that as well?
I fully agree with that because they're both gents in and out of the cage, and they're both badasses in the cage.
And I think Khabib, you know, he needed a couple more fights to be the legit like all-time GOAT.
Yeah.
Just to completely clean out the lightweight division. You know, to take out Chandler, to you know, anyone else that would come back again. Maybe to take out Oliveira. You know, to just completely be like, look, there is no one left. I'll have to go through them again. At that point, you are in the conversation, kind of like GSP did. Then GSP walks away. He loses to Serra. He comes back, walks away, gets the middleweight championship against Bisping, and then walks away again. And you know, we still have to wonder that GSP fight against Khabib was in the works, and it never actually happened. Kyle, you got money on this, brother?
He says it's the most. Kyle believes that this is one of the most underrated fights of the night.
Let's go. So this is gonna be a bang bang fight. Let's go. 20-5. So yeah, here we got some weights. So Shamil is 6'3", 258.
Dude, he looks like a big Shamil to eat. He looks like a big Shamil to get down.
He's had some big Shamils leading up to this fucking fight. Oh, we got fucking Mark Smith.
Oh, Mark Smith.
Wow, Kyle, see, this is what I love. I love to have this conversation. So Kyle says, I disagree. I think Khabib by far had the toughest people and ran through the toughest division. I think he left early on legacy, but overall Khabib is a beast. It's a fair point.
I'm right, Kyle. I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
And Usman is pretty fucking amazing as well, future animator. Right there with you.
All right, here we go. We got Dauskas versus Abdurakhimov. And this is round one. Dauskas is in a like sort of blue biker short style Venom attire, and Abdurakhimov has the more beach sort of swim trunks style. What do you call those? Those fucking board short style Venom shorts. Both of them are orthodox fighters. Abdurakhimov goes with a kind of a sneaky right, tries to get it inside the guard of Dauskas. Dauskas just sort of, you know, almost like sort of reaching out a little bit, just trying to range find a little bit. Dauskas doing a little bit of like hand feinting, trying to see if there's anything that Shamil will bite. Shamil is a little bit telegraphy with his right. He's really kind of dips his shoulder and throws his shoulder into it when he throws his right. I'm not sure if Dauskas is reading that, but certainly that's what it looks like from this vantage point. Dauskas in that little counter left that hits Shamil on the top of the head. Shamil with an inside leg kick to Dauskas. Oh, wow.
Oh, spinning back kick that missed, and Dauskas clipped him with a right as he spun. Clipped him like on the back of the head.
Here we go. They're both starting to sort of loosen up a bit, let's say. And it looks like they both want to land significant blows in the standing position. No one has shown any interest in taking this to the ground, which is interesting because they're both excellent ground game players.
Do you know what? It's rare at this point we see heavyweight fights go further than like the second round. Someone usually gets knocked out in the first couple. It's so wild these days that you see fights go like longer. I don't imagine this one's going to be much different because these guys are absolutely bombing out right now.
Well, I guess it's a race against time, isn't it? It's like conditioning versus power. Like,
big right for fucking Dorcas.
For Abdurakhimov.
Also, shout out to Amjal, Sergio, and Clavato, all for liking and following on Facebook, and Clavato. Jane, thank you for following us on Twitch as well. Really, really appreciate it. Welcome to La Familia, guys. Pleasure to have you tonight.
Abdurakhimov hits Dauskas with a very sneaky, I don't know if it is an elbow or like a little 45 hook that Dauskas actually like reached up to his brow to see if he was cut. So definitely he got his attention big time. Dauskas almost like, you know, kind of cocks to throw something, but uses that as a feint. At this point, it feels like Dauskas is a little less comfortable in the standing position, which I'm surprised with. I thought Dauskas would be a little quicker off the draw and quicker with his exchanges, but Abdurakhimov is sort of just a little bit busier right now, and that's at this point at 2 minutes left in the first round he's probably ahead slightly on points. He just touches him with a little outside lead. It's not even a jab. It's like a lazy hook that touches him on the side of the face. No power to it, but it's points. Dauskas is very clean inside, though. Once they get into an exchange, Dauskas is punching inside, and Abdurakhimov is sort of, oh, wow, did you see that?
Beautiful outside leg kick for Daukas. Dropped, oh my God, I can't even begin to pronounce that last name. Shamil. Fucking absolutely dropped him with an outside calf kick there. As Shamil was lifting his front leg, he clipped the back leg and just put him down.
It almost looked like
that body head by Shamil. He swung for all hell just then.
Yeah. Wow.
Boom, boom.
Wow,
boom.
Shamil's just landing. It's very surprising that Shamil is this successful on the feet, because in my estimation, I thought Dauskas would be just a little bit faster and a little bit cleaner. And in a couple of the exchanges, Dauskas, his exchanges are straighter, but it's just not as often as Abdurakhimov. Nice little release as they're separating. Dauskas hits him with a separating right that catches Abdurakhimov.
Do you know what's been? Daukas hasn't really landed clean yet. He's been landing, but nothing flush. I reckon when he lands flush, there'll be a problem. But right now, lots of glancing blows. Oh, there we go! I called it!
There it was.
He swings, big left hook, clips Shamil and drops him flat on his back. He has full mount and is dropping big blows onto Shamil. Shamil is trying to fight off his back, but is getting absolutely brutalized from full mount ground and pound. Shamil does a good job placing his head to the chest. But you can see Daukas posting off the face and beginning to drop heavy elbows onto Shamil. He has 5 seconds to survive. If Shamil survives this will be ridiculous. Holy shit.
That was just a wind
Can
up.
I just say, I
called that shit
so hard.
You did call that shit. That was just like a fucking...
Oh, he's staggering back to his corner.
Was he?
Yeah, Shamil's staggering back to his corner, guys.
If you guys are watching this, watch this fucking replay. That fucking left is a big wide.
I told you, he just needed to connect.
Yeah, and it's funny because he almost like he did that as a technique, because he's more straightforward, he's more linear with his striking, and he decided to go wide, and that wide punch sort of went around Abdurakhimov's guard and hit him cleanly and just dropped him. He fell like a sack of potatoes backwards.
Boom.
Yeah, it was a big tree, you fall hard.
Literally, that was, guys, that's how it goes. I think they've got to be asking, wow, his nose is broken for shout. You know what, guys? That was impressive for Shamil to take that and continue bowling forward. That was a pretty wild show out from him to still be on his feet and still fighting after that. They are about to show the replay just before this gets started. Perfectly timed so I can reload up our clock timer. Zalan!
Look, he does it. It's an outside. Look, he lands with the outside of his fist.
Look at all the spit come out of his mouth. God, that's some classic movie shit right there.
That was a very, very unique way to throw the punch. He throws it not as a pure left with his fist running forward, but as almost like the outside of his fist. We'll see that again on the replay. Very, very unique. Oh, wow. This is the second time that Shamil tries to throw a spinning backhand, and neither time was very successful, but it might be an indication that he's feeling a little bit of frustration on trying to actually land a clean shot, striking, just traditional striking. He's still wobbly.
Remember, guys, Shamil can still land and put Daukas down. These are heavyweights, so it goes right till the end here, but we really got to see. It's who makes the first mistake is really what's about to happen, guys. That's what we're watching right now in this second round here. But both guys still swinging. Shamil seemed to regain composure in his corner over that minute, and definitely seems like that left from Daukas again. Oh wow, beautiful 4-punch combination from Daukas landing.
Yeah, Daukas tried to run that same left hand, which is almost like a reverse. Oh, he hits him with the right and knocks him out. He knocks him out with the right. Mark Smith is in there. They didn't stop it. He looked like he was going to stop it.
Oh, and he blasted him again.
This is just additional damage that
he's out.
He should be finished here.
He's out. He didn't need to cut him. Wow. Mark Smith should have stopped that earlier.
Maybe at the drop, because he definitely fell heavily. And Daukas gets a big victory. That was a nice display of hands. And we thought his hands would be faster. It's interesting the way he used his hands there. Hits him and drops him in the first round with this sort of very unique technique where he throws his left, not as a wide left with fist first, with knuckles first, but he throws it backhanded almost. You'll see it in the replay. But we're going to see the right here in a minute. So straight right, straight down the middle, very, very crisp, and it just again blew some spit out of Abdurakhmov's face, and that was it. That should have been stopped right there. Look at this. Boom. I mean, just right on the button. Right on the button. And Daukaus has really nice hands. He can fucking find the mark. He found it twice right on the button. And I'm telling you, man, Abdurakhimov fell hard twice in a row.
Abdurakhmov's spit is in the 5th row right now.
Yeah, and he did cut him with that last elbow, and it really wasn't necessary, was it?
Nah.
He could have saved him some stitches there.
Yeah, Mark Smith easily could have saved some stitches there. For sure. That last blow was not necessary. That was not very necessary at all. Guys, we have about 50 of you watching right now. I would love to know in the chat where you are watching from and who you are here to support tonight. Let's get loud in the chat, guys. The whole point of this is that we hang out with you, you hang out with us. Let me know where you guys are watching from tonight. That is the end of that fight. Daukaus winning by brutal TKO at the end of that one. Are you guys in the UK? Yes. Harry, we're in Bristol, mate. We're down in Bristol. In Bristol.
Where are you at, Harry? Oh, you're in Hampshire. Damn, dude. All right.
Nice, bro.
That's very cool. I want to see this first knockdown again. I don't know if you saw his hand placement on that first knockdown. Did you see that? It's fucking really, really weird. I've never seen an outside hook where the hand is coming across and he actually hits him with the back of his hand. Very, very strange, but very effective. He dropped him with that in the first round, and then he comes back with a straight right, just a fucking right up the middle pipeline right that blasts another fucking mouthful of saliva out of Abdurakhimov's face into the front row. Someone in the front row is literally taking a towel and just wiping off a bunch of heavy saliva.
Milad is watching from France, and he's here to support Nasserat. Lovely to have you, Milad. You're Milad. Ferden says hello. Hello. Nasserat is from my hometown, says Future Anime. Awesome.
Where is that? Future Anime, where is that? Because people have been saying that, so Nasserat, I think, we looked it up, it has some sort of residency in either Finland or Switzerland as well, but he is actually from, where is he actually from? Absolutely. By the way, he's the next fight. So those of you that have been waiting for Nasserat.
Nasserat is next.
He's the next fight.
Nasserat is next.
Yeah, he's the, so he is
Afghanistan for Freydun.
He bases right now in Hamburg, Germany. So you see that?
Boom. Boom.
Yeah, that was fucking really weird. And
big. That extra, you get that extra inch on it as opposed to there.
I guess.
And also you can turn it flush.
I think you'd fucking break your wrist.
I've actually seen a lot of people feel like love from Canada, says Zarif. Yo, Zarif, lovely to have you. Thanks for joining us from Canada. Where are you in Canada right now? Yes, we are waiting. Well, dude, your time has come, Khalil. It is time for Nasserat to drop some bombs. Guys, he is fighting a formidable opponent in Dan, the Hangman Hooker, though. The New Zealander with hands of steel, a heart of a lion, and the balls of a phoenix. I don't.
Dragon?
Do phoenixes have balls? I don't
balls
know.
of a fucking.
I don't know.
Hedgehog.
Samal, thank you so much. Shmuel, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. FYI, fuck Michael Chandler. I can't wait to see Gaethje knock him out. Kyle, I love that. That's beautiful.
Kyle,
what a beautiful sentiment that was, Kyle. Well said. Well said. Hamburg, Germany for Future Anime. What's up? Zahil's watching from Toronto. Zahid is watching from Switzerland. What's up, Zahid? Pleasure to have you, my dude. Balls of a phoenix equals fire, says Kyle. I'm right. Fire crotch. Love from Sweden, says Kair. Let's go, guys. Thanks for all of you being here. We appreciate it. There's 70 of you across all of our platforms right now. Guys, just so you know, we're a father and son team. We actually do podcasts where we've interviewed people like Bruce Buffer, Arnold Allen, the 6th ranked featherweight. We've also had Spider-Man stunt double, Olympians, the world champion wingsuiter, a massive array of people. But we also do D&D content. So if you like MMA, if you like good podcasts, or you happen to like TTRPGs or D&D, we're the fucking guys for you.
Yep.
So head on over, subscribe to the YouTube, and then go over to Twitter, follow us on there, because then you can find out all the things that are coming out as they come out. It's where we're most active. Head on over to Twitter, follow us there, and you can interact with us on a regular basis. I get back to people straight away over there. So if you have any questions about upcoming fights, want to hear our opinions, want to talk to us about D&D content that we're releasing, or want to suggest a guest or anything like that, please, we would love to interact with you on Twitter. So head on over and do that. Kyle Ward saying, Chase Hooper, I bet he would do a show with you. I'll message.
He will message back on Twitter.
Do you know what? I would actually be keen to have Chase.
We haven't reached out to Chase.
We should reach out to Chase. Yeah,
yeah, he would be fun. He would be fun.
We've had some good UFC fighters on currently. We recently had, our most recent was Mason Jones, coming off a brutal loss, but absolutely a phenom in the lightweight division.
Well, it was brutal because it was unfair. He was winning the fight, and he landed. Was it an eye poke or?
It was a. Yeah, I think it was an eye poke.
An eye poke that his competitor couldn't win or couldn't continue. However, they're going to run it back, I think, sometime in October. So, one to keep a lookout. Mason the Dragon Jones is a badass. So we've had him on the show. Just a real quick one. As you all probably have heard, if you've been keeping up with anything, this fight has been on again, off again, on again, off again all week long.
Samuel Harris, shout out from Wales. Yo, we were just in Wales. We just climbed Snowdon. What's up, Samuel? And shout out to Mason Jones and Corey McKenna, the Welsh Demons.
Yeah, and we're looking to get Jack Shore on the show as well. He's a fucking badass as well. So, yeah, thanks for tuning in, Samuel. But this next fight has been literally a drama where visas have come into play. I also think that Nasrat has had some family tragedies. I think his mother just died. Both guys have been, sort of touch and go on whether they get their visas.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. Apparently Nasrat wasn't allowed to bring his Afghanistan flag into the arena or something.
Really?
That's interesting.
That's a bummer. I mean, it's sport.
Yeah, who cares what's going on in the country? You need to be able to represent where you're from, regardless of whether you feel proud of not being there. If you want to represent it, that's fine. Hooker needs this win. I can't believe he fell to the prelims. I know, Kyle. Who would have thought Dan Hooker would be in the prelims after that Paul Felder fight? Fucking wild. Viva Afghanistan, says Farak. Pleasure to have you, my dude. Milad saying Hooker have no chance against Nasrat. Ooh, talking talk over here from Milad. Shout out from Bangladesh. Bangladesh says Shishir. Pleasure to have you, Shishir. That's a fucking sick name. I really like that. That's awesome. Guys, let us know who you have enjoyed most on the card so far out of the fights that we've watched. Who have you enjoyed the most? And also tell us which tattoo you have liked the most out of all the fights that we've seen as well in the chat, guys. Because you know us here at Homie and the Dude, we love tattoos. And we love fighters with tattoos. Because, God, it's even cooler to watch someone punch someone if they got some ink in their skin as well.
That's true. Just thinking about that, the Diaz brothers, neither one of them have ink. Or do they have like 209 somewhere, like on their bodies? I don't know. But they don't. I don't think they have ink.
So, no.
And they're like, you would think that they would have like some serious ink on their bodies, but they probably are, it's just not their thing. But let me just follow up. Hooker is interesting. The Hangman was on quite a run. He lost to Chandler, but he had a war with Poirier. He loses to Barbosa. He beats Felder. He beats Iaquinta. He beats Michael Vick. He poleaxed Michael Vick. So Hooker is, kind of in this transition phase right now. He's number 8 in the lightweight division. Nasrat is unrated, so Nasrat is coming up, and there's a lot of, fucking steam behind Nasrat just in this chat. we've had many people in this chat that have just come here just for Nasrat, haven't they? So he's got some
Big
fans,
following.
big following behind him. So
also, shout out to let's see who's going on here. Let's go Team Hooker from Auckland. We've got Sasio. Is saying, let's go Team Hooker. He's from Auckland. What's up, dude? Thank you for joining us. Great to have some Team Hookers in the chat as well. Harry saying that he's got a golf wang tattoo. Odd Future Wolfgang, kill them all. What, brother? Get some of that. Tyler, the fucking creator. Where are you boys from? We are from America, but we live in Bristol, England. Who do you got, guys? Who do we got for this fight? That's a great question. When does it start? In a minute. So who do we have for this fight? Great question. I haven't seen much of Nasrat myself, or I probably have because I watch freaking every UFC card, and I've probably seen him and not realized that it's him because half the time it's like freaking stupid o'clock in the morning here in the UK, and when we're not doing live streams, like I often fall asleep during the card and stuff. So my answer is I mean Dan, like, look, I like Dan Hooker, and I thought he was going to be higher in the division and doing better than he was, so I would like to see him be successful. But I'm also happy with Nasrat whooping his ass. If a new guy's got to come up and take the place of Dan Hooker, then dude, so be it. That's what life is, and that's what the fight game is. There will always be someone newer, fresher, and better than you moving their way up. So if Nasrat is that guy tonight, then fucking so be it. I'm not here to be mad at that. I'll tell you that. He tell me when it does start. Yeah, well, don't worry. We'll tell you when it starts. Not too far. Then I'm in Chepstow. Just over the bridge. Small world. Yeah, Sam, you know, it really is, dude. You know, we're so glad to have you here, dude. A pleasure to have someone so close to us. If we ever see you in person, dude, we'll have to go for a pint. Hooker, weight cut on the plane on Thursday and did the camp in his garage on level 4 lockdown and weighed in on Friday. I know people who make excuses about not weighing in is fucking embarrassing. It is embarrassing. When you watch Dan Hooker do that, it's embarrassing when people make excuses. I agree with you, Saicio. Nasrat will win even if he is the underdogs. Much discipline, says Farak. I worked so hard and I won't sleep for missing this, so please tell me the exact time. The exact time, the time is starting in the Rocky Rock. The fight with Nasrat is starting in just a moment, dude. We've got some people walking into the arena, but the next fight is Dan Hooker versus Nasrat, so don't you worry, mate. That's coming up in a second. Hooker lost a banger to Poirier and got caught by Chandler. He's still top 10, defo a top 5, lightweight, fucking packed. I agree, dude. Lightweight division is packed, Kyle. You're not wrong at all. Shashir, Bangladesh, we don't have to buy pay-per-view. We watch it free on TV.
Wow.
Amazing. That's fucking sick, dude. I hope you are enjoying it free on TV. We should all be so lucky. 100% says Samuel. I'm sure that's to us having a beer together, dude. We'd love to if you're ever in the Brizzle Sitch. Nasrat will win, inshallah. God willing, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. We'll have to see. Look, here's the thing, guys. And Mason Jones, on our most recent podcast with Mason the Dragon Jones, guys, which you can find on our YouTube channel if you subscribe to it. I'm joking. You can get it if you don't subscribe. But if you subscribe, it just helps us know that you enjoy what we're doing. But in that podcast, Mason Jones talks about MMA being a game of chess, where you are just two gentlemen waiting for the other one to make a mistake. And the first person who makes the mistake is likely to be the one to lose the fight. And it is a beautiful way to put it, guys. We are looking at some of the most high-class, high-talented fighters on this planet in Dan Hooker and Nasrat. So to say one is more likely to beat the other is unfair. I would say at this point, it is a game of chess to see whoever makes the first mistake.
Both of them are very, very accomplished strikers. Hooker comes off of some, let's call it some bad losses. He had a great win. Hooker gets into a fucking war every time he steps into the cage. I mean, I remember that picture of Hooker and Poirier in the hospital, and Hooker's face literally looks like, like a bag of organs. You know, it's just like fucking, yeah. So I'm really, really looking forward to this. It's gonna be a banging fight.
Shout out to Farak, who's in Montreal, Canada. Canada. Rocky Rock saying, what do you think about Afghan fighters in the UFC? I think cool, dude. I don't give a fuck. Like, anyone can fight in the UFC. I have zero qualms with any race, religion, anything like that. Unless you want to beat on a woman or throw stones at people, then I have issues. But if you want to come and fight and represent your country, I don't give a fuck, dude. You can do what you want. We are all fighters. Some of the best fighters in the world come from, like, China, one of the craziest countries. You know, Zhang Weili came from China, and China is fucking crazy. I've been there, guys, and it's wild. And she's a badass, so I don't give a fuck, dude. You can be from wherever. As long as you are a badass and you deserve to be in the UFC, no problem here. Kyle saying he feels like a cheap Chael Sonnen, his predictions being like curses for people.
Oh, shit, dude. Dude, the problem is, dude, you're putting money behind him as well. You gotta predict and then put money on the opposite guy, and that might work out better. But we've got Nasrat. For those of us that are here to watch Nasrat, he is now at cage side. He's getting a big hug from his trainer or a family member. He looks a little bit like Kelvin Gastelum. I guess maybe because of his, you know, his haircut and his hair, his facial hair as well, and his body, to be fair, is a little bit like Kelvin Gastelum's. He's not, you know, he's like athletically cut like you see some fighters, but he, of course, is pretty well accomplished. He's got back-to-back wins. He has the highest striking defense against among active UFC fighters, which is pretty amazing. So his striking defense, it means people can't land punches on him very clearly.
We've got Whaley Team Star. Where is Mr. John Jones? Mr. John Jones is just getting out of jail. He's taking off his overalls right now. I know these dudes owe me money, says Kyle. If Nasrat if Nasrat lands a left hook, the game is over, says Farouk. Amazing. And that there's 30,000 people in Canada supporting Nasrat.
34 million.
34 million. That's even more. Holy shit.
I didn't realize Canada had such a connection to Nasrat. Dan Hooker's coming in with his New Zealand flag.
He's looking thin, guys. I'm not sure if anyone else agrees with me, but wow, Dan Hooker's looking thin right now.
Let's just look at the importance of this. Hooker is number 8 in the lightweight division. Nasrat is currently unranked, so this is a big fight for him. If this will catapult him easily into the top 10 if he wins this fight. So a lot on the line here for both guys. If Hooker can't get a victory, he is he's now in sort of in that no man's land of, you know, the bottom half of the top 10, where you start becoming, you know, in that conversation with Tony Ferguson, like, what do we do with this guy? Like, he can't fight champions anymore. Maybe they fight each other, Ferguson and Hooker. But Hooker,
oh yeah, maybe, yeah.
Hooker is, you know, in my mind, I need to see that decline in Hooker that I haven't seen yet, and I have seen it in Ferguson. So let's see what Hooker's got after, you know, that was a flash knockout to Chandler.
Kyle with, if Hooker loses, I bet his next fight will be in Bellator. Brutal. He will win, inshallah, says Mustafa. And Ken DeHum saying, thank you for responding to me. Hey, it's all good. It's why we do this stream, to hang out with you guys. Nasrat Love, proud of Afghanistan. Hey, you be proud of your country, dude. That's totally fine. Just don't support the violence and bullshit that's going on there. Support the country, but not the bullshit. All the bars right now packed in Canada because of Nusrat. That's amazing. Hey, man, we're stoked for that, man. Any young up-and-coming fighter who can get some support, get people behind them, get some people screaming their name, we're fucking all about that. Guys, there is nearly 100 of you watching right now across all of our platforms. We have about 90 people-ish or so. Let's see if we can share this out a little bit more, guys. Hit some shares. Get it out to a few more people. Wonton, thank you so much for sharing the stream. Really appreciate it. How come you're in Bristol then? Mad that. I went to school in the UK because I'm super dyslexic, Sam. So Tom and my mum brought me here to go to school and learn at a school that taught dyslexic people a little bit better than the one I was at in Spain, where we lived before. Where I mentioned earlier, I was champion of Spain in karate, and you know,
You were 2 years in a row.
No, many more, 3 more.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the end, until I finally lost. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, Hooker's arms look fucking more cut than usual.
I was gonna say he looks very skinny. Nasrat wins if he gets a top 10 ranking. They must think of him
Putting him. Yeah. If he wins.
But yeah, I agree with you, dude. Fully agree with you, Kyle.
Jordan, the fight is not. We're not going to be showing the fight. We're just going to be talking like we are as we're watching the fight. So if you need to find the fight, go find it, and come back and we will discuss the fight with you like we're talking about it with everyone else. Jason Herzog is the third man in the ring. Here we go, guys. This is one I've been really looking forward to. One I'm a little bit fascinated by, and I have to tell you guys, we've done many of these live streams, and I don't think we've had as much support for one fighter as we've seen tonight for Nasrat. So.
Maybe Conor McGregor nights. Here we go, guys.
Here we go.
Also, quick shout out to Hoss00312 Punch. Thank you for following us on Twitter. Welcome to La Familia, brother. Pleasure to have you.
So Hooker starting out in the orthodox stance. Nasrat is a southpaw.
Same as he did against Chandler, throwing those low leg kicks. He needs to keep his hands up.
Yeah, his lead hand is always low, and if Nasrat lands with that left hook that we were talking about, that could find a home. But Nasrat is moving quite a bit. Hooker is finding distance with his kicks, so he's looking for nice check of the low leg kick by Nasrat there. That might deter Hooker from throwing any more kicks. We'll see on that inside low leg kick. Hooker is managing distance right now more, and Nasrat looks like he is sort of concerned about Hooker's hands. I'm not sure if he's just warming himself up, but he is staying out of distance and moving away from Hooker. Hooker keeps walking him down in the first round. No significant punches have been thrown yet. Hooker's thrown a couple kicks. Big left by Nasrat.
Nasrat lands the left, Hooker eats it and keeps moving forward.
Both guys have basically just come off of a plane and put shorts on and stepped into the octagon. So amazing that they're both here. This fight had all the reasons not to happen, and we're here right now watching these two guys. Very important fight in the lightweight division. A lot of people behind Nasrat. Nice head kick by Dan Hooker, blocked by Nasrat with his left hand. Hooker goes for a little bit of a side kick, or almost like an oblique kick to the knee. Hooker now does almost like a double little tap hook, followed by a right. Hooker looks like he's settling in to the fight. Nasrat still looks uncomfortable, to be fair. Hooker sweeps another leg. Nasrat, lunges with the left and then lands the right, almost like a 1-2, walking 1-2. Big left by Nasrat. So Nasrat has landed the more significant punches. There's a body kick by Dan Hooker that does land. So they're both touching each other right now. Hooker goes with an inside leg kick to the front leg of Nasrat with his back leg. Dan Hooker is landing and causing a little bit of damage with his legs. Another cute little inside leg kick just to make Nasrat be aware of it. Nasrat's pretty good at closing distance and throwing hands and landing. His sort of like rush forward. Little block of a body kick. Nasrat blocks the body kick of Dan Hooker. Another inside leg kick. Just a touch kick. It's almost like he just wants to make sure that you're thinking about it more than causing any damage. Hooker looks like he wants to unload something. His hands are not as active as I'd like to see him be if he wants to be competitive. Nasrat's very good with his movement. He's just outside of footwork. Very, very good footwork, and he's circling to Hooker's right. Wow, Hooker tries a little sort of
hook kick.
Little hook kick. Still sort of gauging each other. Nasrat again lands that left-right. That's twice he's landed. It's a walking left-right to close distance. So he's way out of distance. Then he throws the left, walks through, steps through, and throws the right to close distance right away. Very, very effective combination. It's landed it twice, and those have been the two best combinations, the 4 best strikes of the fight. Hooker still managing distance, and I think that Hooker body kick feels like it could be important because he's landed it a couple times, more so than even the leg kick. And to be fair, Nasrat's body looks like it might be vulnerable. It just looks like he might not have as much conditioning in his body as perhaps some other fighters. So we'll see what Hooker thinks of that. Nasrat is doing a great job staying out of range and then closing distance. He tried to close distance there, but Hooker read it and backed away. way out of range so that Nasrat couldn't. Whoa!
Oh,
Nasrat
clipped Hooker with a left. Nasrat
not sure what happened there. Was that just a clean left that dropped him to his knee?
Yeah.
So Nasrat is being more effective with this sort of it's a I'm way out of distance and then I rush you and I land a couple punches as I'm lurching forward. There they were in the pocket and Nasrat lands a couple counter left rights. And there goes Hooker with a first dig, and I'm surprised. I don't think Hooker has a ground game. Here he is up with Nasrat up against the fence.
Arman Khan, you've asked, when does the fight start? Dan Hooker is currently fighting Nasrat. We do commentary. If you'd like to find an illegal stream, feel free to go elsewhere. If you want to find a legal stream, go do that. Then come back and watch us. That's how it works, my dude. Apologies, we're trying to commentate on the fight, my man. So Dan Hooker digging for a deep single leg right now. Nasrat defending really well. Really well. Making sure Hooker can't connect his legs. Hooker throwing a nice body and then a nice knee to the head.
For me, if anything, that was less about taking Nasrat to the ground than just changing things up a little bit.
I agree.
Getting into a little bit more of an inside game, little right-left to the body. I have to say, I think Nasrat won that round just with his combinations. They were a little bit cleaner. Dan Hooker lands more leg kicks, though. So it's probably a close round. Hooker is bleeding. Let's see where he's bleeding from. And I want to see how he got dropped. Because they both sort of smiled after the droppage. I'm not sure if that was just an acknowledgement of the strike or if it was something else. Eugene Bowerman is in Hooker's corner. We know Eugene Bowerman as a really top level coach in the MMA, especially in striking. He will also be in, I believe he'll be in Alexander Volkanovski's corner as well. They all fight out of the same gym as Israel Adesanya. You've got Kai Karafans. Because that's how fucking.
Why do you say it like
Ariel?
that?
That's how Ariel Helwani. That's how Ariel Helwani pronounces it. He says Israel Adesanya. Adesanya. Here we go. We're getting ready to start round 2. The UFC is just going way over the top with their fucking commercials right now. Hooker his face is a bit chewed up after that first round, and he didn't look like he took that much damage to be wearing it as much as he is right now.
Nice body kick from Hooker.
It's a shame they didn't show that knockdown. I'll tell you what, Nasrat is touching Hooker with that left-right. He's consistently landing that combination. Oh, that was a knee to the head. It turned out to be a sort of a head kick, but they were so close that he landed a knee. Hooker needs to let hands go a little bit.
Oh, Nasrat clipped him there with a straight left.
You know what I don't like is Hooker going straight back. He goes straight back, and it seems like he's really susceptible to being hit, not with just the first punch, with the second punch in a combination. And that's a problem. Nasrat is I think his game plan has been better.
Nice knee from Hooker. Yusuf, thank you for liking and following Facebook. Welcome to La Familia.
Hooker again gets a single leg. I am just not aware of Hooker having that great of a ground game. So I think this is a setup for Hooker just to clinch a little bit and maybe to unload some knees and body shots.
Knee from Hooker to the body. They're in neutral position right now. Hooker is bleeding a little bit. And he's throwing some knees to the body. Oh, another knee to the body from Hooker.
Nice knee to the knee. Knee almost to the groin there by Hooker. Hooker landing a lot of knees. Goes again for
shoots for a double leg. And then transitions back out of it to same position. Nasrat looking to throw Hooker with a hip toss. Hooker managing to defend it and stay on his feet. Nasrat abandons the attempt. Hooker now digging for a single leg, but Nasrat manages to dig a hand under the head of Hooker, pulling him back up. Hooker again changing level and looking for another single leg. And both guys are throwing big knees. Hooker's now got a tight clench and tried to throw a knee to the head.
The body's right open.
Big knee to the body for Dan Hooker right now.
And a sneaky uppercut by Nasrat. Nice jab by Hooker.
Someone's mouth guard just came out.
Hooker's really stalking right now.
Someone's mouth guard's out because
Jason Herzog's
picked up. I think Nasrat's mouth guard came out after the knee from Dan Hooker.
Yep, and Herzog hands it back to him. It's been on the mat, but back into Nasrat's mouth. I'll tell you what, Hooker. It's interesting that he's going for these. It's almost like he wants to inflict his strength of his body onto Nasrat. Big knee from Hooker to Nasrat, but Nasrat follows up with a left. This is a 50-50 fight still, and we're halfway through the fight. We're 2 minutes and 28 seconds left in the second round, and this is very, very close.
Feels like those knees of Dan Hooker really chewed up Nasrat's energy a little bit there. He's definitely moving a little bit slower. Hooker's getting in close and managing to just press him up against the cage now. The movement from Nasrat is a lot slower.
Oh, Hooker takes him down.
Yeah, Hooker did just drop him to one knee. Both guys grappling up against the cage here. I would give this round currently, it feels like more Dan Hooker than Nasrat. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
If that's how you're reading it, Tom, as well.
Yeah, this is a Dan Hooker round right now. Nasrat hasn't landed those combinations. He almost tries to do a sort of a judo throw on Hooker again. But Hooker's, nice little inside uppercut by Nasrat. But Hooker's looking for those inside knees as well. Almost, oh wow, nice little exchange. Hooker just a little bit straighter and quicker this time with the punch.
Nice body shot. Farouk, I'm very sorry to tell you, Nasrat is not more active. Currently, Dan Hooker has landed 64 punches to Nasrat's 25. Nasrat's 25 may have been stronger, but Dan Hooker is more active currently. I'm sorry to tell you, my friend.
So we got to call it like it is, guys. And Dan Hooker, again, looking to impose his body.
Dan
wow.
Hooker with a beautiful takedown.
Wow.
And he looks to transition to full mount. He is spreading his legs, trying to really transition to full mount. Nasrat is doing a good job of defending, raising that knee and locking Dan Hooker off. Dan Hooker does have side control currently, and he can still impose himself from this position. Nasrat doing a good job to spin himself with feet up against the cage so that he can bridge himself out. But from this side control position, Dan Hooker really can impose some big damage if he wants to. He is definitely being a little bit more passive than he should be here.
He's heavy though, isn't he? It's just like
he's way heavy on Nasrat.
Nasrat is not able to do anything right now except just receive knees to the to the glutes and to the upper legs. Those hurt, and he's really winding those up. And there's nothing Nasrat can do against those. Those actually hurt, and they can start seizing up your leg movement. So Nasrat is not in a great position. This round is clearly a Dan Hooker round. It could even be a 10-8 round. Really unloading these knees. Those are doing some damage to Nasrat's his left upper leg and his glute.
That round definitely was Dan Hooker's at the end of that one. And I'll tell you what, guys, though Dan Hooker won that round, lots of respect coming from Nasrat. Every time the round ends, standing up and bumping Dan Hooker. I'm a man of appreciating respect, and that is exactly what we like to see.
So I think there's probably this last round is going to decide the fight. Because
it's 1-1 right now.
It's 1-1. I think Nasrat probably won the first round because he really landed a lot more, let's say, visually effective blows by striking. Dan Hooker had as many kicks, but I think they're going to give that first round to Nasrat. The second round was definitely Dan Hooker's round, so it's 1-1. And at this point, it looks like Hooker's game plan is to try to impose his physical strength, his size
They've
on
just
Nasrat.
informed Nasrat that he needs to knock Dan Hooker out this round if he wants to win.
And he can. He can definitely land a punch. Hooker gets himself into a position sometimes where, he wants to fight instead of win, and he can walk into something that can really hurt him. So, at this point, we're getting ready to start round 3 of this 3-round fight. Nasrat comes out immediately with 4 big blows. So Nasrat's picked up his combinations. He feels that he is behind. Nasrat comes up with
pressure. Oh, big left there from Nasrat that connected. Nice check. Oh, it was to the groin for Nasrat. They call time as there was a groin blow.
So we've got 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes potentially, that Nasrat.
Yeah, it was straight to the groin, straight to the cup.
Yeah, it was a push kick or
straight to the cup.
Teep kick to the naddles, to the nadules.
To the nadules oblongados.
And they're back again. This is going to be a really interesting round because, oh wow, big heavy leg kick by Hooker, but Nasrat is bringing the firepower through striking. So this is going to be an exchange on the hands, I think, that is going to be, we might see a knockdown here, or at least possibly a knockout, because both guys are going to throw it here. Nasrat is not going to settle for a decision, for an easy decision. He wants to come in and have a convincing round.
Asking when Nick and Robbie is. They're in a little bit of time. We haven't reached the main card yet, Lucas. Kyle saying, kick him in the dick. Fucking Kyle. Some beautiful work here from Nasrat at the end, really putting the pressure on Hooker. Nice outside leg kick from Dan Hooker right there.
So you can see, guys, when you have a southpaw and an orthodox fighter, your lead leg can start hitting the outside of the lead leg of your opponent, and it can really start causing some damage if you do repeated outside leg kicks. They just exchanged leg kicks there.
Oh,
wow.
Beautiful slip from Dan Hooker into a double leg. Timed that takedown beautifully. Nasrat swinging wide. Dan Hooker straight into side control from that takedown. Beautifully done. And they are in the middle of the cage. Nowhere for Nasrat to begin pushing off of or bridging out of.
That was just an absolutely clinical takedown. Hooker ducks a big, big punch by Nasrat and goes for almost a double leg. He goes for a sort of a body lock and then slams Nasrat to the ground. He now has side control really high up on Nasrat, and this is bad news for Nasrat. He can't do what he needs to do.
He needs to be bridging out right now and trying to pop Hooker out. He needs to be trying to feed his leg back in so that he gets back into some sort of half guard, side control. Half guard or butterfly hooks or something, butterfly guard or something like that. Because right now Nasrat is not doing much. Dan Hooker also needs to get more active. He needs to look to pin the right arm of Nasrat and begin unloading some damage on Nasrat's face if he wants to take this round. But the sheer, big elbow from Dan Hooker there.
I think just the fact that Hooker has this controlling position puts him in very much an advantage in this round. And Nasrat does not look like he has, really accomplished escapes here. I don't see any kind of strategy to escape. He's trying to like huck him off, trying to
bridge him out.
But it's not very sophisticated. It's rudimentary, just sort of like trying to huck him away. Nasrat is now trying to
north to south, and now north to south,
and
or 69, whichever you prefer.
It feels like Hooker's done a really good job with scouting this. He's taken it from striking, and Nasrat is almost looking to Herzog to help him to get back up on the feet.
Dan Hooker's taken the back of Nasrat. He's got one hook in. He's looking to get his second hook in, but Nasrat is doing a good job of defending, keeping his elbow in the way. Dan Hooker releases his other hook and just takes back position and begins unloading
right
on
in the
back of the head.
Big shots on the ear, basically now a hammer fist on the other side of Nasrat's head. He's still playing for some sort of little sub game here. He wants to get that rear naked choke. Nasrat steps up and he grabs it.
Dan Hooker goes for the rear naked choke,
All
but
right.
Nasrat manages to spin out at the last second. Dan shoots for another
and he gets it again.
And he gets another takedown on Nasrat and begins looking for back control again. Nasrat rolling out of it really well, trying to get out. Dan Hooker going into his guard, and we have just under a minute left to go, about 45 seconds left. Dan Hooker in the guard of Nasrat, imposing some dominance from the top position, beginning to post up and try and unload. Nasrat looking for an up kick. Dan Hooker now stepping in.
Big shot by Hooker.
Beautiful shot from Dan Hooker. Oh my God, he clipped Nasrat there with that ground and pound.
It was a great shot, and then Hooker risked himself. He risked receiving an up kick, swung Nasrat's legs aside, and just literally, basically pile drived a right into Nasrat's eye, and I think he actually cut Nasrat's eye there. This isn't great for Nasrat. This is a pretty decisive round for Dan Hooker, and there's 10 seconds left. Hooker's game plan has been very, very good.
He's just hitting the forehead of Nasrat.
Yeah, it's been a pretty wow. Look at that. What was Nasrat doing there? Just taking blows. And it was a win by Hooker. Hooker gets the win. He looks good.
Well, it's left to the judges. Who fucking knows? But that definitely should be a win in the column for Dan Hooker. Sam Harris, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia, dude. Pleasure to have you. And Michaela? Yeah, I'll go with Michaela.
Is that
thank you so much for liking and following as well. That's George St. Pierre.
I thought that was St. Pierre.
It is. It's George St. Pierre and Faraz Sahabi.
In whose corner?
Nasrat.
In Nasrat's corner. Oh, yeah, because he's from Canada. Okay. Yeah. Well, Nasrat, he didn't have a real answer for Hooker's strength and heaviness on the ground. And that's really going to be ultimately it. It looks like Hooker's going to win through that, what we didn't think Hooker would do. We thought Hooker would be happy. Hooker's always happy just to throw hands and to exchange with someone, get into a bar fight with someone. And this time Hooker looked to be a little bit more tactical. And I think it was a game plan that's going to bring him a W. I mean, if it doesn't bring him a W, I'd be very, very surprised. Very surprised.
Well, Nasrat fans, Nusrat, like, guys, talk to us how you're feeling about that. Obviously, you had high expectations. You were short. Talk to us about how you're feeling after that. What conclusions are we coming to? I think Nasrat needs to work on his ground game. I think, though, there was 3 takedowns for Dan Hooker. He had 7 minutes of ground control, guys. 7 minutes of ground control.
Yeah, it's a decided victory for Dan Hooker. It will be a unanimous decision and a great accomplishment. Both these guys. I mean, look, let's give both guys
30-27, 20-27, 30-26.
Yeah, he had a 10-8 round. I think that last round was 10-8.
Dan Hooker.
Yeah.
Dan Hooker winning by unanimous decision with a couple of 10-8 rounds of 30-26. Lots of respect between the two gentlemen, and a pleasure to have Nasrat in the cage, bringing the fire, and doing amazing. That was really, really, really great to watch. Lots of respect. I love it. Wow, that was beautiful at the end there.
Yeah,
that's what we like to see, guys.
I mean, here's the thing. Nasrat is still a young guy. He's in the best, one of the best schools, gyms in the world. With Faraz, he's got GSP and Faraz in his corner, for God's sake. It was not his night tonight, so hopefully he gets some lessons from...
Guys, Kyle Ward winning some money tonight.
Did you win, Kyle?
Kyle winning some fucking money tonight. Let's go, Kyle.
You had the hangman, homie.
Hangman coming through for Kyle.
Nice one. Dan Hooker, you know, he's had a few ups and downs, and he's now, you know, he was, before this fight, he was number 8. Well, he's not going to go lower. I'm not sure if he goes higher than number 8, but some outstanding strategy, some outstanding game planning by Eugene Barrowman and execution by Dan Hooker. Wow, nice body shot by Hooker. I just didn't think Hooker would take Nasrat to the ground. And look at that. He absolutely dominated him on the ground. I don't think Nasrat was expecting that either. Nasrat was probably expecting a firefight standing.
Kyle Ward hating on Marlon Moraes. Jordan Camp saying, twist his dick. Khalil asking who won, Nasrat or Hooker. Hooker won via unanimous decision, Khalil. I am sorry to let you know. Canada is just, no, Canada is not disappointed, Farouk. Canada is not disappointed. Canada is okay with someone losing, because from loss comes learning, and from learning comes improvement, and from improvement comes perfection, guys. So do not be disappointed, Farouk. Canada is not disappointed. They are proud of their man that went out and represented tonight and competed against one of the greatest in the world. That is what Canada feels right now.
Hey, man, he's a young guy. It wasn't his night. To be fair, strategy-wise, there's a lot that he can do so that when he gets in a situation like this in the future against someone that's very... So Dan Hooker's pressure ground game was pretty impressive. You know, he is a strong guy. And it's almost like Dan Hooker has these... I picture him having these big bones.
Oh, Ricky Turcios in the crowd.
Ricky Turcio, Ultimate Fighter winner of... number 29, Ultimate Fighter winner. Corey Sandhagen, who could end up being the replacement for Aljamain Sterling. We don't know, but he would be a fairly... You know, it could be fucking TJ Dillashaw. Oof. Dillashaw could fight. Would Dillashaw take... He would take the championship fight against Peter Yan.
Dillashaw.
Yeah, I think he would. I didn't think that, but they might do Dillashaw.
That's the greatest comment of the night right there. Nasrat, game lose. From Saeed. Salud de Perú. Vámonos, Valentina. Te amos con todo el corazón grande y hermosa. Alfredo, amigo. Es una badass. Ella va a darte una puño en su fucking cara. Su puta madre cara. Y va a ser muy malo. Lauren Murphy no está preparado por el puño que se va a recibir.
Un puñazo. Yeah, okay, guys. So to Kyle's
Prince,
point,
thank you for liking and following. What?
we've got Marlon Moraes, who's 23-8, 23-8-1 against Merab Dvalishvili. Dvalishvili. I'm gonna have a
Dvalishvili.
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 This next fight is fucking Marlon the Magic Man Moraes versus Merab the Machine Dvalishvili. Dvalishvili is a fucking. They're both specimens. This could be a good fight. Dvalishvili is pretty accomplished at 13-4. He has an incredible pace. He'll put a pace on you, almost like a Colby Covington type pace. And he does chain wrestling, maybe not quite as good as as the Dagestani guys, but he's in that realm of very, very accomplished chain wrestling. He's from Georgia, so he's from that part of the world where they do that type of
badasses.
thing. Yeah.
By the way, as well, so Farouk saying Nasrat needs to work on his BJJ. You are not wrong, Farouk. He definitely needs to work on his fucking BJJ.
Yeah.
Aldo is a bitch. He's trying to get hold of that fake ass belt for keep hold of that fake ass belt for as long as possible. Lame ass dude. Sandhagen is a beast. Corey Sandbolin Sandhagen.
Dude, Sandhagen is a beast.
He's a sandbagging son of a bitch.
Right now, Merab Dvalishvili is coming in, and he's got the Khabib, but he's gone with a brunette version of the Khabib. So he's got the the winter hat on that's a little bit furry, and he's coming in with that, holding the Georgian flag. Well, half Georgian flag on one side, half American flag on the other side. So Dvalishvili is entering he's approaching cage side, and I have to say this is a guy that we have to keep our eyes on as far as potentially a real legit threat for Peter Yan. I mean, there's a whole group of guys out there, but Dvalishvili could be one that rises above the others, if you will. But he's gonna be tested. Moraes is gonna come and throw. He's just gonna throw.
Who you guys got winning this? Says Brian Calhoun. Fucking Calhoun. Calhoun! That sounds like some fucking dwarvish shit right there. Calhoun, come to the table. Drink some ale, Calhoun.
Come. Receive the goblet.
Yeah. Get exactly. Fucking Brian. Who do we have winning this, dude?
I'm going Dvalishvili.
I haven't seen Dvalishvili fight enough, but I would say simply for that pure fact, I'll say Moraes, but I don't really care who wins. Dale Rumble, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Nang Nang, welcome to La Familia. Guys, for those of you that don't know, that are new here, Tom and I are father and son. This is a father and son podcast where we host incredible guests, things like UFC fighters, Bruce Buffer, Olympians, artists, musicians, anything that you can imagine, we have had them on. Furthermore, we also do a lot of TTRPG and D&D content. If any of that ticks a box for you, head on over to YouTube and subscribe, check out our content on there. Then head on over to Twitter so you can stay up to date with what we do and communicate with us. And then finally, if you want to see our D&D characters that we make, go on over to Instagram and follow us on there. And you can see those. There's a beautiful list of them on there. But otherwise, guys, thank you every single one of you for joining us. We have had such an awesome night so far with all of you. It's been such a pleasure to spend the evening hanging out with this. And I will say this, guys, as we get in to the last fight of the prelims, I say this every time. It is a pleasure to chat with so many people from so many different countries, irregardless of race, religion, political standpoint, nationality, eye color, grandmother's maiden name. We all have come here. Foot size, nose hair length,
fashion sense,
sexuality, gender. We are all here because we love watching fights and we love hanging out together while we do that. So every single one of you that is here and been a part of tonight, thank you. We love you guys. Thank you for allowing us to do this and making this awesome. If you have a chance to support us, hit us with that subscribe, guys. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. We're at 750-ish right now. If you could give us a little bump, that would be incredible. Just a little of subscription, little subscribe bump.
Dude, it could be a rail, dude. We could fucking have all 40, all 40.
All the social medias. hit us on all the social medias if you want a big bump of support. If you want a small bump of support, just go and subscribe, guys.
But back to the fight. Moraes and Dvalishvili look in incredible shape. Moraes is the number 6 ranked bantamweight, and Dvalishvili is unranked right now. But oh no, he's number 11. Sorry, he's number 11. So just outside of the top 10. But this is an important fight because this is an opportunity for one of these guys to present themselves as a legitimate, not like I'm putting myself in place to be a title contender at some point down the road. You win this fight decisively, you are now at the title contender. And by the way, if you win this fight and don't get hurt, you might be able to step into that fight in 5 weeks against Peter Yan. So quick knockdown or quick knockout might set you up for another fight. You're in fight shape already.
Also, quick shout out, Daniel Foster saying, you are all I have tonight, boys. I need good commentary. Well, Dan, you fucking know you came to the best place for commentary in the world. We give you that sweet and sexy play-by-play with the no bullshit side that you ordered, my dude.
Yeah, you'll don't worry, dude. We'll set you up right here. Just to paint a picture for you. Both of them are in the octagon. Keith Peterson is the 3rd man in the octagon. Keith Peterson is pushing them both back to the cage.
Keith Peterson.
Drunk Keith.
Drunk ass Keith Peterson has got into the center of the ring. He's about to call the fighters
Keith
together.
Peterson had just dropped his flask. He's just picking it up and shoving it back into his hands. All right, here we go. This is the start of round 1. You've got Moraes, who's an orthodox fighter, in the yellow, tight Venom shorts. You've got Dvalishvili in the white, bicycle-style Venom shorts, and he is also orthodox. And they're both fighting in the bantamweight division.
Oh.
Both guys deliver pretty heavy leg kicks, especially Moraes.
Moraes missed, though. Moraes actually missed.
And Moraes, remember, has a fucking lethal knee. So if you come in to try to take Moraes down, watch out for that knee because Aljamain Sterling will let you know.
Both gentlemen feeling each other out right now, throwing a lot of feints. Lots of feints right now coming in. Just testing each other out. Wow, big outside leg kick on the calf from Marlon Moraes. And that spurred Dvalishvili to move forward. He didn't like that, you can tell. Marlon Moraes goes with a nice straight jab to the body. Another outside leg kick. It looked like his leg bounced off.
One.
Third one.
And
a 4th one.
Oh, wow.
Oh, big counter from Moraes there.
Wow.
Oh, nice double jab from Moraes. But then Dvalishvili times the takedown beautifully and grabs the legs of Moraes and wraps them up.
Dvalishvili's got Moraes sort of in a wrapped double leg position, but they're on the ground already. So he's still holding that double leg position. Moraes actually fights his way to the top. That is a big, big victory for Moraes. Wow, Dvalishvili's really throwing now. Dvalishvili looks like he's determined.
He's biting down. He's like gurning a little bit. He's got like a little bit of like a chew on him at the moment. Like it's like he's like fucking cokey a little bit.
Can I tell you what I think it is? I think those leg kicks are like I need to fucking do something quick.
I need to bite. I need to get through this. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh wow, nice 1-2 from Dvalishvili that actually clipped Moraes. Moraes' attention is fully back. Kyle informing us that he believes Marlon Moraes is a bald-headed tampon.
Wow.
Thanks, Kyle, for the input. I feel that was valuable and necessary.
Whoa, Dvalishvili.
But Moraes clips Dvalishvili there. Beautiful countering from Marlon Moraes right now, but Dvalishvili definitely landing at a higher clip rate, it feels right now.
Marlon Moraes has done some incredible damage to Dvalishvili's lead leg.
Look at the outside leg of Dvalishvili. It's red and bruised.
Oh! Marlon Moraes lands a left, lands a right. Dvalishvili's hurt, lands a left again. Oh, Dvalishvili is on rubber legs. He's down again. Dvalishvili's going to be out. He's going to be out. He's going to be out. There's no way. Dvalishvili's back up again. Moraes now has his neck. Dvalishvili has absolutely been bombed. Dvalishvili is staggering across the ring. Marlon Moraes is going for. Moraes has got to be
swinging.
Oh, they're trading. They're just straight up trading. Moraes is landing more though. Wow, Moraes clips him again with an uppercut.
Davashili still on his feet right
Davashili's
now?
a beast. He's getting kicked, and he's still throwing. This is a straight up bar fight right now, guys. Davashili is now pinning Moraes up against the fence.
Moraes just grabbed a chair. They're currently clenching up a cage, but Moraes couldn't finish it. He went full clip there. Who knows whether he gassed himself out in that flurry of punches trying to finish Davashili there. But he clipped him, and it clipped him like 5 or 6 times in that flurry. Davashili doing a good job pinning Moraes up against the cage and tripping him and managing to get a takedown. This is exactly what Davashili needs to survive this round.
Crazy round, give and take round. And you know what? You got to give Keith Peterson some credit, because another referee would have stopped that. He was literally within, a punch of being stopped, and another referee would have stopped it and would not have gotten an argument. So Davashili's in this for the good graces of Keith Peterson, giving him every opportunity to defend himself. And so he has, and now he's in Marlon Moraes' guard. And it'll be interesting because Moraes is from Brazil. He is a black belt. I'm assuming he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu, as most, or at least he's very, very proficient and familiar with jiu-jitsu. But Davashili is from Georgia, and he is also very, very comfortable on the ground. And this is a big part of his game, this sort of smash, almost like a Khabib smash situation right now. He's in Moraes' guard, but more than most people, he's very effective posturing up and slamming down punches. He's now delivering body shots.
Rocking the hammer fists big time right now.
Another hammer fist. Wow, those hammer fists are landing as well. They're now causing some damage. Moraes has got to do something.
Moraes spun for an
armbar.
Oh,
he's getting hurt. Moraes is getting hurt. What a comeback by Davashili. What a comeback by Davashili. They're both getting fucking hurt here. Incredible round. Davashili's just landing hammer fists. These are hurting Moraes. Moraes could get knocked out if he doesn't watch himself.
Oh, Moraes got flash knocked out there. He definitely got flash stunned. He definitely was flash stunned.
Unbelievable.
This is a crazy first round, guys.
Wow.
This is a wild first round.
What a first round. They're both, let's see how Moraes gets up if he is staggered. He is definitely rocked. Wow, Davashili's got an incredible engine because he was absolutely pounded, almost out.
That was incredible.
Davashili is a fucking beast. He would not take no for an answer. And Marlon Moraes, now sitting on his stool, must be thinking to himself.
Marlon Moraes is sucking air, guys, because he is afraid.
Yeah, he must be thinking to himself, what have I got myself into? Like, I've had this dude out. I had him out. He's probably cursing Keith Peterson right now, saying, you motherfucker, you should have stopped this fight. And now I've got to go back out there with this dude. And if he gets me on the ground again, I'm going to get finished. He really...
They're talking about... They said to him, take a couple shots and then shoot. That's what their advice is to
Davashvili.
Davashvili.
Yeah, this is the game plan. He can dominate Moraes, and he will stop Moraes. If he gets him on the ground again, Moraes was very casual taking those hammer fists, and then after a while, he was actually getting stunned and almost got stopped there. Round 2, this is the best round of the whole night, guys, so far, and this is setting itself up for the fight of the night.
The prelims.
Great first round. And I mean, look at this.
Moraes is out. Moraes is out right there. And then he comes back because Vashili knocks him back into consciousness.
Moraes goes to southpaw to start, now switches to conventional again. I wonder if Moraes is going to go for a leg kick. He might be afraid now to do anything that would prompt Davashili to shoot. So Moraes might be a lot more protective, might be more at distance, just sort of more happy to throw hands. And maybe even tentative to throw hands because he's afraid that Davashili will get a hold. Oh, big shot by Davashili and a shot.
Davashili almost knocked out Marlon Moraes with an overhand right and ends up in
smash position again.
And he's smashing the body of Marlon Moraes right now.
This is bad for Moraes. This is real bad for Moraes. Moraes is going to get beaten up here pretty badly unless he can get himself up. He needs to work himself up.
Oh.
He's taking punches. Wow, just Davashili's just relentless. He is absolutely relentless. Davashili's nickname is the Machine, and now I know why. Davashili is relentless. His motor is incredible. He's got him in almost like a crucifix. He's got his arm pinned. I'll tell you what, Moraes is close to being finished here. Moraes is taking some heavy body shots on the bottom as well. Moraes has to get himself up. He simply has to risk it and get his ass up. He can't be in the guard like this. He's taking too much damage in the guard. Davashili is just too powerful. He's really, really effective. One of the more effective fighters in another player's guard. He's just throwing bows, hammer fists, big fucking shots. Body shots. Just relentless. Absolutely relentless.
Davashvili just doesn't stop. This is brutal. We've got 3 minutes left of this. Jesus Christ.
Unbelievable. And more to the point, Marlon Moraes has 3 minutes left of this.
Oh, that was a huge elbow.
Just going with relentless, absolute savagery. Davashvili's looking like he's a fucking caveman right now.
He's just going back and forth. Boom, boom, boom.
This is just total brutality. The way he's going at Moraes is not, it doesn't feel like a sport anymore. It feels like he really, really just wants to fucking take his head off. And he's just relentless. His machine is incredible. Moraes has to get out of this position. He has to get out of this. And I think he's running out of steam as well.
Look at the bruises on Marlon Moraes' forehead from those elbows.
He's just absolutely getting fucked up right now. He's literally getting mauled. It's like a bear mauling right now. It's unbelievable what Davashvili's doing to him. Complete destruction on the ground. And relentless. He's not stopped. He's not like paused for 1 second. He's either throwing or getting position.
Oh my God, that was a huge elbow.
Wow, another big elbow. I have a feeling Moraes might not.
Moraes blocked that one, thank God. Oh my God.
He's blocking right now, but
this looks like the scene in The Revenant, guys, where Leonardo DiCaprio is getting mauled by that bear.
This is bad. This is bad for Moraes.
Big elbow.
Moraes got to get himself out of this. Whoa, man.
Oh, do you see the look in Davashvili's eyes just then as he threw that punch?
He's literally lunging his body at Moraes' head, his fist in his body, and this is just completely, utterly destroying Moraes. Not just through the damage of the blows, but I think his conditioning, everything is getting sapped right now. He's getting beaten up really badly right now. Davashvili's got Moraes' hand pinned.
Oh, that was a big one. That one flashed Moraes there.
I tell you what, Davashvili. There we go.
There we go.
Moraes got a position.
Moraes has got to get back up.
He literally has to get back up. He's got it. Moraes has reversed it now. He's got back up. There's 1 minute and 30 seconds left, but Moraes is still taking punishment. Davashvili will not stop throwing punches. It's incredible the pace he's putting on. It's an incredible pace. We just don't see this very often. And he rolls Moraes over.
Davashvili rolls Moraes and
what
gets
was
him
that?
back
That
on
was
the
a
ground.
fucking shoulder pin almost. Crazy. And he's looking. Oh, he's just going to throw damage. Wow, Moraes has got to be very discouraged right now. Very, very discouraged and just wanting this round to end. Moraes is just hanging on to his leg because he doesn't have any real good plan. He doesn't have the strength to get up. He's very much beaten up. This could be it. This could be it. Moraes is done. Moraes is done.
Moraes is nearly tapped.
He tries to get up. Moraes is trying to get up, but this is just an absolute bludgeoning. Absolute bludgeoning. Moraes has taken so many blows to the head. You're concerned for him. You're really concerned for him at this point. And now he's punching him from underneath the arm and hitting him in the chin. Davashvili's pace.
He's got the Dagestani handcuff.
Yep. He stops it. Unbelievable, relentless performance. Davashvili is incredible.
He took the soul. He took the soul of Marlon Moraes just then.
Wow. If we wanted to see someone step up in the bantamweight division and be a legitimate contender against Peter Yan, we've just seen it. We've just seen it. Wow. Davashvili is incredible. He was, now let's call it like we saw it. That first round, Davashvili was almost knocked out. And he came back, somehow survived it. To be fair, Keith Peterson may have saved him in that first round, but boy, did he actually take advantage of that. Incredible. Wow. And at this point, it looks like at the end of the fight, Marlon Moraes just ran out of the will to fight back. He didn't have an answer. He just was at a point where he wanted Keith Peterson to step in and save him. Incredible. Well, we've got a new serious challenger in the bantamweight division. Merab Davashvili has just taken out the 6th ranked Marlon Moraes in a beating, in an absolute domination after, is that Matt Serra in his corner? That's Matt Serra in his corner. Just an absolute domination in the second round. That was crazy. Be good to hear what you guys think. Kyle, I think it was, I'll tell you what, it could have, I don't know if it is the fight of the night yet, but it is the performance of the night to me. I think it's a performance of the night. He deserved.
Kyle got another win.
Nice one, Kyle. Another 100. Do we get a commission on that, homie? Because we're like, we're sending out fucking vibes and making this shit happen.
Lots of people saying Lawler. Yeah, dude, I want Nick to win, but man, I'm not sure that he's gonna get it out of there with Lawler, to be honest with you.
They're just now, just to describe the scene for you guys, in the middle of the ring, Keith Peterson has both of their hands.
Also, quick thank you to Daniel Foster for saying unreal commentary. Hey, dude, no, it's for you guys. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, yeah, we appreciate that.
Davishvili's got his hands raised, and again, he's a fighter from Georgia, and I'm not sure if there's going to be a translation or if he has a. No, he doesn't need a translation. It looks like amazing. Man, he is a force. His engine is incredible. Marlon Moraes, look at that punch. Moraes absolutely, savagely just bombed him with a left hook and dropped him. And Davishvili was staggering around the octagon for, I don't know, 30, 40 seconds, literally out on his feet. Somehow survived it, got into a clinch position and ran out the clock. And then from there, wow. He put it on Moraes in a way that we've not seen before. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That was crazy.
That was.
Davishvili is really strong for a bantamweight. And I tell you, he reminds me, I tell you what, man, that fight against Peter Yan would be very interesting. I mean, Peter Yan might have too much firepower with his hands, but can you imagine those two on the ground? Mm. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. I don't know if Davishvili could turn it around that quickly, but man, I want to see him fight one of those top 5 guys. You know, I like his chances against any of them. Maybe who has the firepower that could just drop him?
Yan.
Besides Yan. I mean, Aljo's got firepower, but Aljo would not do well in that situation.
No, it would not. No, he would not.
Again, on the ground, Aljo would not do great at all. Oh, man. What did you guys think of that? Those of you that...
Kyle, dude, we appreciate that, but you don't have to do that. But if you want to, I mean, dude, if you want to send us that money, we're okay with that. But also, you don't have to do that, dude. Like,
no, we were just kidding, dude. But I mean, if you wanted to...
If you want to, we're happy to take it off your hands, man, dude. But also... Dude, fucking your winnings, dude. You're winning for the first time, bro. You need some of that, bro. You need some of that money.
Dude, if the streak keeps going, the link is in the description. But...
Becky just dropped it. Fucking good shit. Right, guys, coming up to the next one is a big-in. We have got coming up next. We have Jessica Andrade versus Calvillo.
Cynthia Calvillo, and we're going to take a little bit of a break here, and this will take us into the main card. So the main card is going to start here in a few minutes. The UFC is going to run a bunch of their promo as well, so we'll have them running their promo. We're going to run a little bit of our promo. We're going to refresh our drinks, maybe get a little snack, maybe go have a nature break, and love for you guys to see some of the content that we create. So during it's only about 2 minutes. So during our 2-minute commercial, you'll see some of the podcasts that we run and a little commercial from Bruce Buffer as well. But we'll show you that and then we'll come back. But before we do that, I'm just going to run through the main card with you. First bout of the main card is Jessica Andrade. She's the #1 ranked flyweight versus Cynthia Calvillo. She's the 5th ranked flyweight. So that's a great and important fight. Another important fight, heavyweight. Curtis Razor Blaydes is #4 in the heavyweight division. Jorginho Rozenstruik is #6 in the heavyweight division. That's the second fight of the night. And then the one that many of us are waiting for and are here for, the return of Nick Diaz. He's fighting, the legendary Nick Diaz is fighting the legendary Robbie Lawler. We are hopeful that that's going to be everything that we wish it to be. And then the 2 championship fights. We finished with Valentina Shevchenko versus Lauren Murphy for the Flyweight Women's Championship, and end the night with the main event, which is Alexander the Great Volkanovski versus Brian T. City Ortega. And this should be a fight. It's a fight that should have happened earlier in the year. It's been building through The Ultimate Fighter, and we're going to settle the score tonight. So looking forward to that.
Kyle, thank you, dude. We appreciate you supporting us. And dude, yeah, it is just money. You're right. I appreciate that notion as well. You're not wrong. Mark saying, who's streaming? I mean, we streaming, but you saying for real, dude, go find yourself an illegal link or a legal one. I mean, preferably legal, because you know. But also, if you choose an illegal one, that's cool as well. Just come back and listen to the commentary, my dude. But we are heading into the main event now, so we're going to take a quick ad break, guys. We will be back in just a couple of minutes. Stick with us, guys.
We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Cool. See you in a minute, guys. Bye, bye, bye.
All right, we are here. This is Homie and the Dude.
As someone who is constantly told don't meet your heroes, I say fuck that, meet your heroes, because some of them are incredible.
We got a fucking Olympian
I know.
on the podcast.
That's crazy.
Let's talk about the Olympics.
So, China, like, just to put the disclaimer out there, I love China.
Got into stoicism about three or so years ago. You know, when I fought at the London Olympics, I'd been doing judo for 20 years already.
You're a young guy, and it was probably a pretty like substantial thing in your life.
Yeah, boy. All right, hold on. This is the non-crying moment right here. We're right in that zone, the non-cry.
Bah! Right? Guy number 1 gets another like, bah! The guy number 50 gets another like,
A battle rap would be like, boom, boom, boom,
Yeah.
right? This stuff, stab. But when you hear like a waving song comes up, you're gonna be doing a waving style, you know what I mean? Or if you're doing something where there's hitting on the beat, or if you're top rocking because it's a funky song, or
Yeah.
black, you know what I mean?
Oh, another quote is, you are already the supervillain in someone else's story, and you don't know it.
That is amazing.
How does it feel to be a fucking pioneer of a sport, dude? You're one of the guys that's really pushing one-wheeling forward and inventing tricks and stuff. How does that feel, dude?
I definitely am aware of that fact. It's almost so rad and so unique that it almost doesn't really feel real.
Yeah, my shit was like completely off.
That's all I'm saying. A lot of the work I do is big work, so it means I'm going to be spending time with that person, just me and them, and there's going to be a lot of those days that combine together to make their finished tattoo. I want to make sure I enjoy the people I'm spending my days with.
You're the coolest person I've ever met.
I was just gonna
You're
say,
literally the coolest person. What the fuck is going on right now?
Black is the power, black is my skin. Deep are the roots that this culture's within. Black.
boom. I love acting stuff. And oh boy, the guy's like, everyone's like this on the ground. Everyone's swinging tired.
This is the original stamp.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's multiple stamps, obviously.
So, the old skateboarding origin story. I don't even like your skateboarding, but you're good enough to be pro.
Is I am never attacking and I am never defending. I am simply just waiting for an opportunity.
Boom. I'm an adult. I've seen a lot of things and I have no idea what that was.
And that was just season 1. This next season is going to be bigger and even better quality, with us adding comedy skits and tabletop gaming to our content. So, get comfy, find us at Homie and the Dude, subscribe to YouTube, like and follow on Facebook, and follow on Instagram, and then enjoy season 2. We'll see you then.
Hi everybody, I've had an absolute blast recording your championship intros on audio and also on video. And for those of you that didn't know, the videos can be done special exactly the way you like them, because these are green screens and we can do them with a scene behind me. Do you want a fighting scene? Do you want a beach scene? Do you want a race car scene? Any scene you want, we can give it to you. It's your theme and my pleasure. Just write our offices and we will answer you with the exact fee involved and how it'll get done. So here we are, and now it's time, and it's your choice. Cheers!
Hello, we are back, everyone. We are Homie and the Dude. the father and son podcasting team and writing team. If this is your first time watching a Homie and the Dude stream, we make a podcast that has incredible guests from UFC fighters to stuntmen for Spider-Man, Olympians, musicians, anything you can imagine, we've interviewed them. As well as that, we make incredible TTRPG and Dungeons and Dragons content. So if you like any of that, go subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on Twitter. Obviously, we do these UFC live events every single pay-per-view, guys. So if you love these UFC events, go subscribe to YouTube, like and follow on Facebook, and follow on Twitter. But guys, you are back with us here for the main card now. Coming up next, Jessica Andrade versus Cynthia Calvillo. And guys, we are excited for this women's bout. It's an important one for the women's division, and we hope you're hyped as well. Guys, there's nearly 90 of you watching right now across all of our platforms. I want anyone who has not said anything in the chat yet, get in the chat, let us know where you're watching from and who you are here to support on this main card. Nathaniel Simmons, it is a pleasure to have you back with us today, my dude. Super excited for tonight as well, dude, and a pleasure to have you, excuse me, joining us. Well, that's all for me. Tom?
Yeah, I was even during our break, I was just thinking about I'm really hyped about this this main card. These last 5 fights, I mean, they're all good fights, and that's not always the case with the main card. But the Andrade versus Calvillo fight is an important fight in the women's flyweight division. Andrade is the #1 contender, although she did get dominated by Shevchenko, but that's where the flyweight division is right now. So they're all, behind Shevchenko. They're all sort of going through a turnstile to see who the next one is going to go up and fight Shevchenko. So this is an important one.
Quick shout out to E-Rock from Boston,
E-Rock,
Batchman from Minnesota. E-Rock saying #Andrade. Jonathan, is it live? Jonathan, it is live. Chris Zimmerman, it's time, my guys. Chris Zimmerman, it is time. You are not wrong. Jonathan, thank you for liking and following on Facebook. E-Rock, thank you for liking and following on Facebook. Guys, welcome to La Familia. When you support us, you become part of the family. So thank you, you two, for supporting us. We really freaking appreciate that. Yeah. Kyle hitting us with a £39 donation. Kyle,
that's fucking crazy, dude. Thank you, man.
Kyle Body Art giving us a donation. Guys, if you want to donate tonight, if you've enjoyed the stream, if we've saved you any money, please head down into the description. There is a link in the description. Kyle Ward, our man, hitting us with a massive donation of £30. Kyle, we eat because of you. Thank you. Chris Zimmerman, Tony saying Rockford, Illinois. Rockford, Illinois.
Nice one. Nice one. Just to give you guys some context, the actual main event is being set up right now, so there's no fights happening, there's no walk-ins happening. The UFC is doing kind of what we're doing, which is we're setting the scene for the evening. So while we're doing that, let's all have a chat, let's all figure out what's going on, what everyone's here for. If you're here for Nick Diaz, which I know a lot of you are, shout him out and get some sort of virtual energy for Nick. I think Nick's gonna need it tonight. Let's get him fucking hyped. Let's get 209 fucking in the fucking ring the way it always has been. If you're here for Volkanovski or for Ortega, let's hear that as well. You may just be here to appreciate the brilliance of Valentina Shevchenko. She's on the card. We've got a banging heavyweight fight with Curtis Blaydes versus Rozenstruik. That's going to be a big fight. And then we're going to start off with this important flyweight card by Cynthia Calvillo and Jessica Andrade. So a full, really quality field card coming up.
Sam Strong, thank you for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Joining the likes of Kyle Ward, Chris Zimmerman, Future Anime, and all the other amazing people that have liked and followed tonight and continue to support us on this journey. We have Gehen Dern from the Philippines. Shout out, God bless. Hey, God blesses you too, my friend. And by God, I mean Khabib Nurmagomedov. Tim Carnes, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Kyle saying Andrade has some of the heaviest hands for any woman. But Calvillo is pretty though.
Kyle, man, Kyle, you always go weird. Why you go weird, man?
You always bring it. You always go with the zingers. I do love it. I do love it.
No, dude, we're with you. Yeah, so it'll be a good women's fight to start the show, and a good women's fight to be a co-main event as well. So that'll be awesome. It's amazing how the women's game has evolved. I mean, remember how it was just like 7 years ago. You don't have the killers that you now do, which, you know, if you're not in that league, you're going to be taken out, with either submitted or knocked out now by the high level MMA women in the world. So it's amazing.
Also, shout out to Solomon. Thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Hoss, thank you so much for following us on Twitch. Really, really appreciate that. Nick Diaz is in the building, everyone. Guys, let us know who you're here to support as well. We've had a bunch of people here for like, we had a bunch of Nasrat supporters earlier. We've had a few Dan Hookers. We've had a couple of people who are here for Valentina Shevchenko. Guys, get loud in the chat. Who are you here to support? Who are you sat going, ooh, I hope they win tonight?
Well, who are you? Like, what are your thoughts right now? Which fight of all of those nice 5 fights, which one are you looking at the most?
No, you're not weird as fuck or lame. And also being weird as fuck is cool, Kyle. It's the only way, dude. And tattoo artists always have the best shit talk and the best chat in the world. I've always found every time I've been in a tattoo chair, somehow I become friends with the tattoo artist. I'm not sure if they actually are my friend, but they are absolute badasses when it comes to the chat. Michelle Dawn, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. I've been waiting a week for this live stream. I'm hoping Brian Ortega wins the fight. I'm a fan of him for a while now, but I'm here for the main card. Nick's gonna win in an epic UFC return. Hey, Nathaniel with a great bit of fucking info right there, and a nice couple of predictions. And hey, dude, we are stoked that you've been excited for this stream all week, dude. Oh man, shit.
Nick Diaz is fighting tonight, dude. Let's just think about that for a second.
First of all, dude, Nate, thank you for being excited for our stream, man. Thank you for looking forward to this and you know, making this a big part of your week, and you know, coming and seeking us out and having a good time.
Yeah, for real.
As always, Nathaniel, we really appreciate having you on, dude. Thank you for coming on. What were we saying?
Yeah, we're like, who do you got tonight, dude? Let's talk about the fights. That's what we're here for, isn't it?
Diaz, let's fucking go, says we've got Bold Olo and Bold Rob. Ortega is going to get wrecked, and Diaz, let's fucking go. I like that two guys named Bold simultaneously commented different opinions. That's amazing. Are you guys related? Bold Olo and Bold Rob, are you guys related? Old like to see some Nick come back and do a good fight. Yeah, we'd love to see Nick win. I'm honestly most excited for Volk Ortega. Honestly, yeah. Volk Ortega is going to be the best fight. I'm right there with Zimmerman and Kyle Ward. I've been so hyped for the Ortega Volkanovski fight for so long now. They're both such incredible strikers.
I don't know how that fight. I don't know how that's not going to be exciting, because that's whether it's stand up. In the stand up, Ortega has to bring it to Volkanovski. He has to go through that mesmerizing fucking legs, arms, elbows that Volkanovski has.
Oh, one is Bart. Oh, fuck, you're right, Kyle. I took my glasses off for 1 second and I can't fucking distinguish shit from Shinola. Fucking, you're totally right. I'm so... Bart, you now get to name my first child. What do you want to name my first child, Bart? Bart, you get to choose because of that fuck up. What do you want to name my first child?
Bart?
Bart, do you want my kid to be called Bart? I don't mind.
But hang on. So let's talk about this. First of all, let's just all savor the fact that Nick Diaz is fighting tonight. Like, guys, Nick fucking Diaz is fighting tonight. Like, we did not think this would happen. I mean, irrespective of what happens, let's just appreciate the fact that this dude has come back again for literally for like our entertainment and our enjoyment and our fucking intrigue and for the drama of what this dude can do again. I'm fucking super hyped by that.
Me too, dude. I'm right there with you. Bold Rob saying, I'm the only bald guy. Diaz bros are cockroaches. They survive and keep going. You're not fucking wrong, dude.
That's exactly their strategy,
That's
bro.
exactly the... It's called the cockroach. How do you guys win? It's called the cockroach, motherfucker. The first fight, Volk can prove he is a champ after the Max fights. It's important. Yeah, I fully agree with that, Kyle. Bart Jr. says Bart. Well, Bart Jr. it is. And Kyle suggested Optimus Prime as the name for my first child.
Wait, but just think about Bart, what Bart has just said. He wants you to call your son
Bart
Jr.
But
so when people are saying like, why are you Junior? Because actually Bart Olo is fucking senior?
Yeah. Bart Olo's senior, yeah. That's exactly how that went down.
Yeah. Still intros, guys. Still a bunch of intros from the UFC. Nothing has come forward as far as any.
Guys, can we talk about my broken ass headphones? Look at this shit, dude. They're fucking. I'm having to like reset.
Kyle, you know that money? You know that money you just sent through? We're gonna have to get homie some fucking new headphones.
Literally.
Look at that shit, dude.
Holy fuck.
What do you look at you and your hillbilly shit, dude?
Dude, literally, holy fuck, dude. I need more tape. I need more tape. Holy shit.
While Bodie's fucking doing some reparations on his headphones.
You can see, guys, I'm a manly man. DIY over here.
You guys let me know. We were talking about it earlier. We were saying that you think Volkanovski's going to take Ortega to the ground.
I said he's going to at least shoot to like mix it up. He's got to at least try so that he can, because if he doesn't, he's just going to be stuck trying to fight fucking, I don't know. I don't think he wants to stand in front of Ortega. And
I do.
I'm not sure.
I think his standing game is more evolved. I think Ortega's just finding his. When he that performance against by the way, Cynthia Calvillo is now walking into the octagon, so we will pivot to that in a second. But Ortega's just finding the excellence that he had against Korean Zombie. Or, you know, Volkanovski's been refining and shining and fucking tweaking and just making little modifications to his fucking shit. He's had it for a long time, you know. It'd be like,
see that shit, guys? I'm a fucking handyman. Fixed. Electric tape, fix everything. Solved.
Cynthia Calvillo is at octagon side. Her record is 9-2-1. She actually just lost to Caitlin Chikagian, and she's also coming up from bantamweight into the flyweight division. So let's see, like, if this is her division or not. And she's fighting, you know, Jessica Andrade, who, in the flyweight division, she has lost to Shevchenko, and then she lost in the bantamweight division to Rose. She lost to Wei Li.
She
beat Rose.
She's walking out to Kanye, so.
Who, Cynthia?
Yeah, she's fucking old school Kanye, like real old school Kanye.
Yeah.
Graduation.
Oh, nice. So Andrade has beaten and lost to Rose. She got overwhelmed by Wei Li Zhang, and she actually lost to Caitlin Chikagian. So she needs a win. She absolutely needs a win.
Two things is gonna happen tonight. Nick's either gonna great time and saved years of career, or he's gonna bang. Yep, that's correct. Case on some headphones. Yep. No, Ortega will be dominant on the ground. I don't disagree with that.
Wait. I do disagree with that. I don't think it's 100% Ortega will be dominant on the ground. I think Ortega.
Also, Nathaniel, we call each other homie and dude simultaneously all the time. Nice try, but I actually appreciate the dig on that. That was cool. Batchman, thank you for following on Twitch. Welcome to La Familia, as well as Caprio. Welcome to La Familia as well.
Nice one, dude.
Ortega.
See what I did there, Nathaniel?
Ortega hangs on a bunch of Mongols here. Hangs with a bunch of Mongols here in LA. His mind's not there. Tough guy, but not a champ.
Okay. So is that serious inside information, Bald Rob? I mean, I know Ortega. He is legit like fucking South LA.
Pearl Sanchez. Thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Bro, are you gonna play it? Are we gonna play what, Matthew? That was a vague statement.
I know what Matthew means. Matthew means, are we going to actually play the fight? Matthew, I got to tell you right now, just so you have time, we are not playing the fight, but what we will play is commentary to the fight. So you need to find the fight if you want to, and listen to our commentary. Or if you don't want to find the fight, there's other people on here right now that aren't watching the fight, but they're just listening to the commentary. So once the fights start, we're going to take you blow by blow. We're going to take you to the action as colorful as we can describe it. On that note, Jessica Andrade is at cage side.
Are you going to play the UFC? We don't have the game.
Andrade is now entering cage side, and she is just stocky. Look how stocky she is. I tell you what, she likes flyweight, man. Flyweight. I caught it.
Well, I'll tell you what. At some point down the line, wait, is that? No, it's not. Okay. At some point down the line, Tom is going to die, guys. He's older than me, and most likely, unless I die of like some sort of illness, Tom is more likely to die than I am at an earlier time. So when he dies, I will tell you guys who the Homie and the Dude is. But up until that point, you guys don't need to know that. I think Nick is going to TKO him in 4 rounds.
Wow.
Interesting.
If it goes to 4 rounds, I'm with you. I just want Nick to get out of the first round.
I just want him to survive.
I do.
I'll
tell you guys what. I will be able to clearly understand what Nick has left in the first 30 seconds. I just will. We all will. We'll be able to see what he has in his tank. Just how fast he is, how fast his feet are moving.
See that camera fucking shaking along there?
Yeah.
That rail was a little bit clunky tonight. Benicio Perez, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. I started with it, gave up, and then went back into it. It was a roller coaster of an accent. Right
Buffer is now introducing Cynthia Calvillo, Calvillo, and she is from San Jose, California. She's 9-2-1. She's the underdog.
Look at that like snoot face.
Yeah, she is. She does have. She got that like that hood face. She is fucking serious though, and I'll tell you what, she's up against it. Cause to your point, Kyle Ward, fucking Jessica Andrade has dynamite in her hands, both hands. So this could be a quick one. Andrade could, if she lands, look how stocky Andrade is. She's like a little rugby player, and I think she's got some more paint. She's got that beautiful Native American Indian on her left shoulder, which is lovely. And then she's got, if you can see on her left forearm, she's got those 2 eyes which form a tiger on her, almost like the head of a tiger. So she's got some quality tats. She's got a guy that with a bow and arrow just at her elbow, on her left elbow as well. It's cool.
Can I tag in for something quick? Sam Strong, you sent us a DM. I just wanted to say that it's not super great with grammar. If you could add some full stops or something so I know where shit is, that would be great. But thank you for sending the message, and I appreciate your kind words, man. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thanks, Sam. I'll read it a little bit later, but thank you.
Michael Green, thank you so much for subscribing to the YouTube, my dude.
All right, here we go, guys. We got Herb Dean in the cage, along with Jessica Andrade, the #1 ranked flyweight, and Cynthia Calvillo, the #5 ranked flyweight. And they just touch gloves, and they're in the middle of the octagon. Andrade is in yellow, and Calvillo is in black. Calvillo is a southpaw. Andrade is an orthodox fighter, and Andrade is just sort of stalking Calvillo, and winds up with her first outside low leg kick. She misses. I think she grazed Calvillo a little bit. Calvillo switches to orthodox, so it looks like Calvillo's switching between straight and orthodox, or between southpaw and orthodox. She's now in the orthodox stance. Circling both to the right and to the left, just wanting to keep Andrade sort of a little bit confused, but Andrade is just literally walking her down to the cage.
Oh.
Big outside leg kick, low leg kick right on her knee, on the outside of Calvillo's knee, delivered by Andrade. Andrade just looks powerful.
Level change fake from Calvillo.
Calvillo's got to get Andrade's respect somehow. She's got to either land something with her hands, or some sort of outside leg kick or something.
Or catch her with a shot to make her think of things and then go up top, fake the takedown and come with an overhand or something.
Something, but she just looks like she's literally being walked down. She just gets...
Calvillo clipped her, but then Andrade comes back with a beautiful counter that rocked Calvillo.
Yeah.
Andrade rocked the shit out of her. But Calvillo's found her feet again. She's not bouncing anymore. Big outside leg kick for Andrade again.
Andrade is just muscling her right now.
Feels like the power coming from Andrade is different. It's just different right now.
Yeah. And she has no respect for Calvillo at all. Calvillo tries another side kick. She's tried 2 side kicks, and that's probably her best weapon so far. She just tries a 1-2 that just comes out of, it's just outside of Andrade's range. It's interesting. Andrade is managing distance pretty well. Calvillo can't touch her, but Andrade is walking her down, ironically. Andrade hits her with another outside leg kick. That's a 3rd one to that knee, and that's going to start compromising Calvillo, because these are heavy, heavy leg kicks.
Beautiful thing that Andrade is doing is she's disguising her punches with the outside leg kicks and vice versa. So she'll throw the jab and then the outside leg kick, or she'll throw the outside leg kick and then a little 1-2 combination. Oh wow, Andrade is loading up. She threw a big wide hooks there, wide hooks.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of when Amanda Nunes hits a woman in her weight class. They say it's almost like they're saying to themselves, I've not been hit like this before. That's what I'm feeling from Calvillo. It's like,
I don't know. I think she's still game, but she's definitely getting rung right now.
Yeah, she's definitely throwing, but she's getting like, wow, yeah. Andrade just has no respect right now, and Calvillo hasn't done anything to slow her down. Calvillo's trying to. She just needs to sit down on a punch.
Calvillo's been definitely landing 1 or 2 things, been zipping her, but it's not been anything with power. She's had the zip, she's been faster, but she's not been landing with any crazy amount of power. Ooh, Andrade's throwing a nice counter jab.
Oh, big shot by Calvillo. Calvillo finally lands a right. Andrade took it and landed back, and then lands, like you said, she set up a leg kick with some hands.
Beautifully done.
Calvillo did land a right. There goes Calvillo with a nice right, but Andrade comes back and lands a couple, like a right-left. But
Calvillo's starting to get the accuracy. She's starting to find it now.
It was a straight right that landed flushly on Andrade. It didn't hurt her, but it definitely landed flush. Andrade is still walking her down. But now you kind of feel Andrade is not quite as aggressive. Andrade isn't simply walking her down.
The respect has been gained a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. They're now right in the center of the octagon. Calvillo is still moving from right to left, but Andrade isn't like Frankenstein walking her down like she was, literally 30 seconds ago. But she does have Calvillo like on let's call the warning track. Another big outside leg kick that Calvillo tries to catch, and I think she probably extinguished some of that power. But Calvillo's now getting into this fight, finding her way into this fight, which is great. And I tell you what, if this fight goes longer, I think it goes towards Calvillo's.
As the fight goes on. Yeah. We know Andrade gets tired as fights go on as well.
She's so powerful. She's kind of like got that almost like that Tyron Woodley, makeup where she's so powerful that, but as it goes on, that power starts depleting pretty quickly. And I can almost feel it happening already in this first round where Andrade has slowed down just a little bit.
Do you know what Calvillo reminds me of? She reminds me of a Muay Thai fighter, and of that she's just weathering the storm. She's just weathering that storm.
Well, she just got caught twice with 2 rights, another right.
Wow.
Andrade wants to end it.
Beautiful movement from Calvillo, though. Beautiful footwork from Calvillo.
Andrade is literally chasing her down.
She clipped her with an uppercut and a right
this could be it. Calvillo's got to last this round. If she lasts this round, I think she's in this fight. She can't cover up like that. Herb Dean will finish. He'll stop it. Herb Dean will. Fuck Calvillo. Fuck Calvillo.
5 seconds left.
God damn it.
Andrade has her pinned up against the cage. Bop, 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 bop. And Calvillo's just covering up like this.
Calvillo doesn't realize
all she needs to do is just turn out. And that was
she doesn't know how close she was to being in that fight.
Yeah.
She was definitely in that fight. Andrade did that because she started feeling her gas tank and she was like, I need to get out of here.
Yeah.
God damn it, Calvillo. Well, there you go. I mean, that's what happens.
That's how it goes, guys.
That's how it goes.
That's how the cookie crumbles, people. Rowan, thank you so much for liking and following, along with Diego, David, Daniel, all of you. Welcome to La Familia. It's such a pleasure to have you here. Thanks for joining us and bringing in some more people to this awesome hangout tonight.
Let's just talk about this last sequence. Calvillo, I know that she was probably counting down the seconds, and Herb Dean was as well. She had to do something besides just cover up. She could have spun out. She could have run out. It wasn't like Andrade had her pinned against the cage. She could have done anything to get out of there, and she is going to really, really regret that. Man, I mean, that hurts me just watching it. That was just a really tough wait for that fight to end. So frustrating because Calvillo, I could see Calvillo finding her way into that fight. That's a goddamn shame. Well, I mean, the other side of it is Andrade did what she had to do to close the show, right? Yeah. So, give it to Andrade. She
did great.
Yeah, she finished. She absolutely finished. And Calvillo, you're going to be really bummed tomorrow. You're going to be really bummed when you see this.
100%. Look at those tattoos on Andrade. She has a beautiful set of tribals on the right arm and a gorgeous rose on the inside of that bicep, as we said. Oh, look at that mandala on her shoulder as well. God damn.
On her right shoulder. Andrade needs the...
Kyle, how'd you rate these tattoos, dude? How are you rating these tats right now, Kyle?
I particularly the ones on her left shoulder. I don't know if you saw those, but she's got a gorgeous Native American Indian. She's got that tiger face. And then I don't know if it's like a guy or a woman in a sort of like a Karate Kid stance, or if it's a bow and arrow person on her elbow, on the left side. But she's got some nice ink work on her left, more real life stuff. Do you call it still life? More still life stuff. Boom. And she's just fighting through it. She's just punching through everything. She's just clubbing. She's clubbing through Calvillo's stuff right now. She doesn't care if she's hitting arms. She literally doesn't care. She's hitting arms, hitting right through the arms, and Calvillo, at this point, drops to a knee. She had to, Herb Dean had no choice. Even with 5 seconds left, he had no choice. Unreal. So frustrating. All right. Zimmerman, that shows the levels in the division. Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. Calvillo just didn't have, the awareness or just that little bit more to stand up in that last bit, because we could see Andrade slowing down. We could see her really almost allowing a little bit of a pathway to get back into the... And by the way, Calvillo hit her with a nice flush straight right.
Rose Namajunas again.
Really?
Yep.
Where? Going down?
I don't know.
Is she going to go down to fight Rose?
I don't know.
Because that's weird.
Amico, thank you so much for liking and following on the old Fache book. Welcome to La Familia. Guys, if you want to stay up to date with what we're doing, new content that we release, new podcasts, new TTRPG characters, and when the next UFC live stream is going to be, follow us on Twitter, guys. You can also comment on our shit and tag us in things on Twitter, and we will straight up respond to you super quickly because it's where we are most active. If you love Homie and the Dude and you want to support us, head over to Twitter. We're at Homie and the Dude over there. And then go over to YouTube and subscribe, guys. It really helps us. And a couple seconds of your time actually makes a big difference to our lives, which is kind of wild, guys. Look at Derek Brunson. Derek Brunson.
Tell you that blonde, it's almost like a golden blonde.
Bastard. Guys, anyone who loves martial arts, if you haven't seen the Bas Rutten bar fight or like street fight instructionals, you need, look at that elbow tucked. Do you see it tucked? I told you guys.
That was GSP, by the way.
Guys, please, please, please go and watch Bas Rutten's like street instructional video. It is the funniest shit you will ever watch in your life. The noises that he makes is just fucking hilarious. And the way he's throwing around his like co-performers is so funny. Anyway, Bas Rutten being fucking hilarious with the dang at the dang.
We've got now coming up Curtis Razor Blaydes.
No perdió Andrade. Andrade se gana.
Andrade se gana el peleo.
La pelea. Greg Stevens, welcome to La Familia, my dude. Valentina no se empezó. Es
en dos peleas, Valentina. Tenemos ahora los de heavyweights. El Curtis Razor Blaydes y Jardinho Big Boy Rozenstruik. Y después tenemos de Valentina Shevchenko contra Lauren Murphy.
Exactly what the man said. You heard it here first in 2 languages. Next up is Jardinho Rozenstruik versus Curtis Razor Blaydes. And then after that, we have Valentina Shevchenko versus Lauren Murphy in our co-main event, leading us into the main event of the night, Volkanovski versus Brian Ortega.
T-City. Let's talk about Blaydes and Jairzinho. Blaydes, I'm looking at his record. So he's 14-3, right? 14 wins. Just an absolute animal on the ground, like a world, maybe not world class, but a very, very high level wrestler. 2 losses to Francis, where Francis really was just hitting him with like
One loss to Derek Lewis.
And the last loss to Derek Lewis with that uppercut that Derek Lewis timed and just knocked him. I mean, Derek Lewis absolutely timed it perfectly and had it lined up perfectly, which knocked his lights out. But Curtis Blaydes, he's interesting. He's the 4th ranked heavyweight in the world. He's right there. Like, he is right there. He's right in the conversation. He just needs one, decisive win. And, he's like one away from a championship. You could see Curtis Blaydes fighting John Jones. You can see him fighting Stipe. You can see him fighting the loser of Ngannou versus Gane. Like, he's right there.
Daniel Bettage. Oh, I hope I pronounced your last name correctly, dude. Daniel saying, you guys are a hoot. You're a fucking hoot, Daniel. Thanks for coming and joining us, dude. And if you're feeling happy to support us, dude, go onto some of our socials, give them follows, give them likes. Feeling extra generous, there is a donation link in the description. You can hit us with a couple of dollars. Every pound helps us continue to get better equipment and work harder to make this more frequent and regular thing for you guys. So any way that you guys feel like you can help tonight with supporting on socials or some donations, then feel free to do so.
Absolutely. Jairzinho, I mean, if you've ever watched, we call the Francis Ngannou knockout of Jairzinho the
steamrolling baby,
the 3-year-old baby fucking knockout. It's the fucking the tantrum. It's the tantrum knockout.
Literally.
Jairzinho could not avoid the power of Francis. So both of them are Francis's, kind of they're his children.
Incredible.
But let's just call this. This is a really important fight. So let's not like underplay it. This is an important fight, and I really think Curtis Blaydes is potentially a problem for Cyril Gane. When you look at Cyril Gane, I think he matches up really well with anyone that doesn't have ground and pound or wrestling. So I think he matches up well with Francis Ngannou. I actually think he matches up well with John Jones. Even though John Jones does have wrestling, John Jones doesn't typically get to the ground in a traditional wrestling way. He gets to the ground through, sort of punches and then shooting through a combination or up against the fence or that type of thing. You remember how he was creating takedowns with Daniel Cormier up against the fence.
Yeah.
Fucking Blaydes just has this other style that not many other fighters in the heavyweight division have that I think could be a problem. He just needs to have a decisive win.
Do you know what my favorite things ever is? That they just place Megan O'Leary at the beginning of the walkouts in different parts of the arena and then have dudes like begin their walkouts while she's talking.
Yeah.
I fucking love that. That's actually such a clever one. E-Rock. So you guys not showing the fight. We do not show fights. This is, how you say, a little bit illegal. So what we do is we do live commentary. And basically you can go find a stream and then come back and listen to us and hang out with everyone. Or if you're not fancying getting a legal stream, you can find an illegal stream and come back and join us. And hang out. Either way, we don't mind, dude. Like, we're happy for you to do as you please, but a lot of people also listen to this like a radio show. We've got a lot of fans that will sit and rather than buying the card, will sit and just listen to the commentary and keep up like that. So that's another option for you as well. Mr. E-Rock PYT. Is PYT, is that literally meant to be pretty young thing? Is that what that's referencing? Also, Oscar, welcome to
La Familia. Jairzinho is looking huge. I mean, these guys are fucking huge. I mean, they're like 6'4", foot, 6'1", and 260. Like full on, you know, NFL size dudes that are throwing hands at each other. And that's why we like the heavyweights, just because it's immediate, like it's instant.
It's immediate.
Well, here's the thing, dude. We talked about this before.
It's final.
Yeah. But, you know, you've got a human head, a human-sized head. So even though they weigh 265 pounds, like their head is not double the size of someone that weighs 130 pounds. Yeah. But they have, you know, fucking significantly more strength that's being delivered to a regular-sized human head.
I feel
so
you.
This is why people fucking blink out at the heavyweight division. Do you know what I'm saying?
I hear you, dude.
Do you see the physiology?
I not only see it, but I hear it. Your sound waves are hitting the side of my head at quite some velocity right now.
It's good to be back, man. It's been fucking too long.
Let's go, gents. Rozenstruik.
Rozenstruik is in the
Harry's
octagon.
with Blaydes. Kyle says, yes, PYT is a song by Michael Jackson. Kyle, you don't think... Dude, okay. What people need to know about me is I don't listen to young people music. I don't know what the fuck trap music, mumble rap bullshit is. I listen to like 70s fucking rock music and like 90s rap. So I know, Kyle. I know what fucking PYT is, my dude. I got my musics in place. Rozenstruik will win if he can stop the takedowns. Love you two together, top blokes. Harry, you is the toppest of... You know what? No. You're a fucking Donny, mate. Yeah. Fucking Donny Donison. Fucking Donny Donison.
Kyle, let me just be clear, just to make sure how much money's on the line here.
Greg says Rosen wins.
Because this is really important to us now. You got Rozenstruik? Because if you do, then that influences how the energy I'm sending to Curtis Blaydes. I actually think Blaydes is gonna. I honestly think Blaydes is gonna get him down and probably keep him down. But let us know if where the wagers are right now, guys. Curtis Blaydes, by the way, yeah, he's got his KO losses to Derek Lewis and Ngannou. Rozenstruik, by the way, has already lost to Cyril Gane and to Ngannou. So that's his 2 losses. Neither one of these guys have a lot of losses.
Nah.
They fucking stacked up some wins. And between the 2 of them, they have 5 losses. 3 of them are to Ngannou.
Fucking Ngannou just blasted dudes. Ever heard of the Proto Man? Yes, I have, Chris Zimmerman. Michael Jackson's a fucking idol. He is an incredible musician, not a great person. Rozenstruik loses, Blade wins, says Harry. I got double that on Blaydes, bro. says Harry. We got Harry and Kyle betting against one another in this next fight.
I can almost feel like we will be like the escrow account. So we have people come, you guys make bets, we'll hold the money, we'll take our 10%, and we'll pass out like whoever wins and loses. So feel free, Kyle and is it Kevin?
No, Harry.
And Harry. Well, yeah, just send the money over, whatever it is, and then we'll distribute it afterwards. Promise. No, really. No. We will, really. He doesn't need headphones, do you? All right, here we go. Oh. We're in the cage. 2 huge men. Curtis Razor Blaydes is the number 4 heavyweight in the world, and Jairzinho Big Boy Rozenstruik is Biggie Boy is number 6 in the world. This could be quick. This could be real quick. Blaydes is only 30. Rozenstruik's 33. They're right there, man. These boys are right there. Baby. All right, here we go. Blaydes is 6'4", weighed 261. Rozenstruik's 6'2", and a svelte 257. So he's been hitting the training table.
Nathaniel says Cyril Gane is the future of the heavyweight division. You know it. First round knockout for Blaydes, says Brian. Gane is the one, says Harry. Do you know what, guys? Tom has a theory. Tom, do you want to quickly share your theory before we get into this?
Sure. My theory is that Cyril Gane is one of the ones. But there's another lad up in Liverpool that I think is in the same sort of style and breed as Cyril Gane. His name's Tom Aspinall. And he moves really well, he hits really well, and he has something that Gane doesn't have, which is ground game. So I like Aspinall. I think Aspinall might be a little bit behind Gane as far as development, maybe 6 months to a year behind Gane. But I like both of those dudes. Curtis Blaydes is being introduced by Bruce Buffer right now. We're getting now to the end of this card where we're the last 3 fucking fights.
Oh shit, Diaz is
Diaz is
Lawler
next. Did you see that Diaz isn't even warming up? He's just He's just pacing back there. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Diaz, you need to fucking put a sweat on, dude. Let's go.
What is his name? You got a link for him. Yes, Harry. His name is Tom Aspinall. He is Tom, and then A-S-P-A.
No, A-S-P-I-N-A-L.
There you go.
Or maybe N-A-L-L. I think he's probably 10, 9.
Ranked
right
in the UFC
now in the UFC. Have a look at his last couple fights. He's the real thing. But he's still a little bit young. All right, here we go. First round, we've just started. Both guys are in the middle of the cage. It looks like Blaydes is a little more bouncy. And wow, just both of them struck. It looked like Rozenstruik hurt Blaydes with his first shot.
Rozenstruik. They're trading straight away.
Yeah. Blaydes, by the way, has a phenomenal haircut. It's fucking amazing.
Don't blink, says Chris Zimmerman.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah, this could be something very, very quick. They're both sizing each other up. Let's hope it's not a Ngannou versus Derek Lewis. We want to see some blows, but I know Blaydes is looking to shoot as soon as he can. There's a fake on a shot.
Nice jab from Rozenstruik.
And I'll tell you what, Rozenstruik did not react to that fake. Blaydes is trying to set up his shot a little better than he did versus
Blaydes
Ngannou.
with a nice double jab, and then stance switch for Blaydes.
Nice jab by Blaydes. Nice little fake and a jab by Blaydes. Rozenstruik is... there is the shot. That's the first shot. And if he gets him down, this could be a problem.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Rozenstruik is down. Blaydes succeeds on the first takedown and ends up in side control. The one place where elbows can be one of the most dangerous. And he's placing him up against the octagon. Edward, Wilmer, and Augusto, thank you for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Giardino Rozenstruik is on the bottom, about to get elbowed by Curtis Blaydes. This side control is not at all what Giardino wants. That's exactly where the elbow... Oh! Giardino with a couple of nice elbows there.
From the bottom.
From the bottom.
He's delivering elbows from the bottom. But right now, Blaydes is in an absolute command position. And the thing is, you can see with Giardino just how he's positioning himself on the ground. He doesn't have any kind of sophistication on his ground game. Right now, he should be pressing up against the fence, getting himself to lift up onto his feet. He's not doing any of that right now. He's in an optimal position to get off of the ground. He doesn't know what to do. Blaydes is now pressing his knee.
Blaydes places a knee on Giardino's face and begins, and then we kind of get to a dogfight position up against the cage here.
Giardino is now trying. He's getting up to his legs, up to his knees a little bit. He needs to just thrust himself up. But look at Blaydes. Blaydes is just laying on him. 261 pounds, laying right on top of Giardino. Giardino basically needs to squat Curtis Blaydes to get up. He needs to do a full squat. And by the way, do it while you're taking fucking fists to the face. That's the task. And now big knees to, sort of the upper leg, almost into the kidney area. So Giardino is in trouble right now. He needs to figure out a way to get out of this. And once he does, he needs to figure out a way not to get back into this, because this is Curtis Blaydes' territory. Blaydes is still riding him, still sort of almost like backpacking him. All right, they release now. Giardino needs to do something effective to stay away from Blaydes' shots. He needs to... I really like the uppercut against Blaydes. I mean, anytime... Or the uppercut or the knee seems like a good strategy. And Giardino just doesn't look very quick with his counters, you know what I mean? And he's not very reactive.
How gassed is he after that? That was a heavy bit of work to try and get back up off that ground. Blaydes, it's easier to shoot for the takedown than it is to try and work your way back up every time.
You're right. Giardino does look tired. He does look tired right now. And his reaction time is a little bit slower. Blaydes looks a little bouncier than Giardino. Giardino looks a little bit like he's plodding. Not plotting, but plodding in the mud, sort of. There's an outside leg kick by Blaydes, and tried to link it up to a left hook, but missed the hook. Nice jab, straight jab by Blaydes. Giardino feels it and then just kind of moves away just to sort of regroup a little bit. They're both now right in the middle of the cage, and Giardino is just looking for a one-puncher right now instead of putting... And that's always, worrisome. When you're looking for one punch, a la Tyrone Woodley, it becomes a problem. He needs to just throw his hands. I think Giardino actually has better hands than Blaydes, but if he doesn't throw them, he's going to get taken down. He's just going to get outpointed.
Jorginho just caught a low leg kick and threw a good combination, but Blaydes kind of rotated and spun out of it and didn't take much damage. Back to the center for the two.
Yeah, Blaydes now again just throwing a couple little feints, arm feints, tries to throw a leg, but all of this to me is setting up his next shot. He's just kind of inching closer, inching closer. There's a little jab. You know, Blaydes has worked on his stand-up game a little bit, but it's not. I don't think it should be at the level of Jorginho's. That's his calling
Blaydes'
card.
stance switching is really nice right now.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's doing a lot of. Oh, there's a nice little lunging left hook, like a jab hook by Jorginho. Glanced, but it was decent.
First 5 minutes down.
First 5 minutes down. Here's the thing, guys. With the heavyweights, it just can be over at any moment. I'm not sure what Mark Smith just warned Blaydes of, but he just had a stern little, finger-pointing moment with or at Curtis Blaydes as he's walking back to the corner.
Also, Reese, what's up, dude? Pleasure to have you, man. Welcome back. Page is growing more and more every time I join. When I first came, there was like 20 viewers max. Hey, dude, we've got 103 viewers across all of our platforms right now. 103, guys. Thank you all. If you have a chance, share this out. Let's get some more people in here. What?
Nice to have you back,
When
man.
they hit the cage, dude, look how much that cage bends.
Yeah, dude, there's a lot of weight going.
I was going to say.
They're both so...
It's 400 pounds.
Oh it's almost
Look
like...
at the top bar. Look at the top bar. That steel bar is bending, dude.
Well, you got Curtis Blaydes ramming Jorginho Rozenstruik against the cage.
All because of people like you, Reese. All because of freaking amazing people like you, man. Everyone's support allows us to do this.
Thanks, man. Yeah. All right, guys, here we go. Start of round 2. Again, this can just turn on one strike. And I truly mean Jorginho can knock Blaydes out and Blaydes can knock Jorginho out. I think Jorginho has better chance of knocking Blaydes out than the other way around. But again, Blaydes stands switching the whole time. Literally 2 steps, one.
Oh.
Jorginho goes with almost like a slappy left that landed, and then does another one that was even more sort of open-handed than the first one. Blaydes is looking to shoot again. He's feinting with uppercuts, little shoulder feints, nice jabs. Everything is to set up. He now stand switches again. He's going to stand switch again. Just the whole time, everything. He does a little level change, just a little tiny level change. But if you look at Jorginho, he's not even reacting to it. So I think that's good. But the other part of me thinks that like he doesn't have the reaction reflexes to a shot when it comes. Like I don't think he can put together that uppercut that Derrick Rose put together. That's kind of what my challenge is to Jorginho right now. Does he have that in his toolkit? They're both still in the middle of the octagon. This is where Jorginho wants to be. Every second he can be here is a second closer to landing that one shot. Blaydes wants to be up on Jorginho where he can nullify the power, where he can press his size and his power on Jorginho. He wants to be up against the cage or on the ground. Right now, this is more Jorginho's game. And every second that he has an opportunity to land something, is in his favor. The problem is he's not throwing. He threw one power shot with velocity, but that's not going to do it. If you're sitting on your right the whole time, we think about Tyron Woodley in his last 3 or 4 fights. It's just not a good look. You need to throw combinations. You need to set things up. You need to have...
Jorginho's got some nice counters right now, though.
There's a sloppy shot by Blaydes, and he pays for it by releasing out of that shot and getting struck on the top of his head by a left. Blaydes might be more comfortable. His jab has been really nice, and he's switching up. So whether he's jabbing with his right hand or his left, it's his best punch right now. Just shoots a left from the southpaw stance that was I think a little bit short, but his jab is nice. It's pretty straight. Or Jorginho's counter to the jab in the southpaw stance, I think might be damaging. Do you see it right there?
Yeah.
That could be something. But Blaydes is just pumping out the jab now. He switches again to southpaw. Every time he switches, he throws that lead hand. So it's either the right when he's in the southpaw stance, or there it is, the right. Now Jorginho's trying to time a counter now, a little bit more, but it's just too singular in his punches. He needs to just let his hands go. I wonder if it's a conditioning thing, or he just can't find Blaydes, because Blaydes is doing so many little tiny feints right now with his hips, his shoulders. stance switches, just ducking a little bit, little level changes.
Good corner work coming out of Curtis Blaydes' corner right now.
Blaydes just has to be careful because his stand-up isn't so polished that he can get reckless. He has to stay, you know, at distance. He's still measuring. He's still measuring for that shot. Oh, there's the knee. He tried to get the knee. That was the...
Oh, he clipped him on the break as well.
I'll tell you what, Jorginho timed it perfect, but missed it, and now Blaydes has him where he wants him.
And Blaydes shot again.
This time Blaydes shot perfectly as Jorginho was closing distance, and Blaydes has him, he's in Jorginho's guard. And at this point, let's see who gets the better of this, because Jorginho was landing some elbows from the bottom. Blaydes throwing elbows to the body, I haven't seen that very much. Blaydes tries to get into side control.
Blaydes is transitioned into half guard. He swept out of, transitioned from Jorginho's guard into half guard.
And as we saw before, now in the middle of the cage, this is going to be even harder on Jorginho to get up. He has very little, from what we can see, very little sort of response or tactics to getting up off of someone that has top control on him. Now, what he is doing is he's smothering Blaydes. You know, he's kind of smothering his arms, and he's wrapping him by, in the back of the neck so that he doesn't get, he has less damage delivered to him. But at the end of the day, this is good news for Blaydes as far as the judges are concerned. They see this as a dominant position. He's going to have a minute of ground control on top of the minute and a half he had in the first round. So, at this point, Jorginho is not really... oh, wow. What happened to Blaydes' fucking eye?
He got clipped.
When did that happen?
Blaydes' eye is swollen.
Did that happen from a elbow from the bottom?
No, I think it was from a punch, big punch.
And by the way, his eye is swollen. It's not just cut.
What are we thinking of the Diaz fight? I want to see Diaz win, but not sure he's going to.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What just happened? Here we are.
Oh, it was the knee. It was the knee that lit up his.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what. That was the move, and boy, that was perfect. That was perfect. That was the move to end the fight, and it didn't. And Blaydes survives it, and then the very next move, Blaydes closes distance and then shoots and gets sort of a body lock and drives Jorginho down to the ground.
You're not wrong, Kyle. He's trying not to get doinked. And this is, I mean, I guess this is a one-punch ordeal, but both guys have taken a couple so far, so let's see how we go in this last one.
That eye could be an issue.
It's round 3, last round, guys.
Last round here, and then we've got the Nick Diaz fight versus Robbie Lawler coming up after this. I'm looking at the left hook of Jorginho against that right eye of Blaydes. Blaydes' right eye is almost closed, and I think he'd be best to be in that orthodox stance, to have that eye in the back. Just a little bit harder to hit it. If it's in the front, Jorginho can touch it with a jab and probably close it even faster. But Blaydes is continually changing. He's done a really good job of stance switching. It's almost like, it was a drill that was drilled into him. Every 5 seconds, we want you to switch your stance to just keep it a little bit different for your competitor to read it. I really think Blaydes could be more active, especially with leg kicks at this point. Even though he doesn't want to get close to Jorginho, he could open up a little bit with just some distance strikes and leg kicks. So his jab has been a real difference in the stand-up, because Jorginho isn't countering it, and it's keeping the distance, and it's scoring. There's a nice little counter.
Would you say that Jorginho's down 2-0 right now?
Yeah, he's down 2-0, unfortunately, and he's not doing what he needs to do to catch Blaydes. Like, if he does catch Blaydes, it's going to be shame on Blaydes, because he's literally just sitting on a big right now, and Blaydes
he's just waiting to counter the whole time.
Yeah, and Blaydes can just sit out here and ride this out, and it's not exciting, and it's probably not going to do much for his pay-per-view numbers, so to speak, or his negotiation. But there he goes with his shot again. Takes Jorginho down. Jorginho's fighting for the first time with a lot of energy, but He's down again. Blaydes is in his guard. The only offense that Jorginho has is an elbow from the bottom. He has no subs down here, and he has no escapes. So 2 minutes and 48 seconds left, and not great. Not great right now. Unless Blaydes is going to basically let him up. If Blaydes is trying to get in a position so he can smash him from the top, but in doing so, he's giving Jorginho enough space that if Jorginho wants to, he can try to roll out and get himself up. But now kind of sits back down on him in sort of like a half guard position and just presses down on him. Literally presses his 260 pounds down on, the upper shoulders and the head of Rozenstruik, and Rozenstruik has no answer. He is, as limited on the ground as Derek Lewis is, and it's a problem. And this is why Blaydes is interesting, because if he can figure out a way to get to this position, it can be damaging against most heavyweights in this division. Because he's so strong. I mean, he's a wet blanket. He's like he's like cement that's just setting right now. That's in a wheelbarrow, and he's just pouring it on you. It's very heavy. Think about that. 260 pounds just laying on you like that. Pressure laying on you. It's probably hard to breathe for Rozenstruik right now. He's tired. He knows he's losing. He's getting hit a little bit as well. Look at his breathing is really heavy. Yeah, I don't know.
That's how it ends.
Yeah, it's not good, man.
1 minute left.
Rozenstruik has no answer. And you would think, this late into your career, you'd be working on this shit,
Yeah.
Like, you would definitely be working. Like, you can tell.
He might just be gassed.
He might be, dude, but there's nothing. Like, he's not shrimping. He's not trying to get to the cage. He's just locking up one knee and just trying to, like...
He should at least lock a lockdown on and try and... Like, the leg is set up for an electric chair right now. If he wanted an electric chair submission right now, he could do electric chair sweep to stoner guard and vaporize the shit out of his legs.
Yeah, I'm sure that this isn't very popular right now in the arena, but it is, it's a convincing win for Curtis Blaydes.
It's getting booed quite heavily.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not. It's just like, especially if you're in an arena and you're watching this, especially if you're far away from the cage, this is not, very enticing at all. And I'm sure Dana's not, cheering loudly about this either. But this is more on Rozenstruik than Blaydes. I mean, Blaydes is doing what he had to do. The way you lose to Rozenstruik is you get caught by a shot.
Yeah.
Right? The way you lessen that chance is to get close enough to him where he can't throw. And there you go. Round ends. It's a 3-0. Blaydes' eye is fucked. His eye is completely gashed open and closed.
The biggest shot of the night was the knee.
That knee was the biggest shot. Unfortunately for Rozenstruik, it didn't knock him out. That's the only thing he was hoping for. Yeah. Well, guys, for many of us, we are at the moment that we've been waiting for. Yeah, Greg, I agree. Greg says no one wins, we all lose. That fight sucked. He's trying not to get taken down. He basically, his best chance to win that fight was just to throw hands a little bit and knees, and to also initiate, just to have very active knees for any shots that Curtis takes, but also active uppercuts, just to have both of those locked. So Curtis would have been a lot more hesitant with his shots. And by the way, Rozenstruik could have been throwing a little bit more variety that would have then led to the power shot. He just didn't do that. And to me, I don't know if that's bad coaching or if it's that he just doesn't have that in his skill set. I just felt like he couldn't pull the trigger. It felt very much like Tyron Woodley, where he's sitting on one shot, sitting on it. He'd throw one, but it was out of range, and it's just really frustrating to watch that when a fighter gets into that headspace. They're just Mark Smith is holding both of their wrists right now, and Bruce Buffer is announcing the decision. Let me just put my headphones on to see what we have it. 30-27, unanimous decision, Curtis Blaydes. We knew that was the case. Sorry about that, Kyle. But Rozenstruik didn't have the answer that he needed for that fight. I'll tell you what, man, Blaydes' eye is absolutely that. It's almost got like a big old golf ball under his eye. If you look at that, dude.
That's a broken orbital.
That is bad. But Blaydes comes out of it with a win that he needed. He needed to come back from that Derek Lewis knockout, where he was knocked out cold, to get a win, to get back into the conversation. He's the number 4 heavyweight in the fucking world, and he just won. He needed to win. He's in the conversation. Like, you know, whoever it is, whether it's Gane, John Jones, Stipe, Derek Lewis, all those guys now have to consider Blaydes. Blaydes is going to have a big fight coming up. It might be John Jones. It might be Stipe. Like, not everyone can fight Ngannou, you know, at once or next year. These guys all have to fight each other, and Blaydes is right in there. And by the way, if Ngannou can't get by Cyril Gane, I mean, Cyril Gane has beaten Derek Lewis. Cyril Gane has beaten Jorginho. So Blaydes is right there for potentially for a title fight. That was a very, very important win for him. Just throwing some shots in the crowd. Legend Mark Coleman, who's in the UFC Hall of Fame. There was Mel Gibson, who was kind of strange. He's at a UFC event. Zimmerman says broken orbital. I don't know, maybe. I mean, but it just was, you know, sometimes things swell up in a weird way. You know, we have certain memories of, you know, Joanna versus Wei Li Zhang, or what's another one where someone just has fucking like a growth on their head, and that's what it was. It just was a weird, like almost like a blood contusion that just blew up on his face. Really, quite a bit. It'll be crazy to see him at the post-fight press conference. Here's one that we can talk about, because they're showing Brandon Moreno versus Davison Figueiredo, who's going to fight again. What do you guys think about that? Because I just don't know if we want to see that again. I'd like to see maybe Moreno defend once. Maybe against, is it Pantoja that wants Figueiredo? I mean, that wants Moreno? You know, fight against someone new, and then maybe have Figueiredo fight against someone, then they can fight again. Something like that. Benavidez is gone, so maybe get some new blood in there. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like I just saw that, and it looked like Moreno had his number, and maybe we should just kind of regroup, go away, fight 2 other guys, you know, get both of them get their shit right, and then come back in a little bit more of a champion challenger position. But who knows? Maybe Figueiredo is clearly the best next option. Kyle, who is? Let me just see that. Kyle says, "Why not? They're 1-1. Who are we talking? Oh, yeah, I know they're 1-1. No, I get it. I get it. Yeah, I get it, dude. I get it. I don't have a good answer for that. They are 1-1. I mean, Figueiredo, it feels like he should be the better fighter, but Moreno keeps showing that he's got something that fucking, he's got like Figueiredo's.
He's got this heart that.
Yeah, he's got like a little bit of kryptonite, doesn't he? Yeah. Like Figueiredo like puts it on everyone else, like dominates the hell out of everyone else. Yeah. And he doesn't seem to just be able to do that. It's almost like Moreno gets in his head a little bit. But anyway, guys, we're getting closer to Nick Diaz versus Robbie Lawler. And I don't know if you guys have looked through their records. Just for being official, Nick Diaz is 25-9, and Robbie Lawler is 28-15. But if you look at the list of fighters these guys have fought, Nick Diaz has literally not just fought fighters from last generation, but I think he's fought fighters from like 2 generations ago. I would put Nate Diaz as sort of fighting in that last generation, and Nick fought in a generation before him again. So just an absolute legend, and Robbie Lawler is as well. Robbie Lawler, when he came in as a young knockout artist, he was just fearsome, and he has continued on and won the title and has had big fights all the way through his entire career. He hasn't had much success recently, but he's now fighting someone that might be, you know, age-wise, they're about the same age. Lawler's, I think, 39, and Diaz is 38. Lawler's been much more active. Diaz, we don't know. We don't know what's up with Diaz. We're going to find out. We want Diaz desperately to give us just to, you know, we love the story. We love the story of, you know, what was it called? The Natural, you know, in baseball. Robert Redford, you know, the guy that was old and came back and just gave us that one more performance. That one for the ages, you know.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Thank you, Ramon. Come on, Ramon. I don't know which one it is. Are you you joined La Familia? Well, you liked and followed, so I guess you joined in La Familia. You know? Time to get
our bongs and nunchucks out.
You're not wrong, Chris Zimmerman. That is literally Nick Diaz described in a sentence.
That's what he's doing in backstage right now. He's warming up. He's fucking taking big ol'.
Literally.
Big ol'. That knockout punch against Robbie Lawler was weird as well. It was a jab. It was one of those like short jabs, and it didn't look like it should do the damage to Lawler that it ended up doing. I'm not sure if because, here we go. The lights are down, guys. I'm fucking nervous. I'm fucking nervous right now. Who walks in first? I gotta think it's Lawler. I'm thinking I'm gonna give Lawler the walk-in.
In predictions for this fight. Diaz Army. Kyle. Same. Thar. Thank you so much for liking and following. Welcome to La Familia. Let's get it on, says Lowell. Greg says Diaz to win, boys. I want Diaz to win. Does he win, though? We're going to find out.
It's Lawler first.
Lawler looking good. Robbie already rocked before that knockout, and Robbie lunged into that punch.
Yeah.
Totally true.
That's a good description, Kyle. Lawler for 39. I tell you what, although he's been a fighter his entire life, his body, his face, everything looks. I mean, he could easily pass for.
How's his lip? How's his lip after that split?
He's got a little scar
thing there.
That was crazy.
I know he split his fucking lip into oblivion.
That fucking Rory McDonald. That was a sight to see. Remember fucking seeing that was just a gap. Like you could run
and it's when he's screaming in the mic at the end, and it's like
it's just going bloop bloop bloop.
Oh, it's so nasty. Guys, what's been your favorite like injury? John Jones broken toe in the interview. Robbie Lawler torn lip. Alistair Overeem torn lip. Chris Weidman broken leg.
So many.
Jacare Souza broken arm. Which one have you enjoyed the most, if any?
Let's say which one's been your highlight, whether you've enjoyed it or not. All right, here's Lawler, cage side.
Hendricks and McDonald fights took years off him. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, this is the problem. Both of these guys are not what they were. We're gonna see who has taken care of themselves more, and actually, you know, genetics come into it as well. You know, when some people just age differently as they get older. Lawler's body looks pretty damn phenomenal for 39. We know that he's not the same fighter, but he damn looks pretty good, and he might be fighting someone that his skill set matches up pretty well with tonight. Nick Diaz, we just don't know what he's got, but man, we want classic Nick right now. We want Nick Diaz.
Lowell saying big thanks for a shout out. Lowell, you're a fucking man. And the Philippines, my dude, I hope it's nice and sunny where you are, because it's not where I am, and I just hope you're getting some sun where you are. As Chris Zimmerman, saying that fucking Conor McGregor's like, oh, don't do. Watching McGregor break his own leg is something magical about that for sure.
Well, what about Weidman fucking stepping on his, or like stepping on his ankle? Almost like punching his fucking bone right through his skin.
Jay Get Money. Wait.
Silva's
someone called Jay Get Money just liked and followed us. Yo, Jay, you get that money.
Jay Get Money.
Jay Get Money.
All right, we're going to get a look at fucking Nick Diaz coming in.
There's 100 of you here. I want to see everyone that hasn't commented yet tonight.
Yeah, who do you got
tonight?
Get
in the comments. I want to see everyone that hasn't commented yet. Get in the comments. Tell us why you are here.
By the way, guys, everyone
like,
in the arena is standing up right now. So the arena is, you know, like, this is a big moment. This is a big moment for fucking the UFC. And we see Nick Diaz in the monitor. He's walking in. Behind him, we see his coaches. We see Nate all the way back in the. He's got about 6 or 7 different people with him. Nick is walking in. He looks, he looks pensive. He looks like he's locked in. Let's see what Nick Diaz has, man. Let's just hope that he's got just enough in the tank.
Shout out Chloe Cabrera. Also, Kyle Ward saying that the fact that Nick didn't want to cut the weight is bullshit, and that sucks.
Yeah.
Guillermo says Nick. Well, that's to the point.
Yeah. All right. That's cool, Nick. I mean, Guillermo, we know where you are and where you stand.
That's
fucking.
That's very clear. Yeah. It's like a red light or a green light. It's very it's very smoke 'em if you get 'em.
All right, Nick Diaz is at cage side for the first time in 6 years. I don't think I actually expected this to happen.
No, I thought he was just gonna get old and we were all gonna not have to see Nick get knocked out. Oh, he forgot his t-shirt.
He was gonna just step in with his t-shirt on and not fucking get like greased up or fucking get commissioned or anything. What the fuck is Nick doing?
What's going on right now? Nick looks
And he looks
lost.
a little bit frazzled.
Did anyone else just see Nick try and walk into the arena with his fucking...
He's a little bit fucking frazzled. Oh, man. Come on, Nick. Get your shit together, dude. Come on, Nick Diaz.
Guys.
For fuck's sake, Nick. You think he's still gaming us? Who said that?
I don't know.
Kyle, you said you think he's still running the game.
I don't know what's happening right now.
Let's go, Nick. Come on in.
Is he just staring at Robbie?
Probably. 5-year suspension gets
overturned, and then 6 years off.
Nick
Diaz by submission, says Guillermo.
All right.
Let's go, Guillermo.
Here we go. Nick Diaz is in the octagon. We'll see what Nick Diaz has. I'm telling you right now, guys, we'll be able to tell what Nick Diaz has. It's been hidden from us for 6 years. We have not seen much training. We've not seen how well he puts together his combinations, how well he can take a punch. This is probably the 5th time I got to tune your live feeds. Good job, guys. Hope Nate does good. Nick is fighting, yeah, but I know what you mean, Dad. Dude, we're right with you. We hope Nick does fucking good as well.
Hey, Terry, thank you for tuning in, dude. This 5th time, dude. Wow. That's 5 months you've been our buddy, dude. Thank you for being our buddy for 5 months. Ricky. Yo, Ricky. Thank you for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to the family, Ricky.
Ricky Bob.
Ricky
All right,
Bob.
Here we go. Yeah, Nick, I just want to, it's almost like my head is telling me information.
Literally, Nick legit is seriously off from first impressions. I guarantee I was involved in Nate's fight, so he definitely was training.
Okay. Here we go. We are literally minutes away from these two legends touching gloves.
Are we minutes away from seeing Nick Diaz get blasted out?
I hope not.
Oh, God, I hope not.
I hope Nick Diaz...
I hope we go the distance at least. Oh, at least go the distance. We don't deserve for fucking...
This is a 5-round fight.
It's like, is it? No, it's not.
It's a 5-round fight.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh, my God.
That favors Nick.
Oh, I know, but also, no, it doesn't favor Nick, because that's more punching.
Well, here's the thing. If Nick can get out of the first round, I think it favors Nick. He needs to get out of the first round. He looks cold. He doesn't have a sweat on him. He's pacing back and forth, which is good.
He looks lost, though. He looks like he's like, is this Vegas?
Yeah. I mean, he's been in this situation so many times before. I know it hasn't been for 6 years, but I wonder if he thought to himself, like, I never thought I'd be back here again. Big bet alert. A bettor has placed 7,000 on Nick just recently. So here we go. Nick Diaz. What we need to see is some Nick Diaz flavor. We need to see some Stockton, some 209 flavor right now. We need to see him in his mentality just fucking go off. Here we go. Jason Herzog has the call. And we are ready for Nick Diaz versus Robbie Lawler. And I'll tell you right now, guys.
I'm sweating. My butthole's puckered.
Yeah, my heart is beating right now, guys. Robbie Lawler looks like he is ready to just literally charge across the ring and tap him. Let's see what happens. Are they going to touch gloves? No. Nick goes Nick goes for a
spinning, jumping heel kick.
Robbie's just going right at him.
Into the body,
right at him.
Straight at him.
I don't like this right now. Nick is covering up.
Nick is just covering up, pushes him off.
Nick doesn't
Head
look
kick.
like he needs to.
Oh, big body shot from Robbie.
Nick needs to do something.
Nick covering up. Nick got staggered there.
Yeah, Nick,
Oh,
now,
Nick's
Nick's
throwing
punches
back.
now. Nick is punching a little bit. He's a little
Oh,
slower
big
than Robbie.
outside leg kick for Robbie.
Nick's punching a little bit. There's a
Oh,
combination
they
by
both
Nick.
tag each other. Nick tags him there.
Nick tags Robbie. Nick tabs. Nick is just going on his just fucking natural fucking.
The crowd chanting Diaz.
Here we go. Nick is up against the cage. Nick is taking some punches, giving some punches. He's in it. You know, he's not completely blown away.
Oh,
He's
that
very
was slow. That was slow.
Very slow with his combinations. His kicks are slow, but he's, you know, he's a fucking gamer. Nick is in it. And he wants to, you know, the more he stays in this, the more he's going to find old Nick Diaz.
That jab clipped in there. Oh, he's swinging there.
He's a little bit staggery. That's a nice shot by Lawler. Nice shot by Diaz.
By Nick.
Remember, Nick Diaz has good hands, guys. He's got good boxing fundamentals. So if Lawler feels like he's going to walk down Diaz, he might be in for a surprise.
Chris Zimmerman saying, "What the fuck was that first kick?"
Diaz just looks a little slower than we'd like him to look right now. I'm not sure if...
Oh, nice 1-2 from Nick, straight down the pipe, but just clipping the end of Robbie's nose.
He switches stances now. He switches to his traditional stance just to switch things up. Does a little body kick, but his kicks are almost like low flexibility, sort of not full kicks. Well, nice little walk down of Robbie Lawler. 2-punch combination for Nick, but he drops his hands. Nick has to keep his hands up. Nice body shot by Nick.
Oh my God, that body shot by Nick Diaz.
Big body shot by Nick. Outside leg kick, low leg kick by Robbie. Robbie probably should be doing more of that. Big shot by Robbie. Robbie 1, 2, 3 lands on Nick. Nick is trying to find some space. Nick is doing all right. Nick is throwing punches. He's competing right now. He's taking a good punch. Big shot by Nick Diaz. Big shot by Nick Diaz.
Beautiful 1-2 by Nick right there.
Yeah, Nick's got a nice jab, and he's throwing decent combinations right now. So Nick is touching Robbie Lawler. He's in combination. Oh, nice body shot by Robbie. Oh, big shot by Robbie.
Robbie clipped Nick. Nick had to move his face, that hurt him so much. He's backing up a little bit. He literally like... Oh, big body kick by Robbie.
Wow,
oh,
the trading shots.
They're just trading. This is wild, guys. Holy shit.
Nick Diaz.
Holy shit, dude. Nick's is showing up.
Nick
Nick's showing up.
Nick has showed up.
Nick's here, guys.
Nick is here.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Nick is liking it more and more. You can almost see Nick is getting into the fight more and more. He's walking down Robbie. He's really walking down Robbie. Robbie's right in it as well. Robbie's got some business that he needs to settle, so he's not going to fold.
Good outside leg kick from Robbie. Oh, nice jab from Diaz, and he switches stance. Oh, nice 1-2. Fucking Diaz is throwing so straight right now. Those bullet straight punches.
I'll tell you what, Diaz is getting sharper as the fight goes on.
Oh, look at these combinations.
Oh, big
Robbie
shot by Robbie.
Clipped
Diaz nice body shot by Nick. Nick, another nice body shot.
To the body.
Nick is in shape right now. He's throwing decent shots. Nick is doing all right. Nick is doing all right. Robbie's in a fight. Robbie's in a fight. Nick Diaz is here. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Diaz is fucking here. Nick Diaz is here.
Oh, they just traded punches. Oh my God. Oh my God. Nick needs to get his hands up, but he is throwing good punches right now.
Jesus
this is crazy, guys.
This is a fucking fight.
This is fucking
Nick is
crazy,
throwing combinations.
Guys.
We're seeing
Dana White is going off right now. You know Dana White is shitting his pants. Wow, another body shot. He's throwing beautiful. I've never seen Nick throw body shots like this before.
Is he tired? Why is he? Oh, big body shot by Robbie. But Nick comes back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a body shot by. Oh, big shot to the leg by Robbie. Big kick to the leg by Robbie. Nick covers up again. This is where Nick gets in trouble, just kind of taking punches. Nick's got to do something. Comes out.
Oh, comes back.
Comes back.
Clips Robbie.
They're
just trading right now. It's
unbelievable.
Just trading. Oh, beautiful jab from Robbie. Beautiful jab to the body from Robbie.
40 seconds left. Let's see if we can get it out of this first round. This is a fucking 5-round fight, guys.
Holy shit. The output these two old men have put out in one round is... Oh my God, big shot by Nick. Oh.
Here we go. Nick, another big 1-2.
Oh,
Robbie
big jab for Robbie.
Another shot by Nick. They're absolutely just teeing off on each other. Absolutely teeing off on each other. Robbie's taking a good shot. So is Nick, though.
Nick's covering up and then throwing back. It's beautiful right now,
Oh,
guys.
wow. Nick's counters. He takes a couple punches and then he counters with a 1, 2, a 3. Nick's literally working on memory, on 20 years of fight memory, and it's absolutely coming back for him. Unbelievable.
Oh, Nick gets clipped there with the right hook, but he's still trading. Nick's chin is ridiculous. That was the craziest first round ever.
Unbelievable.
Oh my God.
That was...
I don't know who won that first round, Timothy. I don't fucking know who won that first round. That was just the craziest shit. Holy shit, guys.
Fucking hell.
That was
God damn
wild.
it. Nick Diaz is returned. Nick Diaz
Oh
comes
my
back from the
God.
dead.
That was one of the craziest things I've ever. Timothy, I don't know who won round 1. That was the CT Island. Here we come, says Zimmerman.
No
You're not
shit.
wrong, dude.
Holy
oh
fuck.
my God.
Wow.
That was
Wow. Oh man, I'm just like winded. I don't even understand what just happened.
Dude, that was crazy.
Is Nick all right? Because he's turned away, and I don't know who's he talking to right now. He's turned away from the cage. He's not sitting down. He probably doesn't want to sit down.
He says, "You hear me? The body shots are working." Nick isn't responding to his coach right now.
Yeah.
I think he's just looking at Nate and just like, "Yo, Nate."
That's how we do it.
Fucking gangster right here. No shit, dude. Let's go, Nick. The chat is going off right now. This is crazy. I don't know who fucking won that first round. That was wild.
Here we go. It's round 2. We made it to round 2, and Nick Diaz is
still
here.
on his feet, guys.
Good God. What a fucking first round. First round could be the fucking round of the year.
Nice teep from Diaz to start the round.
Diaz keeping distance.
Oh, nice head kick from Diaz.
Diaz we're throwing combinations.
Body head.
They're
Nice
both
head
throwing
movement from
combinations. Nick gets hit again a couple times. Man, they're both throwing a lot. They're connecting a lot. I'm not sure how much. I think Robbie's punches have a little bit more power.
Oh, big knee from
shot.
Robbie Lawler.
Big shot
he
by
clipped
Robbie.
Diaz there, but Diaz is stand back. He's sucking air and recovering. Nice knee from Nick.
Nick almost like a dad knee.
7 uppercuts. He throws.
Nick is so damn accurate. Oh, body kick.
That body shot really hurt Nick.
That hurt Nick. That
body shot really hurt Nick Diaz there. Big body shot that hurt Nick Diaz. And you can see the bruise already coming out on the side of Nick Diaz's body there.
Nick is moving away from Robbie. Robbie's doing...
Oh, nice body shot again from Nick.
Nick's hands are unbelievable. The accuracy of Nick's hands are unbelievable right now.
The speed is not much, but the accuracy is unbelievable.
Nick is still touching him. Nick has to just continue to touch him because that's how he keeps Robbie away from him. He's just literally just touching him with his left and then throws a right. Wow, look at that combination. Nick Diaz is working on memory with unbelievable combinations. Robbie's still there. Robbie's not going anywhere. But unbelievable, Nick Diaz is pulling one out for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we wanted. This is what
big
we dreamt
elbows
of.
from Nick Diaz there. Chris Zimmerman, this is like if the UFC had a barbecue and let people scrap. Holy
Nick
shit.
Diaz is big shot by Nick, straight right by Nick. Wow, right left. Nick is trying to tee off, really trying to hurt. He has not been able to hurt Robbie though, so I'm not sure. Big
Robbie
shot by
with a
Robbie.
big left.
Big shot by Robbie.
Robbie.
But Nick is there not to be hit. He's taking punches, but he's coming back with his own. And Nick's pace is really, really impressive. Both guys' pace is impressive. Both guys have put in the road work to get through at least 2 rounds, which is really impressive for this age, the age that these guys are. Nick is throwing combinations. Wow,
Robbie
big shots
just
by Robbie.
Clipped Nick so hard there. Holy shit.
Nick is just, it really feels like
big knee from Nick.
Wow.
Big body kick from Robbie that folded Nick a little bit.
Unbelievable. The crowd is literally going crazy. Nick is walking away almost like the Diaz used to walk away, but a lot slower than that. He's still touching with big body shot by Nick Diaz.
Yes, he is. Oh, yes. Yes, he is 30 strikes ahead of Robbie, and it is beautiful, but this is wild. He's throwing just, guys, I can't even tell you what's happening. This is just crazy. Boom! Big head kick that was blocked by Robbie. Nick comes back with a 4-punch combination, 5 jabs.
Wow.
3 hooks in a row from Diaz.
Diaz is just absolutely touching Robbie every time he throws a punch, but Robbie looks like he's up for it. Wow, big body shot.
Oh, Robbie staggered Nick there with a big left. Nick throwing a slow knee up the middle.
A dad knee. We call those dad knees now. Robbie is still walking him down. Nick is still trying to just get some distance, but every time that he stops, he throws punches. Nick, I'm wondering if Nick he's not slowing down. He's still throwing punches. It just doesn't have any real effect on Robbie. He's connecting, but Robbie still keeps coming forward. Robbie hasn't really respected Nick's power yet.
Oh,
wow. Big punches by Robbie. Robbie's just walking him down now. Robbie's just walking him down. This is bad now. This is bad.
Nick's, yeah, Robbie's are a little bit more damaging. It looks like Nick is guys, nothing slows you down more than getting hit in the head, and Nick's taking a good few punches at this point, guys. But the output from these two gentlemen is phenomenal.
Unbelievable. Robbie's still walking him down. Nick is slowed down a little bit with his
big body
punches.
kick from Nick, and then a
Big
body
shot
shot
by
from
Robbie. They're both working on each other's bodies. They know the fucking
butter shot, the butter bean.
The fucking breadbasket shot is fucking good when you're older. Robbie's now 1, 2, 3, 4. Robbie's just a little bit more active.
Oh, nice left from Nick.
Sneaky shot by Nick.
Good combination from Robbie.
Nick's,
these rounds feel like they're forever. Oh my god.
Wow, they're just throwing now, just trading again. Nick has to throw more punches. Nick trying to move his head a little bit. Nick's talking to Robbie now. Every time the longer this goes.
Oh wow, Nick throwing some wild punches and eating 3 hard straight jabs from Robbie, and Nick throws a nice hook.
Counter right hook from Nick. Nick throwing jabs. They're both. I'll tell you what, I'm really impressed by Robbie's ability to take a punch.
Body shot folded Nick again.
Yeah, this is Nick is not looking good right now.
Nick doesn't like the body, that's for sure.
No. And Robbie should continue to go back to the body. Nick needs to. If Nick doesn't throw shots, he's going to be in trouble. Wow.
Holy shit. Nick survived the second
Everyone
round.
is standing up in the arena. Holy fuck,
Guys,
dude.
Jesus Christ.
Holy
Doug saying,
fuck.
nice play-by-play. Hey, Doug, appreciate you, man. Krista, Tim Nolan, yes. Stockton slap. No Stockton slaps yet. Nick is over the disrespect, trying to make a statement. Guys, all I know is Nick Diaz got hit with the first couple shots and suddenly turned back into the original Nick
almost
Diaz. It was magical.
Robbie Lawler broke the statue that Nick Diaz was trapped in, and Nick Diaz has now come out.
Oh, that's the most accurate fucking description I have ever heard. That was incredible.
Oh, fuck.
My god. Robbie Lawler literally just punched Nick Diaz out of a statue.
Back into life. It's incredible. Nick Diaz.
Nick is exhausted. Look at how tired Nick is.
Yeah.
Nick is exhausted.
I mean, this is a 5-round fight, and I don't know who this favors. I'm thinking right now, traditionally you would say it would favor a Diaz, but Nick is tired. Nick is really tired.
Oh, he's bleeding in his mouth as well.
He's busted up a bit, and there's Robbie. Robbie just looks determined tonight, doesn't he? He looks like, I'm not going to fucking lose to you again. That's kind of what I feel. But Nick, look at Nick. Starts out really quick.
Shots from Nick.
Nick comes out with big shots. Robbie just walking him down again. And this is very similar to the first fight where Robbie just was walking him down, didn't respect him. Oh, big shots by Robbie.
Big body shots. Robbie's starting to put the pressure on now.
Big shot by Nick.
Oh, wow. Robbie's really starting to throw some output now.
Robbie's just walking him down. Nick needs... He just can't keep him off of him. Nick has not been able to get Robbie's
Nice body
respect.
shot from Nick.
Oh, big left.
from
Big
Robbie.
left by Robbie. Oh, he just...
Oh, he put Nick Diaz down. Oh, he's put Diaz down. He wobbled Nick.
Oh,
He's telling Nick
tells him to get
back
up. What's going on?
It's over. Nick quit.
Wow, what happened?
Nick quit. Nick took the loss.
Yeah, Nick quit.
Nick quit, guys. He took the drop and didn't get back up.
Wow, that was fuck, man.
Wow.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll tell you what. We got more from him than I thought we would.
Wow, that was wild. He
Yeah.
shouldn't fight again, but wow, like it was beautiful to see him throw.
It
like
was,
that.
man. I tell you what, Nick Diaz still has the combinations, the hands. It was great to see.
Wow.
Let's see what dropped him here.
Robbie Lawler just dropped Nick Diaz, guys. Boom.
Oh, that one to the top of the head.
Big left.
Oh,
and
no,
then
that right, and then another one there. And that was it. Nick is reaching for his knee. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with it. There's a big left, and then he hits him now. Uppercut. Yeah, he fucking... Two big shots. And Lawler wants... Boy, I tell you what, Lawler was on a mission.
Look at the swelling on Nick's shin.
Yeah, Lawler was on a mission tonight, guys. Lawler wanted to make this right for himself, and great sportsmanship, fantastic sportsmanship. It was an incredible fight while it lasted, guys. It actually lived up to way more than we should ever expect from these two legends. They went literally right at it for 2.5 rounds, and Nick Diaz finally gets stopped in the middle of the 3rd round. Incredible fight. Not sure if he broke Nick's nose, but Nick's nose is
just leaking.
Absolutely leaking. And I tell you what, Lawler feels redeemed. Lawler feels redeemed. And he should. He stopped Nick. I mean, he made Nick quit, right? If that's a street fight, then Robbie Lawler wins, and that's what Nick Diaz values, right?
Yeah.
So Robbie Lawler, he just looks like a guy that has been waiting to get that one back. I'm sure he's probably thought about that one for a long, long time, and he got it back. Let's see what Lawler says. Wow. I really did not expect that from Nick. Just didn't expect that much pace out the gates. You got to give him credit. He literally emptied the gun. He didn't go in there and collect a check or anything like that. He actually went in there and was in there to win it. Those body shots, I tell you, both guys were delivering big body shots to each other. Lawler was just getting a little bit cleaner towards the end. Well, another big body shot. We're just seeing some replays right now.
Robbie said it exactly right. He said, Nick hit me with some good stuff, but I was just relentless tonight. And that is pretty much the best way that can be put, guys.
Yeah.
But wow, Nick Diaz showing up tonight. But, dude, you just can't, it's not the same as, you don't want to get hit anymore, dude, as well. Like, when you're old like that, dude, there's only so many punches you can take to the face before you're shit goes bad, and that's just how it goes down.
I feel bad for Nick.
Nick did get KO'd, you're right.
Yeah. I feel bad for Nick, but I also am proud of him, He fucking went out there and he did himself proud. I don't think he has anything to.
Robbie's given loads of respect. Nate's talking to him.
Yeah.
Nate and Nick are giving each other love.
Yeah. Amazing. It was just a real special moment that we'll remember a long time. Usually in these types of fights, you are mostly disappointed by what you see. And for 2.5 rounds, we were on the edges of our seats again.
Yeah.
It was really, really crazy, really, really exciting. And wow, they're just interviewing Nick right now, which I didn't even think they would do. Let's see what Nick says. And Nick Diaz is just telling, he said, I had it coming. He said old Rob, and mentions his long layoff.
He said they knew he had it coming.
Yeah. And, he's a warrior, man. And he did himself proud. I don't think anyone that is a Nick Diaz fan should feel bad tonight, because leading up to this fight, what we saw tonight is certainly exceeded my expectations on just how he was presenting himself. So he went out on a shield, and that's all you can expect. He's a fucking legend, man.
He's saying he's glad to be back. He said he didn't want to leak everywhere, and he said that he's glad. He knew he had it coming when he got back in the ring.
Yeah. Well, Nick Diaz, was great to see him. We saw a little bit of that magic for 2 rounds, and at the end of the day, it was Robbie Lawler who was just so determined. You never saw Robbie waver. He just kept marching forward. He didn't get. It was he was really, really determined, wasn't he?
Holy shit! Valentina's up next.
Valentina Shevchenko. Let me just see the stats on that.
Diaz fight?
Yeah, let's just see that. The output.
10 punches off each other.
But Diaz throws 336 punches.
Yeah.
In 2.5. I mean, he was on a Max Holloway pace.
Yeah.
Diaz outstrikes him. More head kicks, more body shots. Lawler has 14 seconds of ground control at the very end. So up until the very end, Diaz was very much given as much as he was taken. I would say the heavier, more powerful shots were Robbie Lawler's. Lawler also had 9 leg kicks. They didn't give any to Diaz? That's bullshit. He landed. He threw. He definitely threw.
He might not have landed.
Yeah, but then that should be fucking 0 of 1. Like, he fucking came out flying out with a fucking spinning back kick.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, also, he's throwing leg kicks to the head and shit. End of the body. That's bullshit.
Oh, no, that's not No, leg kicks is kicks to the legs, I assume.
Yeah?
Yeah, kicks to the legs. Yeah. It's kicks to the legs.
Oh, yeah.
They will just count as head strikes, those.
Yeah. Wow. That was crazy. I'm just gonna pop out for a second, Bodie, and leave you in the fucking good hands of Bodie.
Oh, fucking hell, guys. That was ridiculous. I definitely didn't expect Nick to bring it that hard. I definitely was concerned watching his, pre-fight and all that shit. He was looking a bit wobbly-dobbly, but wow, that was incredible. Holy shit. Cool. So, guys, shout out to Gulam for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Guys, if you don't know, we are a father and son podcast, though the father is currently taking a piss. We do UFC live streams for every single pay-per-view, so if you've enjoyed this commentary, you've enjoyed hanging out with us today, please come back for another one. We'll be back for UFC 267, 268, 269, 267, and we're going to keep doing this. So please, guys, come tune into that. Also, if you don't know, we do like interviews, podcast style. It's more like an open chat with awesome people. We've had Arnold Allen, 6th ranked featherweight. We've had Mason Jones, Bruce Buffer. We've had Jules Aaron Hamoki. We've had William Spencer, Danny Williams, an Olympian. William Spencer is actually the Spider-Man stunt double. We've had a bunch of amazing guests. Furthermore, we've begun doing TTRPG and Dungeons and Dragons content. So if you happen to be a nerd like me and Tom, which, hey, is cool, feel free to check out some of that content. I'd love you guys to get into some of that as well, if that is the thing for you. But if you could spare a second to support us tonight, there's like 140 of you here. If you could head over to YouTube and subscribe, really appreciate that. You can come back for every live stream then. And also head on over to Twitter and follow us on Twitter. That way you can interact with us. It's where we basically spend most of our time. We hang out with people there, and if you want to chat to us and things like that, ask questions about fights, so on and so forth, Twitter is the place to do so. Jean, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia, my dude. Next up, we have Valentina Shevchenko versus Lauren Murphy. Lots of people obviously have Valentina as the favorite, but does the bulldog Lauren Murphy, the woman with the iron heart, push through the barrage of battling blows from Valentina Shevchenko and crush her skull, or does she wilt under the enormous pressure that exudes from the hands of the champ-S?
The bullet.
Of the bullet Valentina.
That's a nice little fucking, nice little intro. You should be, who's the guy that does it for the UFC? Ron Perlman?
Ron Perlman. Steven, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Such a pleasure to have you join us. Guys, if you haven't posted in the chat, please let us know where you're watching from and what is your prediction for these last two fights. Luis, Nick lost via TKO. It wasn't like a complete knockout. He kind of submitted at the end of the fight to some heavy punches. Thanks, you guys are treated. Hey, Lowell, we really appreciate that, man. Hit us with some support. Go follow us on the social medias and the YouTubes, and then and yeah.
I'm drained, man. I felt like the main event fight. Like, we're gonna have to rally back now and watch these other two fights, because I don't know, I was just so fucking amped for those. That first round surprised the fuck out of me.
I can't believe fucking Nick came out like that. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, and the amount of, like, 334 shots in 2.5 rounds, like, the output was ridiculous, and his land rate was almost 50%. I mean, it was really decent. I guess he didn't have a huge amount of power, but he never really did. He was always volume. He would just wear you down and break your spirit. And it just turns out that, ironically, as we got into the later rounds, Nick Diaz's spirit got broken as he got older,
Yeah.
which is sad to see.
That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Also, Andres saying, name a Jeff. Jeff Bezos, Jeff Glover, Jeff Goldblum. Faye
like,
saying you do a good job, really appreciate it. Hey Faye, thank you
Thanks,
so
Faye.
much. If you appreciate what we're doing, go give us a chance. Go support us. Go drop a subscribe on YouTube. Follow us on Twitter. Both of those things. We're trying to get to 1,000 on both of them. We're about to hit 1,000 on Twitter, and we're at like 780 on YouTube.
Yeah,
So
so just
please
around
help
the
us
corner.
out, guys. Yeah, we're nearly there. Been working hard for it.
Next fight, guys. We are going to see, in all of mixed martial arts, even outside of the UFC, you try to see who the most accomplished mixed martial artist is. And you see that by the range of how they're able to win, the different styles they can use to win. And I got to say, Shevchenko is right at the very top of the field, of the class, when it comes to just how skillful she is at everything.
Oh shit! Back in Black is what Lauren Murphy's walking out to.
But Shevchenko,
Bad. No, it's bad to. Oh no, it's back in. Wait, is it?
But yeah, Shevchenko kicks, strikes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Takedowns, ground game, submissions, you name it. And you know what she's doing now that I think is interesting?
Might be wrong.
I think she's basically almost like Amanda Nunes. She's like saying, "What's your best thing? I'm going to beat you in that thing." Do you know what I mean? Like that's what she did against Andrade. She's like, "You think you're stronger than me and you can fucking control me on the ground just because you're from Brazil and you're stocky? I'm gonna take you on the ground. I'm gonna fucking handle you." And so, what would you say Lauren Murphy's strength is?
She's a boxer.
She's a boxer. She's the 3rd ranked flyweight.
Tommy, Nick did fight and he lost. I'm so sorry to be the guy to give you that news. I'm sorry. He didn't get knocked out, but he did submit to punches at the end of midway through the 3rd round. We currently are waiting for Valentina Shevchenko and Lauren Murphy. Lauren Murphy has just arrived at the ring. She is, I believe, I think that's her partner.
That is her partner, yeah. Her partner and coach.
Partner and coach. Wow, that's got to be hard.
Very, very hard. But Murphy, Murphy doesn't have a lot to lose here. Everyone, the odds makers, the experts,
we want to hear predictions.
The fans, everyone thinks she's just going to get knocked out, So when you go in, it's, against the dragon, then you take your shots, right?
Le Dragon.
Yeah. You fucking, if everyone thinks you're going to get killed and you even think, wow, the opponent has killed everyone else, I'm going to go in there and fucking swing freely.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to lose.
Yeah.
So you never know. This is the type of situation, just talking through that, who knows? At least she might be able to catch Shevchenko with something.
That's what I mean, dude. She's got power. She does have power. That's what I mean. It's not a done deal. Kyle's saying Bullet with the knockout in the 1st round, but doink, that's jinxed. Kyle made a prediction and now Valentina loses.
Fuck's sake, Kyle. Fuck's sake, Kyle.
Guys, we have 8 people watching on Twitch right now. Those 8 people, I want you to get in the chat. Let us know where you are watching from and who you are supporting in these last 2 fights. Are you Ortega, Volkanovski, or are you Lauren Murphy, or fucking Valentina? I want to know, guys. I want to know.
Yeah, and here comes Valentina into the octagon. We just can't overemphasize. This is a master at the height of her powers. She's put 30 years, is that 30? Maybe 25 years into the game. She started, her mom was in the martial arts, so Valentina and Antonia have been in the martial arts their entire life, literally since they, it was their first sport when they were.
She looks a little bit shook tonight.
3 or 4 years old. Yeah, she doesn't have that cocky confidence, does she?
No, she looks a little bit shook right now, guys.
Is that shook or is that focused? Like that fucking, I'm the fucking reaper and I'm gonna come take your whole, yeah, maybe. Take your soul. So this is the culmination of 25 years of commitment to a craft. And if you think about it, some people have that commitment and that experience and reach a certain height, whether you're a plumber or a carpenter or a musician. But not only does she have that, but she has the drive to keep pushing and getting better year after year after year. And it's super, super impressive. And here she is to showcase all of the work that she's done for us to pleasure in, for us to to enjoy.
Chef Stone 88 saying Detroit, I got Murphy. Yo, what's up, fucking Chef Stone? Pleasure to have you, dude.
Yeah.
Chris Zimmerman saying, nah, Valentina's gonna put a clinic on her since she said she is an all-round fighter. Valentina beats her opponents at their own game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, Chris. Like, she is so head and shoulders over everyone else just to keep her motivated. She'll look at what they're good at and be like, I'm going to fucking beat you at that. Chef Stone, Detroit, Michigan, that's where you're from? Or is there a further connection to Lauren on that you're aware of? Let us know. Greg says Bullet round 1 into Volk round 1. That is a bold fucking statement. It could happen, though. It could happen. I don't think Bullet wins in round 1. I really don't. I think Bullet, if she really is of that mentality that she's going to beat you at your own game, she's going to make you feel it. She's not going to just knock you out. She's going to beat it out of you. She's going to show you over and over again that she's better than you at that thing that you think you're good at. And she did it with Andrade. She's done it over and over again. I really think she's going to be methodical in how, if she does take apart Lauren Murphy, she's going to take her apart fucking piece by piece. It's not going to be a gadang. It's going to be and Murphy, and what that does is gives Murphy an opportunity. Murphy has an opportunity. As long as she has both of her hands, she might be able to clip Valentina. We haven't seen it. We've seen Amanda Nunes get the best of Valentina at a weight above this, but no one at this weight has been able to get her. Valentina's 5'5". She's got a 66.5-inch reach advantage. She's 33 years old. Lauren Murphy's 38 years old, has a 67-inch reach advantage. So that 5 years could come into play. This is a 5-round fight. If it goes the full 5 rounds, we know Shevchenko is in incredible shape. She is just in superb conditioning.
I don't think she ever stops training. I think she's just constantly in camp.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is what I mean, dude. She just fucking, keeps fucking leveling up. When they say there's levels, she's maxed out, she's finished the game, and now she's doing the mirror image of the game. You know what I mean? She's doing the fucking Mario, the mirror Mario of the game.
I hear you.
You know?
She's gonna dominate this fight and go up weight and challenge Nunes, and she'll win the next fight. Ooh,
dude, I'll tell you what, Kyle.
And also, someone saying, Mr. Magar is saying Bullet with the KO for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen, and it probably will happen, but let's just see it. It's got to happen. She's got to actually land the punch. Lauren Murphy's got to receive the punch, and it has to get dazed to be counted out. So let's fucking see if that can happen. We're 2 human beings in here. 1,000 different movements in
one mistake.
2 highly trained professionals. Let's fucking see it. Let's mix it up and see what happens. Murphy just looks happy to be there. I'd like her to have a little bit more edge, a little bit more I want to fucking kill you, as opposed to I'm fighting for the championship and this is my ultimate goal.
I think that's actually a good thing. I think she's more relaxed. It looks kind of Aldo McGregor-esque in a weird way. I'm getting those Aldo McGregor vibes. Oh, I'm getting big Aldo McGregor vibes right now from Valentina.
Yeah, she's very, very locked, very, very
insular.
She's in tunnel vision.
She's in her head, and when you're in your head in the fight game, that's not a good thing, guys.
Yeah, she's not looking up. She's probably imagining part of the fight right now, but she's not making eye contact with anything. She's looking at the canvas. Now finally looks up as Bruce Buffer is announcing her. She looks very, very focused. 55% of the bets are on Shevchenko to win by KO, TKO, or DQ.
Disqualification?
I guess, yeah.
Interesting.
Wow, how would she, would that mean Murphy would, hit her with a low blow or a fucking knee?
Kick her in the cup, 6 or 7 times?
Here we go. They touch gloves.
Here we go, guys.
And here we go. Shevchenko bouncing up and down. We're back at it again.
Championship belt.
I'll tell you what, Lauren Murphy has fucking developed shoulders and upper arms. She's stacked. I mean, Shevchenko is as well. Shevchenko's a little fucking bulldog. But Murphy has legit, almost bodybuilder sculpting to her arms. And her back is pretty wide as well. Shevchenko now with a lightning quick, little outside low leg kick. Doesn't land, but that could be a big part of this fight. Remember, Shevchenko is a southpaw, and Lauren Murphy is a conventional kicker.
Double jab from Lauren Murphy.
So that front leg kick could be in play for both of these guys right now because their front legs are right next to each other.
Good counter for Valentina right there.
Little body kick with her rear leg to Lauren Murphy's body. It was sort of swept away by Lauren Murphy. Murphy just sort of almost like little level change feint. Murphy has got her hands, not interesting, her fingers are straight up in the air.
Good check there by Murphy.
Valentina
Shevchenko throws a low leg kick and Murphy checks it.
I think the leg kicks might come into play. Valentina trying to close distance, just measuring a 1-2, but not even releasing it. And Murphy's right there in the pocket. Murphy is going to try to figure out, oh man, Shevchenko's fast. That 1-2, that
Good
right.
head movement there as well, slipping that punch from Murphy.
Yeah. You got to be careful, Murphy, because Shevchenko's, there was a nice little combination.
Big one, low kick. Big overhand left, low kick to follow.
Yeah, nice combination. That was Shevchenko that delivered that. Murphy hasn't been able to really touch Shevchenko right now. So Shevchenko really just completely controlling distance. She can come in and touch, but Murphy has not been able to literally land anything yet. Oh, wow. She grabs Shevchenko and
oh, wow. Shevchenko on the brink with a big overhand right that just clipped.
Yeah, for the reward for grabbing that leg on a leg kick was to be lit up with 3 shots. So she might think twice. A little Superman punch by Shevchenko.
Oh, Lauren Murphy's nose is bleeding.
Already. But, you know, Lauren Murphy's used to this.
I think. Is it? Or is that just a shadow?
I think it might have been shadow. It looks like a shadow, or it looks like it might be just a little bit. Oh, wow. Little body jab, and then over the top for Shevchenko with the power left. Nice little combination. Another same thing. This time, body jab and left was a jab to almost to the chest area, and then followed up by an outside low leg kick to the inside of Lauren Murphy's leg. Murphy still hasn't been able to get off, which is a problem. You know, Murphy needs to find Shevchenko. Shevchenko is literally...
She's biting on everything Shevchenko's throwing as well.
Oh, man. Her combinations are so next level, whether it's, you know, a 1-2 with the hands and then finishing with a leg, or the other way around, a leg and then hands. Just very, very accomplished. Murphy's got to somehow not...
Nice outside leg kick from Valentina.
For Murphy to have a
Spinning
chance...
back kick, but blocked by Murphy's arm.
She needs to sit in the pocket and not retreat when Shevchenko comes in. When Shevchenko comes in, she needs to sit in there, possibly take a punch, but also in view of giving a punch right now, because she's not doing that.
Valentina with a nice 1-2 and then calf kick.
Yeah, this game plan is not great for Murphy. She literally hasn't landed anything yet, and that has to change. She has to at least touch her. Shevchenko's just so fast.
Landing a 1-2 up the front, just piecing Lauren up.
Lauren needs to, again, the strategy here is...
Oh,
Lauren,
big shot there from Shevchenko landed. Murphy's still here, still right in front of her.
Left side of her cheek is now red. Nothing really devastating that's happening, but Shevchenko is like, she's like a fucking rattlesnake. She's just in with a bite and back out again, and it's like you can't even see the hit. It's so fast. Lauren Murphy's
left eye is swelling big time.
It's starting to swell up. Starting to get a little bit of a blood contusion or something underneath it. Murphy needs to really just sit in the pocket when Shevchenko comes in. Oh, wow.
Spinning back fist really clipped Lauren Murphy, and she caught her with a right as she came round as well. Oh, head kick that landed.
Murphy was late with the block.
Murphy was late with the block, yep.
So Shevchenko's just sort of striding out right now. It's almost like she started out in a little jog, and now she's just lifting her knees a little bit more and getting a little bit more pace. Oh, big counter right by... Oh,
and Shevchenko slams her to the ground.
Wow, that was just an absolute trip slam by Shevchenko. She had a body lock on her, and turned her and just absolutely thunder slammed her to the ground. Murphy's just trying to wrap her up to get through this first round. There's only 5 seconds left in the first round, so Murphy survives the first round.
Murphy survives the first round.
To the displeasure of a lot of people, but I have to tell you, if you're a Lauren Murphy fan, you're starting to think like she needs to like literally throw out whatever her game plan was and do something entirely different because nothing landed. I mean, to me,
They believe Valentina's trying to set up the head kick.
Yeah, yeah. Well, she landed it. Lauren has to just sit in the pocket. She can't fucking come out of the pocket because otherwise she will not be able to find distance. Whoa,
Oh
Jesus
my
Christ.
God.
Lauren Murphy grabbed Shevchenko's left foot, which set Shevchenko up. So Lauren's hands are down here. Shevchenko just lights her up with a couple punches to, just to the face. But just her combination, she just, she messed
She
up.
blocked the spinning back fist, but then landed the straight.
Yeah, spinning back fist was blocked.
Yeah, actually, Lauren Murphy blocked the spinning back fist that we called earlier.
Murphy has to do something different right now. And I'm not sure if her corner has given her any instruction, but she simply cannot she cannot carry out that same game plan again. She's just too far away with her strikes. Shevchenko's just in and out too fast. Shevchenko's waiting for Murphy to come in.
Murphy throwing some nice feints as they come out into the center. Murphy stepping in for a jab.
Murphy's more comfortable as a counterpuncher, it looks like. She doesn't like to lead the dance, and she's just uncomfortable doing it. Shevchenko will do either. She'll lead or she'll counter. And it's almost like Shevchenko saying, come on, let's see what you got. I'll counter you now. I fucking led the first round. Now let me show you how the counter game works. Just trips her again. She's got her in a bit of a...
Try and goes for a trip. Murphy's going for a takedown.
Murphy's got her up against the fence in sort of a grappling position, a clench position up against the fence. To be fair, this is the most dominant position Murphy's had the whole fight. Just by leaning up against Shevchenko, at least she's in space where she can touch her. None of this is scoring
Lauren
points.
Murphy is trying really hard to follow through on this single leg. And currently Valentina's base is just so lead heavy. It's unbelievable. Murphy manages to get the leg off the ground. Valentina doing a good job. Big elbow from Valentina, and they break off the cage back into the center of the octagon. Keith Peterson getting in the way of the camera.
At least Murphy found a way to get a little bit closer to Valentina. Wow. She just got touched again, this time by a sort of a round jab, almost like a hook from Valentina. Now an inside leg kick from Valentina. Valentina looks very locked in, just reading the whole time. Tries again for the Superman, just a bit short again. Murphy is doing a good job of staying out of range. That's the good news. The bad news is she's out of range for herself as well. So I'm not sure how we fix that, but it's almost like she's scared of Valentina, which means she's not able to throw her own shit. She just, because every time she tries to, she gets popped. I'm not sure. What do you say to Lauren Murphy at this point?
Baptism by fire.
Yeah, just fucking throw it. You just got to throw it.
If you get knocked out, at least you tried.
Yeah. You just got to go in there and throw it. I think you don't drop back when Valentina comes in. You stay your position and you counter.
Oh, big body shot. Oh, wow.
Spinning back kick that lands to the body as well. Valentina just throwing the ensemble of different disciplines. Now she goes for a takedown. She's just so strong.
And she rustles Lauren Murphy she rustle her.
Just so strong. I mean,
she ends up in the half guard and butterfly guard of Lauren Murphy.
I mean, Murphy's ground game isn't terrible, but this is not where Murphy wants to be. I mean, she's not feeling like, if I'm here.
Murphy's a jiu-jitsu brown belt.
She's a brown belt in jiu-jitsu. Is that a lockdown she's got her in?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's trying to. Yeah, she's trying to put a lockdown on her.
But at this point, even, a brown belt in jiu-jitsu, you can't possibly think that Lauren Murphy's
gonna... she's putting the lockdown on her. Yeah, she's doing it the wrong way, though. She should be switching. Outside leg should be in.
Yeah.
So she's doing it the wrong way.
But this is, to be fair, I think Shevchenko is just sending messages right now. The first message was, I can beat you leading the dance. I can beat you when I'm kicking. I can beat you countering. And I can beat you on the ground. So you mentioned that you're an all-rounder. Just show me which bit you are better than me at. And you know, Lauren hasn't had an answer.
Mm.
Lauren looks comfortable on the bottom, but there's no urgency. She's just managing Valentina's position so that she just doesn't get.
Valentina's just smothering her right now.
Yeah, just putting a lot of top pressure on her at you know, sort of the higher part of her body, around her high shoulders, her neck, her face. Valentina's just driving her shoulder into that. Seems like Valentina is. I mean, what's Valentina's strategy here? Is it just to?
She's trying to pass that leg.
Try to get into a sort of a full mount position.
Yeah.
But Valentina's incredibly strong.
She's
just, her core is incredible.
Oh, big elbow from Valentina.
Huge elbow. You know, Valentina is not only is she fast,
another
but
big
she's
elbow.
strong. She's lining up. Oh, that was a smasher. Oh man, 2 elbow. Is that the end of the round?
Yeah.
End of the round. I thought they were going to stop it there. Lauren Murphy just looking. Her face is slowly looking worse and worse. End of round 2. So in some ways, it's a moral victory for Lauren Murphy. She hasn't been blown out in the first 2 rounds, but she literally doesn't have an answer right now. And you know, if I'm her corner, I'm like, look, we got here. What do we got to lose?
Her coach is telling her that you've seen all the best that she has, and you're doing great.
I mean, just, maybe she thrives on positivity, but at some point you need to say, listen, you're doing great. We just need you to throw some shit, like really, really fucking. But you know, here's the thing. Valentina is happy to take her down as well, which then, you know, makes that a threat as well. So she can't stay in the pocket too long. She can't stay out of the pocket too long. It's really complicated. It's very difficult to really understand a strategy that is going to beat Valentina. I mean, ultimately, you need to have a striking game like Amanda Nunes to get Valentina's respect. Because right now, Valentina is just absolutely leading the dance. Steve Hamilton, possibilities are endless. I'd like to see the underdogs get it done.
For the question mark kick there.
Still in the middle of the octagon.
Lauren moving. Oh, wow. Lauren moving a little bit nicer. Goes in for a jab and just gets clipped with that counter hook, that counter right hook again.
Lauren
lead hand hook.
Lauren started the jab and the counter landed before the fucking jab got there. It's crazy.
Lauren throws a 1-2 that doesn't land, but she gets out there. She throws them out there.
Maybe this is maybe she wanted to ease her way in, just get through the first couple rounds.
Nice counter from Shevchenko again.
Shevchenko is just very clean, very, very accurate with her counters and her leads. There's a 1-2 to lead. Just very, almost like fucking strafing.
Spinning heel kick.
Spinning heel kick.
Just clipped the hand of Lauren Murphy.
But with pace. I mean, that spinning heel kick was at velocity. Just like a fucking spring that was just released. Very, 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 very quick. Wow, 1-2, hard 1-2, but her 1-2s are going to Lauren Murphy's body more than the nice counter left.
Another counter from Valentina.
Wow, body shot. Valentina is just lighting her up with everything, like just a little bit better at everything. Murphy has to, you know, start. You know, at this point, what does Murphy do? I think you go fucking Hulk mode and you start fucking throwing shit.
Yeah.
Thing is, though, you're so disciplined your whole life.
Nice outside leg kick from Valentina.
Murphy feints a little bit. Valentina's just outside of range. Valentina stays outside of range, but just in enough range to counter if Murphy's, you know, if she takes a chance enough to throw something. Valentina, look, is right in the pocket right now. Valentina wants to do something right now. Both literally standing in a tire. 2 high front push kicks that miss by Valentina. Not a lot of, you know, Valentina, let's be fair, isn't
inside leg kick
distributing a lot of damage. She's winning the fight, but she's winning on points, not on devastating Lauren Murphy. And I think at this point in her career, I think it's important for her to overwhelm her opponents. It seems like that's her mindset, and I don't think she's doing that right now. She's winning. She's clearly winning in every facet of the fight.
Yeah.
you know, this is the #1 contender in the flyweight division. And you can see the difference between the two of them.
Laura Murphy throwing a body kick, easily defended by Shevchenko, but she does throw the body kick.
Yeah, as long as she's, you know, I mean, she just needs to throw more. She just can't get close to her. Lauren Murphy tries to throw a 1-2 Superman. Valentina matches her and throws a 1-2. Lauren has to throw more kicks. I think that could help her. Because, nice 1-2.
Nice. That outside leg kick hurt that time.
Yeah.
Valentina with a lovely three blow combination, ending with an outside leg kick that really stuttered Murphy's legs.
And that could be a factor. Remember, this is a 5-round fight. 1 minute and 15 seconds left in this 3rd round. Valentina just controlling everything. She doesn't look, you know, very anxious to administer more, which, you know, in some ways, she's respecting Lauren. You know, she's not going in there and just steamrolling her.
Oh, another outside leg kick that really hurt Laura Murphy. The outside leg kicks are starting to build up. You can see Laura Murphy's knees starting to hurt.
You can see a red band around above the knee and below the knee. There's some damage done to Lauren Murphy's front leg. This is just sort of like an incremental, just slowly taking her apart in different aspects of her game. Really investing in the body. So leg kicks, a lot of her combinations are pointed toward the body. Valentina looks like she just wanting to pick it up here the last 20 seconds.
Nice couple of body kicks. Laura Murphy goes for a big Superman punch. Valentina maximizes on it by slipping it and taking Laura Murphy's back with 14 seconds left in the round.
10 seconds left. Valentina has her wrapped up against the fence. Sort of Valentina is on her back, and Murphy can't break the grip. Valentina slips in a sneaky right to finish the 3rd round. And still not a lot of answers or not a lot of options for Murphy to double down on. Oh man, did you see that fucking toenail scrape? Let's just see what you guys say. So she's fucking a goat. Makes the shit look easy. I hear you, Kyle. She's really, really good.
Murphy's a fly in Valentina's face. Yeah, you're not wrong. Guys, get hyped in the chat. Are you loving this display of martial arts from Valentina so far? Obviously, Lauren can still catch her. Everyone's still dangerous, guys. But how much are we just glad that we're alive to see such a beautiful martial artist exist?
Yeah, it's very, very impressive. Kyle says, reminds me of the Megan Anderson Amanda Nunes fight. It does, man, where it's just like complete and utter, like, do you want me to beat you on the ground? Do you want me to beat you striking? You want me to beat you kicking? I can throw elbows. You want me to counterpunch you? Like, you name it, and I'll give it to you. All right, here we go. Round 4.
Laura Murphy takes the center and gets a little bit closer to Valentina than before.
Murphy's still in it, dude. I mean, you know, as long as she's standing and her hands are there, who knows? That's what she needs right there. That little counter. That was the first
nice
real
body
clean
shot.
counter that she had. And first opportunity, really.
Wow. She went for that question mark
kick was lovely. Very, very fast. Get back in there, Lauren. Get back in there and see if you can get another. Try to do a little foot stomp.
Try and get a feint out of. She's definitely trying. She's definitely trying at the beginning of this round. But a couple more counters and she'll regret it. You know, she'll just start backing up again.
Yeah, she can't.
Levi, such a dominant champion. Indeed, you're not wrong. Lovely. Another inside leg kick for Valentina.
Tries the spinning back fist. Lauren's got a real dilemma.
Look at the back of her. Look at the back of her knee.
Yeah.
Laura Murphy lands a Superman punch and staggers Valentina Shevchenko.
I don't think she landed it. I think she stepped on her foot. We'll have to see the replay, but I'm not sure she landed that. Nice 1-2 by Valentina to the chest again. So Valentina really not aiming for there she goes, for a little counter to the face. But a lot of her punches are sort of just below the chin in the high chest area, where, you know, it's a lot harder to dodge that. You can dodge things with your head, but harder to move your whole body away. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in round 4. At this point, if you're Lauren Murphy, you should be saying, what the fuck do I got to lose?
Nice body kick.
And we're not seeing
Valentina
Shevchenko
rip into the body with a beautiful round. Oh, switch kick. Oh, teep to the belly. Switch kick up top, blocked by Murphy. Then teep follows it from Valentina.
You know, you got some fighters that have one of those. That's their fucking go-to, their bread and butter. Valentina can just pull out any of those and can hurt you with any of them. That's what we're talking about. Oh wow, nice combination, 1-2, and then that outside
leg kick, and that hurt. That Lauren Murphy's struggling to move that front leg. You can see it.
Yeah, it's not as mobile, and she's not even stepping on it as much. It's definitely hurting her. Head, body, leg, 37-10 head kicks for Valentina, 25-8 body, and 16-7 leg. So she's literally at least doubling the output of Lauren Murphy in every single part of the body. And by the way, she has all the top control as well on the ground.
Yep.
It's a thorough beating, but I'm gonna say something.
She staggered Lauren Murphy.
Shit.
Lauren Murphy's about to get knocked out, guys. Lauren Murphy's about to get knocked out. She just clipped her 7, 8 times, 9, 10, 11, 12. Lauren is getting smothered right now. She's on the ground getting pounded out by Valentina now.
Wow, Valentina's trying to close the show. This is over.
Lauren Murphy's she's got to go out here. How is she still awake right now? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, Valentina's just getting a very dominant position.
Yeah.
She's going to try to pin her arm or try to get out of that sort of half guard position. Wow, I don't even know how Murphy lasted that. She did a good job of just lasting that. It looked like she was
Lauren
just
Murphy
out.
just got absolutely blasted, guys. I think she took maybe 20 punches in quick succession.
And I was just saying, I don't think, it's a dominant performance, but she was looking for something more. And just as I said that, she fucking drops Murphy and is ready to finish her right now.
Big elbow. Oh, another big elbow. Oh, look at Lauren Murphy's face. She didn't like either of those.
Yeah,
oh my God. Oh my Lord. Valentina's just opening up now. And
there it goes.
Valentina wins by TKO in the 4th.
Wow. Valentina Shevchenko with a performance that just reminds us again that she is...
Valentina, Lauren Murphy said she's never been in there with someone like me. Oh, how wrong she was.
Yeah.
Lauren Murphy's never been in there with anyone like Valentina.
Wow, those are thunder elbows there at the end. Really damaging elbows. And I don't think Murphy...
Boom.
I actually think Murphy, when she got dropped, was pretty much done at that point. I think her competitiveness at that point was more, I just want to survive, or maybe I don't even care about that anymore. It's a weird thing, when someone chips away and takes a little bit of your soul. We saw it with Nick Diaz.
Boom.
And we saw it a little bit here with Lauren Murphy. When you just get overwhelmed as a human, your response is survival, right? Your response is to curl up. It's almost like it's beyond your training. Once you've been overwhelmed, you go into survival mode.
Murphy was, I think, the #1 contender, Kyle.
Yeah.
No,
she was number 3. Lauren Murphy's number 3. It depends what happens with Andrade. Andrade is going up and down and up and down. She just called out Rose. So, I mean...
Andrade is Nathaniel saying Murphy lasted longer than I would.
No shit. I mean, give Lauren Murphy big props.
She lasted 4 rounds.
Yeah, that's actually nothing to be ashamed of. Those 4 rounds were, with potentially, clearly the best flyweight ever in women's MMA. And when she's done, she could be viewed as, it depends what happens with her and Amanda. If she beats Amanda in this in the trilogy,
might be the greatest woman ever.
She might end up being the greatest woman ever. So to go 4 rounds with the greatest, the GOAT, yep. Unbelievable. This is a problem for Dana because what do you do? I mean, do you recycle Andrade? Andrade is the #1. And Andrade beat Calvia, who's let me just see this. Let me get this right.
Tom's got his notes, guys. Give him a second.
Calvia was number 5. Andrade is #1. Murphy's number 3. So, what the fuck?
Thug Rose won't have a chance. I agree, Stephen. I fully agree with you.
No, Thug. Remember, Thug is a division lower.
That's what he's saying. She's saying she should go up and fight Nunez, but because Thug won't have a chance against her.
Well, it depends. If Valentina stripped down to Thug's division, let's see Valentina 10 pounds lighter.
10 pounds lighter, but frickin' she'd put it all back on.
You mean night of? Yeah, maybe.
Oh,
this is where
3,
we're just
4, 5, 6,
Jesus.
7, 8.
It's just absolute barrage. And some of these elbows, oof.
Right to the temple.
That is a big, big, big elbow. That's a fucking brain damp. There's so many elbows and punches
So
there.
many brain cells were just lost by Lauren Murphy.
Yeah, she's fucking.
She should fight Cejudo. Oh, mate, dude, I think fucking Valentina would fuck Cejudo up, dude.
I mean, it depends. If you gave her, so what's Cejudo's weight class? 125.
125 and 135.
Yeah.
I think she'd fuck him up, dude.
I mean, I think it could be competitive for a little bit, but unbelievable. I don't know what we do with Valentina Shevchenko. You know, it's a problem because she was almost a 20-1 favorite tonight.
Can someone take a photo with me in the chat?
Almost a 20-1 favorite, and she did exactly what she's supposed to do, which is dominate in every single way possible, and then finish. You know, what the fuck? Stephen Hamilton, I'd like to see her go up to Nunez. So the first fight, I believe, was closer. The second fight, I need to rewatch those. We need to rewatch those fights.
He's speaking beautiful Spanish right now. Carl, she is the GOAT indeed.
She's the GOAT.
No one does it like her.
Nah, she's just, I mean, look at every weight division. She has the biggest margin. Even bigger than Amanda's. Well,
literally.
Yeah, even bigger than Amanda's on fucking how good she is compared to the top 5 underneath her. Incredible. Incredible.
Fucking incredible, guys.
All right, guys. Well, we got one more.
One more.
And this could be the fight of the night. These two guys got fucking beef.
Oh, I think so far Robbie Diaz's fight of the night.
Yeah,
so far.
Or that fucking onslaught by fucking, let me look at my fucking yeah, exactly. Not Nasrat.
They gotta run the Nunez bullet fight again. Yeah, no shit, man. That's exactly what they need to run, Nathaniel. I completely agree with you.
Yeah, but Nathaniel, have you seen how much cake fucking Nunez has been eating lately? I don't know if she can fucking get down there, bro. You know, she'd have to get down to. What the fuck is? Look at fucking Jorge in a.
Jorge Gamebred Masvidal.
Gamebred.
Masvidal. Here we go, guys.
Here we go. All right. This is the. I mean, to me, there's certain fights that are out there. I think of Kamaru Usman and Colby Covington. I think of Gane versus Ngannou. Holloway versus either of these guys, where it's like.
Triple C coming out as trans to fight Valentina. We all know. We all know what fight won't win fight of the night. That's fucking. He's talking about fucking. Chardinho.
Oh Jesus Christ.
And Blaydes. Oh, guys, here we go.
All right. Right now, holy shit, win by submission. Volkanovski is a favorite. Inside the distance. Well, Volkanovski is the favorite on win by striking and inside the distance, but Ortega is the favorite by submission, which makes sense. That makes sense. I'm just gonna see what that other fight was that I think was a candidate for fight of the night, and I'm gonna say it was the. What the fuck is it? It is the. Oh. The Meraz Dvalishvili versus Marlon Moraes. That was, I think that was performance of the night. That was more performance of the night. But you got to give fucking Shevchenko performance of the night as well. You know, recently they've been giving out more performance of the nights, so it could be that, you know, both of them get it. Fucking Robbie Lawler could get performance of the night as well.
I'll tell you what. Someone in this next fight's gonna look ugly afterwards.
Oh, this fight's gonna
Someone's gonna look ugly after this next one, guys.
Yeah. Who do you think that's gonna be? I mean, if anyone's gonna look ugly, I have to say it's probably gonna be Ortega, a la fucking the Max Holloway fight. I think Ortega's best chance to win this is a fucking sneaky fucking guillotine or
on a takedown, on a lazy takedown by Volk.
Just sink a fucking killer guillotine and put Volk to sleep. Volk isn't gonna tap, so he'd have to just be put to sleep.
Yeah, for sure.
If Volkanovski doesn't respect
Ortega's jits,
Ortega's sub game, then he could be in a big surprise. But I just think Volkanovski has just a more evolved stand-up game. Wow, look at that. We're just watching some highlights. Volkanovski's a beast. Ortega's a beast. This is why we're watching this. I actually want it to go to the ground.
Yeah.
I want to see what happens. Yeah. Just to see, because people now are saying, oh, I just don't want to take fucking Ortega to the ground. Well, maybe if someone has serious fucking ground and pound and pressure, you've seen it against other jiu-jitsu guys.
Here we go. I'm sweating. I'm sweating, guys.
One thing that Ortega used a lot in that fight against a Korean Zombie is the side kick or the oblique kick to the knee. It's a fucking devastating kick, and I wonder if that will come into play. Volkanovski is fucking hella good with that outside low leg kick. Fucking lit up Max Holloway's leg continuously. Yeah.
Salute me, familia. Salute.
If Ortega can stand with him and trade with him, kind of like you saw with Robbie Lawler and Nick Diaz, we got a great fight. I'm just not sure he can.
I don't know what's going to happen.
Because I know it's MMA math.
Also, guys, how many of you knew that
Brian Ortega actually popped for EPO, actually full on anabolic steroids in his UFC debut? He won and got into the UFC on fucking PEDs, guys. How do you feel about that? How does everyone feel about that? Get in the chat and tell us how you feel about Ortega popping for PEDs in his UFC debut, guys. I'm not sure if you guys knew that.
Well, I fucking didn't until Volkanovski said it.
No, me neither.
Here's the point of that. What do you think about the UFC sort of brushing that under the rug?
Literally.
Because Ortega's like their fucking boy. He's definitely the poster fucking superstar if he can get it done. He's just, he's got that crossover appeal. He's good looking. He's fucking from LA. He's younger. He connects with the younger audience. So, yeah. The fact that we didn't know that,
ridiculous.
It's crazy. All right. Well, we know Ortega's coming in first. Let's just give you some stats. Ortega is
what?
Oh shit. He's coming in fucking. Is this
He's wearing purge masks?
Goddamn.
Ortega's wearing the purge mask, guys.
and all his team is as well.
His whole team are wearing purge masks.
Can they see is the question. They got glow-in-the-dark fucking purge masks.
The wild part is, Volk isn't even going to see this. He's totally for himself.
What music is he playing?
Some like it might be like, sounds like Prodigy-esque, Pendulum.
But I like the attitude though. I like that he's fucking coming out with fucking almost like Izzy attitude.
He's got some swagger on him.
Yeah, I like that. So that's good. I mean, let's see if he tries to wear the mask in the ring.
He's only got one loss currently.
Yeah.
He's only got one loss, guys.
To Max Holloway, and that was
Max Holloway.
And that was a beating. I mean, that was a beating.
Right, guys, as we get into this last bit, there's 77 of you here. Share this stream on whatever your favorite social media is. If it's TikTok, do that. If it's Twitter, do that. If it's Instagram, do that. If it's, whatever it is, guys, please share us out. Let's get as many people in here for this main event as possible. Also, everyone that hasn't put something in the chat, let us know where you're watching from today and who you think is going to win this main event. Are you T-City or are you Team Volk? Are you Team T-City or are you Team Volk?
T City looks good, man. I like his whole like vibe right now. Comes in, he's sort of like moving to his music a little bit. He's got an awesome fucking braid job that the UFC has given him. Look at that. That's crazy. He's got that almost like that Muay Thai fucking stick on the back. You know, it's almost like the, do you know what I mean, dude?
Yeah.
The ceremonial Thai
I
fucking
know
thing.
exactly what you're talking about.
That's
Let's go,
what
guys. We just went from 70 to 90 people in the stream. Guys, if you're just joining us, welcome to Homie and the Dude. Brian Ortega has just entered the arena and is currently getting some Vaseline placed on the face before entering the octagon.
He looks
Zach
good.
Brawler is from Pennsylvania and he's here for T-City. What's up?
What's up, Zach?
Guys, let us know where you're watching from, who you're here to support in this final.
Yeah, definitely let us know where you're from. Whether you're inside the States, what state are you from? Whether you're outside the States, whether you're from Australia, where are you from and who are you for right now? Because this is the main event. This is the one we've been waiting for. Brian Ortega is cage side. He's now just going to get himself into the octagon. I like his confidence. He's like, you know, pointing out to the crowd. He's sort of like embracing the audience. It's not like he's shying away from it, which is good. In the octagon, I think this is going to be a fucking war. This is going to be a fucking war.
Volk
Shane,
smash.
Volk smash. You're not wrong, dude. That could be a Volk smash.
Chris says Volk as well. We got 3 Volks and 1 T-City so far.
Greg from Perth. Nice, dude.
Saying Volk, that's another Volk. That's 4 Volks and 1 T-City.
So Zach representing T-City. Who else do we got? Show the screen. Sorry, Michael. You still have time to go hunt a screen down. If you can't find it, bro, we will give you some badass play-by-play. We'll let you know exactly how this fight's playing out.
Oh, damn it. He's got the land down under.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I guess that's, I mean, it's appropriate. He's fucking, you know, he's connecting. He's got to connect with.
Going for Ortega, watching from San Antonio. 2 for Ortega, 4 for
nice one, Elliot.
Volk. I think Ortega's going to do him. That's 3 now for Ortega, 4 for Volk.
I like the mixture in the crowd, guys. I have to say, both guys, man, this is one that you fucking love to see. Both guys are at the height of their powers. Both guys look fucking real confident.
They look ready, yeah.
It's like having 2 meteors just smash against each other.
Literally.
You know?
Oh, God.
Oh, he's from New South Wales, Australia. He's not even a Kiwi, he's an Aussie.
Yeah, he's an Aussie. But I guess he goes and trains with Eugene Berriman. Yeah. So he looks like he's fucking vibing with his music as well, coming right out of the tunnel to be seen for the first time. And just to let you know, for the press conferences and everything, T-City had a huge, huge difference in support from the crowd. I wouldn't be surprised if Volkanovski's hearing a mixed crowd of boos and cheers right now, even though he is the champion. It's understandable. T-City's from LA. LA is, you know, on.
Good to meet you, Harry. If you're off now, mate, pleasure to have you.
Yep, T-City from Blackfoot, Idaho. All right, Jerry. Nice one, dude. Michael says Ortega doesn't deserve it. 2 fights in like 3.5 years. Philly over here. Nice one, Michael, from Philly. I spent some time in Jersey and just outside of Philly. Glad to have you home.
Greg Steven, Volk was a gun NRL player.
Yeah.
Before he took. Oh, okay, shit. So that's the rugby thing.
Yeah, yeah. All right, he's at cage side, guys. There's Eugene Berriman. He's got his flag draped over his shoulder. Both guys look super confident.
The cameramen keep breaking the 180 rule, and it's really confusing as to which side Volkanovski is currently standing on, because the cameramen for the UFC are inapt and didn't know that there was the 180 rule.
Volkanovski is just pulled off his shirt, gets a hug from everyone in his corner. He goes around the horn, getting a hug from everyone, including Eugene Berriman, who is pretty much known as one of the, I don't know, at least the top 5, maybe even higher coaches in the entire world right now. So he's got a great corner. On the other side of things, Ortega comes up through the Cesar Gracie fucking legit black belt in jiu-jitsu. Like, you don't get a black belt in jiu-jitsu.
Look at Bass Rutten looking at Volk. Bass, the dang Rutten.
The dang. Volkanovski just getting checked up.
I love
and,
Volk's walkout song, lol. Look at that. He's got a beautiful arm piece. That dragon arm piece that he has is gorgeous.
That's kind of new. I don't know. Was he inked up like that before?
I think he was inked up when he fought Max, yeah.
All right, Volkanovski entering the octagon. And
Here we go, guys.
Both men are now in the octagon. Volkanovski wearing the black and gold, befitting
a champion.
A champion. Just like, what is that little little brand there? Is that just the Venom thing right there on his upper thigh? I think it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Volkanovski doing a round around the octagon, just taking a tour around, looking over at Ortega. And here we go. Here's the tail of the tape. Volkanovski's 32 years old, 5'6". They both weigh about 144 pounds. Here's the tricky thing. Ortega's 5'8" and has a 2-inch reach disadvantage, 2.5 inch disadvantage. So Volkanovski's 2 inches shorter, but has a 2-inch longer reach advantage. That could be interesting.
Do you know what's even more wild? We've been streaming for over 6 hours, guys.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Thanks for anyone who stuck with us that entire time, who's enjoyed the stream this time. Please, guys, feel free to hit us with a subscribe on YouTube. Show us a little bit of support. We do this every UFC pay-per-view, guys.
Herb Dean has the call.
Dean.
I think Herb Dean is the right person for the call. Who else are you going to have in there? Maybe Jason Herzog, but I think Herb Dean is the guy now that Big John has hung him up. Ortega is getting announced. Bruce Buffer doing his thing as he always does. Consummate professional, looking fucking dapper as always, wearing just the pure James Bond tuxedo.
Guys, did you know that Bruce Buffer once tore an ACL while doing his intro? If you want to find out how that happened, head over to the Homie and the Dude YouTube channel, find our podcast with the incredible Bruce Buffer, and listen to that story, because boy, it is a fucking interesting one.
He's looking great. He's still bringing it fucking at the top of his game still. We talked about Shevchenko at the top of her game. As far as ring announcers, Bruce Buffer is right there as well. The crowd is really, really showing support. The lights have gone down. Introductions are about ready to start. Ortega looks up for it. Volkanovski looks up for it. Ortega representing LA.
Brian Ortega
West
throwing up
Side.
some gang signs. As many gang signs as he can get in. One like this. One like this. One like LA. What's that? Wait, no, it's like that LA one. Like he's getting all of his fucking
Fucking hitting all of them, man. Ortega just looking real comfortable. Getting ready to mix it up. You like to have Ortega looking like this. Up for it.
Brian is looking relaxed,
Yeah.
guys.
I like to see, how fighters will react in this moment, and Ortega is embracing it. Is embracing the
chaos,
all the fucking chaos, the noise, the literal noise, but also the energy. We know how Volkanovski will do. He's done it twice with Max Holloway. Ortega's done it once with Holloway, but here he is again. Second crack at second bite of the apple for Brian Ortega.
I'm nervous, guys. As always, my butthole is clenched, my hairs are prime and perky, and I'm feeling stressed as anything. Not sure about you guys.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good one. This is gonna be a good one. These guys are both too good to fucking one of them to clip another one.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a fucking 5-rounder.
I agree.
God damn. Here we go. They walk up to the center.
Here we go, guys. Jesus.
They've been in each other's space through the entire the Ultimate Fighter series. They were meant to fight in the summer. They do touch gloves. Volkanovski raised his gloves first in a sporting way, and Ortega touched. Ortega's wearing blue. Volkanovski in the black and gold. And they just agreed that they're going to touch gloves in the middle before they start trying to take each other's head off.
Here we go.
Here we go. Touch glove in the middle, and both standing in the middle. Neither man is giving way. I think it's trying to see who is going to control the space, who's going to control the energy, and neither one has shown that they're ready to give space right now. Volkanovski just sort of ducking in and out with some movement, but Ortega staying right there.
Nice inside leg kick for Volk.
That leg kick could be, wow, Volkanovski tries a high kick, a high head kick to almost just out of the gates. I'm impressed with Ortega just staying in the pocket and willing to just see, let's see who has better hands right now. Volkanovski slowly, just a little bit, controlling the forward motion.
Nice body kick from Volk.
But it comes and goes. Ortega's now pressing forward a little bit. Remember, Ortega's a southpaw, but he switches pretty regularly. Volkanovski also
nice
switching.
Check there from Ortega.
Both of them just completely switching at will. So, you know, Volkanovski is now currently in the orthodox. Ortega with a little kick, not with a lot of power on it. They're just feeling each other out, but definitely in the pocket where you can tell there's going to be some stuff happening. There goes Ortega with that first little...
Lot of feints from Volkanovski. Ortega with a couple of jabs that nearly hit Volk, just missing him.
Ortega tried to land that little side kick to the knee. He missed it. It was very effective against Korean Zombie. Oh, nice jab by Volkanovski. This first good jab of the fight. Ortega had to get his attention.
Oh wow, checked hard by fucking.
Oh,
Brian
big
Ortega,
shot by.
Big overhand right by Volkanovski.
Big shot by Volkanovski. Let's see if Ortega can take it. From what we know, Ortega doesn't get buzzed so easily. Max Holloway threw fucking everything at him.
Nice outside leg kick for Ortega. He threw that with some leather behind it.
Yeah, it was a bit. Oh wow, another fucking left. Straight right by Volkanovski. He's finding home with that. 1-2. Now he hits him with a left. Volkanovski's winning the hands game right now. And there's been a lot of people that have said Volkanovski's stand-up game is just really confusing and almost overwhelming. The feints and all the variety. And let's see if this is the case with Ortega. Ortega has just sort of found his pace with a stand-up, really coming into its own against Korean Zombie. Nice little check hook by Volkanovski.
Little cut over Ortega's eye, I think, guys, as well.
Volkanovski, really nice variety, nice little inside leg kick followed by a lead right that missed. Ortega, southpaw stance, staying in the pocket. Ortega hasn't, nice jab.
Nice jab from Volk that clipped Ortega right on the chin.
Right now, Volkanovski is owning the distance and the damage.
Right by Volk again.
Seeing a little bit of damage on Ortega's eye. This could be ugly. This could be ugly if Ortega doesn't find a way to mix it up a little more evenly.
Oh, Volk's cut as well.
Ortega's left eye is a little bit hit. Volkanovski's left cheek.
Both men are cut currently.
It's a.
Ortega looks like he's waiting. He's waiting. He's lowering him in. It feels like.
I mean, remember, Ortega has a spinning back fist. Ortega has a knee. Ortega has a fucking lethal uppercut. Remember what he did to Frankie Edgar. So he has weapons that he hasn't shown yet.
1 minute left in this first round, guys.
Remember, Ortega did as good as he could against Max Holloway, but was on the losing end of that. Volkanovski, you could say at least.
Oh wow, nice jab, nice straight right. Sorry, by Ortega.
Ortega's eye is definitely lit up now. It's split open. His left eye is split open, so that could be a problem.
Head kick from Ortega blocked by Volk.
Volkanovski is he just looks determined. He's got that same look that Robbie Lawler had almost, and he's throwing a lot of heat. So let's see who has. Oh, nice jab by Ortega.
No, it was a straight right.
Straight left. Straight left. That literally wobbled Volkanovski, sent him backwards. That was probably one of the more effective punches in the fight, definitely. Another straight left by Volkanovski.
Nice jab from Volkanovski.
They're definitely in reach of each other, so this is not a, we're out of reach. They're staying in the pocket with each other.
Nice left hand from Ortega again, as he caught the kick from Volkanovski.
This is good. Certainly, first round was a stand-up fight. Volkanovski's got a cut cheek. And let's see how bad Ortega's eye is. We'll get a better view of it as they sit down. That cheek shouldn't be a problem unless it really, really splits open. But even if it splits open, it shouldn't be a problem at all. They tend never to stop fights with blood running below your eye unless it starts swelling up and starts closing the eye. It'd be good to see Ortega's eye. Is that a little nick above his eye as well? No. Not sure if that is. Do you see that? Just in his eyebrow? Wow. Really stiff jab. Wow. Good right on the neck. Ortega takes a good punch, you know? Yeah, Ortega's eye is just on the eyebrow, just to the corner of the eyebrow is cut. I'll have to see how split it is. It looks like it's all Vaselined up, so it's not bleeding
Super
right now.
competitive first round.
Yeah, very, very even first round. 5-round fight. This is going to be some damage. Some damage will be levied here.
Guys, my hands are shaking. Inside leg kick for Volk. Check by Ortega. Nice outside leg kick there for Volkanovski.
Ortega with a double jab misses. Volkanovski just now kind of doing his thing, which is all these different movements. See if Ortega can just see through all of that and find or Volkanovski through all of that. He really found him with a straight left. It looks like maybe there was an eye poke because they just touched gloves. I'm not sure what happened, or maybe a touch to the groin. Ortega's just waiting. Nice outside leg kick right in the same spot he landed the other one. It's not going low, he's going high. See if he does that little stomp kick to the knee that he did effectively against Korean Zombie. Switches stance now. Oh, it just gets slapped on the side of the face, almost like a Stockton slap there.
Probably lead hook from Volkanovski there that did clip.
Nice outside leg kick. Oh, wow. They trade outside leg kicks, both of them damaging. I think Ortega's was even worse. Volkanovski switches legs. Nice body kick by Volkanovski. Lots of stance switching. Both guys switching stance. Oh, big shot by Volkanovski.
Wow,
big shot.
Big shot by Volkanovski and huge leg kick from Volk as well. But Brian is still in it and he's still countering. We know Brian takes a punch.
He does. Does he take repeated punches and combinations? Volkanovski's really pressing on him right now. Just putting that little bit more pressure on him. And look at him, just feint. Leads with the right. You know, he's just mixing it up the whole time.
He cut Volk on the top of the head. He cut Volk's top of his head with his glove.
Well,
it's sharp UFC tape and gloves, I think.
Yeah, there's a nice one too by Ortega. Both of them are bleeding right now, and not surprising with the damage they've taken. Nice inside leg kick by Volkanovski. Nice jab by Volkanovski. Ortega standing with him. Ortega trying to use all of that learning that he got from that Korean Zombie fight. It's not quite as much ring command as he had in that Zombie fight, but he's in there.
Nice body shot from Brian Ortega. Nice outside leg kick from Alexander.
Oh,
another
big
outside leg kick from Alexander.
2 in a row.
Brian Ortega fakes low and goes high with the head kick. It clips a little bit.
Volkanovski still just putting a little bit of pressure. Look at all the fakes.
We're in the second round, Chris.
And Ortega would be greatly served if he could. Wow, 1-2.
Big 1-2 from Volk.
Oh, big
Volk
shot by Volkanovski.
Wild.
Oh, wow. Just beating him up. Beating him up right now. Volkanovski clenches but doesn't try to take him down. Has him up against the fence, but he's really piecing up Ortega's face.
Big outside leg kick for Ortega.
Nice little feint and then a straight right. It missed.
Stutter step from Ortega.
Nice body shot. Wow, man. These outside leg kicks, I don't know whose leg is going to fold first, but both of them are lighting them up.
Oh, nice jab from Ortega there. Ortega putting some pressure on Volkanovski up against the cage.
Volkanovski looking just so locked in. Ortega, wow. Ortega takes a leg kick to give a right, and I don't know who got off with the best on that one. I think that leg kick probably did more damage. Volkanovski just has really nice combinations. He might miss the first and hit you with the second and third.
Nice 3-punch combination from Ortega. Catches him on the end of the last one.
Volkanovski goes high. Ortega's bleeding from multiple places on his face. Ortega with an outside leg
Brian
kick.
Ortega with a brutal outside leg kick and a nice jab from Volk as well.
We thought this would be brutal, and we're seeing it already in the second round. There's about 50 seconds left in the second round, guys. And both guys look like they've been in a five-round fight. There's blood everywhere. There's not pouring, but from several parts of their faces.
Oh, clipped Ortega with a left there.
Volkanovski looks like he's just closing distance right now to land more serious punches. I think Ortega needs to land something to get his respect. Wow.
Oh, big left from Volkanovski. Oh, nice kick from Ortega to the body.
Ortega's standing there and taking it, but this is a little bit reminiscent of the Max Holloway right now. You don't feel like Ortega's overwhelmed. You feel like Ortega has more weapons, but currently...
Nice one too from Volk, body head.
Nice outside leg kick.
Nice outside leg kick for Brian.
Both literally head to head at the end of that round. Neither one of them wanted to go back to their corner. Really don't like each other, and it's becoming a war of wills between the two of them. Ortega has a slice on his left eyebrow. It's not splitting open, but it's about 1 inch long. It's not bleeding too much. But who knows? You know, with more punishment, that could either get better or worse. Let's see the other side of his face, because there was some blood on the other side of his face as well.
Wild, guys, absolutely wild second round.
Yeah, that was crazy. It's still very, very competitive. I would say Volkanovski 2-0 rounds.
Maybe, yeah.
Ortega did hit Volkanovski with a very, very nice, clean, straight left. But as far as volume is concerned, both kicks and punches, I think it's a little bit of an edge to Volkanovski.
Yeah, I agree with Tom. Incredible first couple rounds, though. What a good fight so far.
Yeah.
Both guys just trading right now.
Machiavelli, Ortega doing the business. Yeah, he's in there, dude. He's very in there. Here we go. Start of round 3. Started immediately with an inside leg kick by Volkanovski. Ortega looks like he's stepping forward, like he wants to now pick it up. I get the urgency a little bit from Ortega. Wow.
Oh, outside leg kick almost folded Ortega there, and he switches stance because of it.
Volkanovski just literally chopped.
Nice jab from Ortega landed.
Ortega's front leg. Ortega switches stance again. Both just trading kicks, but I think Volkanovski's
both catching each other's kicks.
Ortega's got to do something to turn the tide here. Right now, Volkanovski's just a little bit better.
Nice outside leg kick. Again for Volkanovski. And Ortega switches again off of the kick.
So every time recently that...
Another outside leg kick for Volkanovski.
Volkanovski's just teeing off on his legs. Ortega's, both of his legs are red. Big shot.
My goodness. Alexander just clipped him for a big right there. Huge counter right. And another one. He staggered him there. Oh, Brian's leg staggered there.
Volkanovski coming in, closing distance. Ortega's still dangerous. Watch Ortega hunt some sort of possibly a wrap or a standing guillotine. He might even jump to guard. You never know with Ortega. But right now, Volkanovski is just imposing himself a little bit more on Ortega. You're starting to feel it. Ortega hasn't wilted yet, but we're seeing a little bit of a chink in the armor.
Nice body shot. Oh, Ortega comes back with a nice one too, actually. There.
Oh, big shot by Volkanovski. Big shot by Volkanovski. Really just a lot of damage being thrown by both guys. Volkanovski switching stances as well. Ortega just touches him with a leg kick.
Ortega's nose is busted up now. Volk still throwing the outs. Oh, nice jab for Ortega, but Volk with a nice counter that clips.
Ortega now looking just a little bit tired. And he's really bloodied up. His whole face, he's got blood running from different parts of his face. Just starting to see a little bit of give.
Nice outside leg kick from Volkanovski again.
In Ortega.
Ortega trying to catch it.
Ortega takes a deep breath. Wow. What a combination.
Head movement from Volk. He slips. 1-2. Beautifully done. Oh my God. Volkanovski looking crisp right now. Nice counter from Ortega there. Nice counter again from Ortega.
Ortega wiping the blood from his right eye, so there must be some blood running from somewhere into his right eye. Nice.
Another outside leg kick and clipped him behind the head.
Those leg kicks are now starting to take their toll. Ortega almost in stepping away. Oh, shit!
Ortega catches.
Oh shit! Ortega just wrapped him. Ortega just wrapped him. Ortega just wrapped him. Ortega just wrapped him. Ortega's got him. Ortega's got him wrapped. Ortega's got him wrapped.
He's choking out.
Ortega's got him wrapped.
Alexander Volkanovski's going to go out.
He's not.
No, he's not. Oh, he burned his arms out. He burned his arms out.
Wow.
But Brian Ortega does have full mount right now, guys. He's got to finish this or get a back or get a rear naked choke. How did he survive that? Oh my God. He's going for it again. He's going for it again. He's going for a darce. He's going for a darce. Ortega's slipping for a darce. Ortega's slipping for a darce.
Oh, he's too slippy.
And Volkanovski ends up on top. And Ortega's wow. Volk with a huge elbow. I don't know how Volk just survived that onslaught, that fucking guillotine from fucking Ortega. That was crazy. Oh my God.
How did he fucking survive? He was literally like spasming. His body was spasming to get out of it. He just he burned out Ortega's arms. And now he's got Ortega in guard, and he's smashing Ortega with a minute to go. This isn't great for Ortega. Let's see if Ortega hunts for something here. He looks like he's just tired and he's just surviving. There he goes.
He's going for a triangle. He's got the triangle. He's locked it up. He's locked up the triangle. He's got 50 seconds. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's got Volk with the triangle now.
Has he got his hand cut in there as well?
Yeah.
His hand's cut in there.
Yeah, it's his signature move.
Can he get Volk? He's got 20 seconds left.
Nope.
Nope. He slips out.
He slips out. Volk's out. Volk's out, and he's going for a back control. Wow. Fucking, oh my God. Volkanovski with fucking
Ortega's exhausted.
Incredible. Fucking absolutely incredible.
Ortega is exhausted. Ortega is exhausted. He might get stopped here. He might get stopped here.
End the fight, Herb. End the fight, Herb.
Don't end it. Don't end it. Let's go another round. Let's go another round. Don't end it. 7 seconds. Don't end it. Don't end it. Fucking hell. Oh, man. I don't know if
Brian Ortega's just laying on the ground. He's not gotten up yet. He's finally getting up and he's on his stool.
Wow, was that right at his corner?
Wow.
Holy
shit, guys. Holy shit. Volk
broke out.
Volk survived all of those. Volk survived every single one of those submissions. Holy shit.
Holy shit. Ortega looks worse tonight than he did against Holloway.
Oh my God, guys.
His face is absolutely... I think Ortega has had it, man. It just felt like he didn't have the strength to...
Holy shit, guys. That was fucking wild. Ortega looks absolutely gassed right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Ortega has had it. Chris, he didn't tap. He just didn't tap. Crazy, crazy shit. Let's see what happens here.
Last round.
This is it's fourth.
This is the fourth? Oh my God.
Fourth round of just a lot.
I just want this to end. Dear God. Just end this. My heart can't deal with this. The doctors check in.
Ortega.
He's going to say he can't continue.
Come on, Ortega. One more.
It's over.
They're going to stop it. It looks like they're going to stop it. Sorry, guys. We're just seeing what's happening right now. Herb Dean is showing him numbers. He just showed him 3. He can see the numbers, so they're going to let it go. I don't know if Ortega really wanted it to go. He seemed very, very indifferent. Volkanovski sort of shakes his head to the corner saying, I'm going to finish him now. Almost like it's time now. It's time to
Volk cannot go to the ground right now.
Well, I don't know, man. It's just so fucking slippy that he's slipping out of shit. I think Volk finishes him in this round. This is the 4th round. Chops his leg again.
Nice outside leg kick for Volkanovski.
This has just been a brutal beating for Ortega and Volkanovski, but mostly Ortega's face is just destroyed. Ortega lunges for a right and lands, but Volkanovski just taking his time, lands now an inside leg kick. Ortega changes leg position, But Ortega is having trouble, I think, seeing that left jab. Looks like it's finding a home. Ortega just looks a little bit more upright. His legs aren't working quite as well. That might have been part of the,
Nice
the
outside
triangle.
leg kick from, oh
wow.
big right from Volk there.
Volkanovski trying to end the show right now, try to break Ortega's spirit. Let's see if Ortega can land something. He's tried to wrap 2 fucking submissions that normally would be done deals. Volkanovski got out of both of them, including.
Oh, Ortega with a lovely counter there.
Let's go, Ortega. Find yourself. Find your other wind, Ortega. Let's see if you have another wind. We need to find something. You need to dig deep. Volkanovski just coming at you. Another big left by Volkanovski. Volkanovski looking to fucking just land some big shots now. Body shot by Volkanovski. Jab by Volkanovski. Ortega still in there. I mean, it's Ortega grabs Volkanovski, tries to trip him down. Volkanovski just too strong right now. He's not going to be able to get him down. Yes,
oh,
inside leg trap,
and he's going for a guillotine.
Going for another
He's
guillotine.
going for a Darce. He's going for a Darce.
Going for a Darce this time.
Yeah, it's a Darce this time.
Is it right?
Yeah, it's right. Ortega's fine there. He's fine there.
He says he's fine. So at this point, what does Ortega do? Does he blow himself out? Ortega, oh Jesus, he rolls out of the Darce. Unbelievable. And now gets back. Volkanovski now back in fucking
half guard
in that damaging position where he can rain elbows down on Ortega. This is going to be something that Ortega is going to think about for a long time. 3 solid submission attempts that could not submit Volkanovski. That's crazy. That is crazy. Volkanovski now has 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and Herb is very, very close. Herb is right on top of them. You have to think that Herb Dean is looking to see that Ortega doesn't take too much more damage. Ortega landing some elbows from the bottom, but Volkanovski now looking for position on top. Volkanovski looking to rain down with some thunder now from the very top.
Oh, he's going for a triangle. Get your fucking arm out, Volk. You need to get both arms in there or both arms out.
Yeah, Volkanovski still just recklessly going forward, which is putting himself into harm's way, but Ortega just hasn't been able to put anything. Wow, another big shot by Volkanovski. This is crazy, man. The amount of damage Volkanovski's delivering is crazy. Ortega wraps him up from the bottom. Herb is looking closely. Big shot by Volkanovski. This could...
He's trying to go for an armbar.
It's just too slippery now, isn't it? It's just too slippery. Volkanovski's just at the top, just raining down now, raining down big punches on Ortega. This could be stopped soon. I think this could be stopped soon. A big shot.
Oh, that one landed.
A big shot could stop
Oh,
this.
that one landed. Oh my God. 3 big rounds. 4, 5. Herb's gonna end this.
Herb's gonna end this. Unless...
Oh, he's going for a leg lock.
Volkanovski, we just did not know if this would ever come to the ground. I'm so surprised that a lot of this fight has been on the ground, and Ortega's had so many opportunities to wrap up. He has wrapped up Volkanovski several times and just not been able to close the show. I think his legs, those leg kicks might have really hurt his ability to do that triangle, and he's not been able to wrap him with any kind of guillotine or anything like that either. Volkanovski just manhandling him, and Ortega's exhausted. Ortega just exhausted. Volkanovski just lets him get up. Wow, that is crazy. I don't know if Ortega wants to go on. He just looks like he's so close to just, this is so close to being over. Ortega's had so many opportunities. If Volkanovski hits him with another leg kick, he may just collapse him. That's how much damage Ortega's taken. Ortega's just there for the taking. If Volkanovski lands, 2 seconds left. 1, go into a fifth round. Wow. Ortega is absolutely exhausted and battered. Volkanovski looks a little bit better. Ortega's been taken into the deep water. This is the fucking deep water right now. Ortega's breathing real heavy. He's thinking about things that he's really thinking about his own strength, his own will. whether he wants to continue. He's asking himself some very, very tough questions right now.
Yeah.
And Volkanovski is probably similar, but not quite in as deep a water. Ortega is being pushed to his very, very limit. This is as
What do you mean try and be... Jer O'Shea, we are as impartial as it comes. You absolute idiot, dude. Volkanovski is completely destroying him right now. Ortega's landed some good output, but to say, like, dude, he's thrown up 3 incredible submissions. He's put up a great fight tonight. But right now, Volkanovski is beating the shit out of him.
So what's your point, Jer? Use some facts. Don't just be
Jer, come on.
Jer, don't say 2 idiots. Use your reasoning, use your points, get on your typewriter and fucking say something that's more than just stupid. Go on, you can do it. Here we go. Round 5. They're both in the center of the octagon. Ortega still feels like he has something that he can do. And I think he can too. I mean, he could land a punch at this point. As far as subs, man, he's had really good opportunities to sub. I'm not sure if there's another one in there. Outside leg kick by Volkanovski. Ortega looking to land something. Big shot by Volkanovski. Sort of a glancing left. Ortega looks a little bit better than he did at the end of the round. He looked like he was really at his wit's end. Nice head kick by Ortega. It's partially blocked, but I think some of it got through. Volkanovski with a jab. Another head kick by Ortega, blocked by Volkanovski, this time on the other side. Volkanovski switching stances. Ortega goes with a feint. Oh, big shot by Volkanovski. 1-2 by Volkanovski. Herb still having a good close look. Ortega going for a single leg.
Volk defends takedown.
Defends the takedown. Ortega's going to have to do this with fists. I don't think he's going to be able to do it with a submission. He's going to have to...
big elbow from Volk.
Volkanovski just teeing off right now. This is very close. It's been very close to being stopped several times. And Herb is just right there. He's just watching. If he sees Ortega stagger, he's going to jump in. I really think he will. This is just so... It looked like a little bit of a headbutt there. That was a headbutt. Clash of heads. Accidental clash of heads. Here they go. 3 minutes left. And they both have a real nice moment where they just sort of acknowledge that it was a headbutt, accidental, and now they get back to hitting each other in the head. Crazy. Ortega with 2 nice shots. Ortega with 2 nice shots. Volkanovski comes back. Ortega with 2 jabs and a right.
Ortega turn up the heat at the end here. He wants it.
Ortega has maybe found his other wind. He looks a lot better than he has for the last 2 rounds. Volkanovski now matches him, but Ortega is at least throwing hands better than he has before. Ortega coming back.
Ortega with a nice couple of shots there. Finally
this is interesting. Big shots by Volkanovski, but Ortega's still there. He's taking shots better than he was before. Takes 2 leg kicks. Oh shit! Ortega catches a punch by Volkanovski or a kick by Volkanovski. Wow, I thought he was going to tee off on him there. Looked like he was measuring him for a big right. Didn't happen. Big shot by Volkanovski. Ortega hits him as well. They're both just right in the pocket. Just looking at who has better hands right now. Big shot by Volkanovski, 1-2. Ortega comes back with a shot to the body. Jab by Volkanovski.
Jeremy informing how Volkanovski gets out of a submission is not me being impartial. You are clearly a fool.
Nice shot by Ortega.
Ortega clipping Volkanovski here at the end.
Nice shot again by Volkanovski. 2 shots by Volkanovski, 3 shots by Volkanovski. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go, and they're literally letting it all hang out. Ortega comes now with a 1-2-3, charging forward. Ortega is looking better than he has for a while. He's actually, it's like 50-50 as far as exchanging blows right now. Ortega looking good. I can see Ortega even landing something that might hurt Volkanovski if he lines it up all right. That didn't look great. Volkanovski looking to just tee off right there, just measuring him with one hand. Volkanovski 1-2. Body shot by Volkanovski. Misses, grazes him with the right. Big straight right by Volkanovski. Inside leg kick by Ortega. Inside leg kick by Volkanovski. Ortega hits him with a 1-2. Ortega trying to get out of there, trying to understand that he needs to be able to be free to land a punch. Ortega literally laying it out there. He will not have any regrets, man. He's in there trying to win it to the end. He has never sort of succumbed to the pressure. Volkanovski throws a leg kick caught by Ortega. Ortega tries a spinning, flying knee. Ortega, oh man.
Wow.
Ortega catches a kick. Or sorry, Volkanovski catches Ortega's kick. Volkanovski just landing, you know, just a little bit more crisp.
Double jab.
20 seconds left. They both look up at the clock.
That's 20 seconds.
I think they both are acknowledging it's almost like they're acknowledging they want to finish this. Nice shots by Ortega. Nice shots by Ortega. Nice shot by Ortega. Ortega finishes strong. Ortega finishes strong.
That was a beautiful fight. And yeah, guys, that was the night. I would say Volkanovski won that. Yeah, I would say Volkanovski won that just on sheer output. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the stats on the screen right now, guys, you can see Alexander landed nearly 90 more. He had 3 minutes of ground control time. You know what, Jer? F you.
Let me see what you said. So, ponytail on the right. So you don't even know his name. Got worked up when Ortega attempted a guillotine on Volkanovski. He said, "Oh, come on, Volkanovski, you got to get both of your arms out." So what? Dude, you try fucking doing fucking play-by-play for 6 hours, dude.
I was gonna say,
you're a fucking idiot, dude.
Jer, please come and detailed describe how you escape a triangle to me, you fucking casual. Anyway.
That was an incredible fight. Definitely fight of the night. Brian Ortega has nothing to be ashamed of. That was a honorable performance by him.
And Jer, you are earning money being a troll, but we are excited to do. There we
go. Have a good night, Jer. Hopefully we'll see you back. And by the way, thanks for the viewing time.
Yeah, thank you for the minutes, bro.
We really appreciate it, dude. So this is going to be 5-0. I think it's going to be a 5-0. Unless they give Ortega a round for all the submissions. But
maybe
they might give him the 4th round for submissions.
Yeah. Guys, if you've enjoyed tonight, it has been an absolute pleasure doing this with you guys, hanging out with all of you, enjoying this time together. You guys have been absolutely amazing. It's been awesome connecting with so many fans that have been coming back, fans that you know, are new to the stream. So thank you all so much. We really, really appreciate it. And they're about to tell us the decision. 49-46. 49-45. 50-44. Ouch.
Wow, that's a beating. Wow.
Alexander Volkanovski absolutely dismantles Brian Ortega, maybe worse than Max Holloway did.
Well, you know what's interesting is Max and Ortega was all stand-up. And fucking Ortega has 3 strong attempts at submissions that, you know, anyone betting that if Ortega wrapped Volkanovski in a triangle or a guillotine or a Darce, that was going to be...
Guys, that guillotine was as tight as it gets. That triangle was as tight as it gets.
I don't know how he escaped those. I just don't know how he escaped those. And I do have a theory that those leg kicks may have compromised his leg squeeze on his triangle. Because, you know, he is just lethal with that. The only other thing is that it's sweaty, you know, and it's a bit slippy.
Yeah.
And Volkanovski was able, you know, the first one, it looked like he was convulsing when he was wrapped up into that first guillotine. He was literally like flailing his arms. Yeah. And he rode it out. And then he gets wrapped up into a triangle like 30 seconds later, rides that out. And then the Darce after that. And it's just amazing. You got to give a hell of a lot of credit to Volkanovski for withstanding something that no one else has been able to.
Time for bed indeed. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Every single person that has enjoyed this, go support us, guys. Go follow us on Twitter and subscribe to us on YouTube. We're trying to get to 1,000 on each of those. So please, guys, support us now. Volkanovski telling us that he did it for his family and his people. Absolutely incredible work from Alexander Volkanovski.
That was a great catch and straight left. It was a good fight. It was a good fight. There's the first wrap up. Man, how did he get out of that?
How did he get out of that guillotine? I don't even know. If anyone knows how Alexander Volkanovski got out of that guillotine, please let us know. Guys, thank you so much for being here. If you can spare a minute to go follow us on Twitter to keep up to date and interact with us. And if you want to find all of our content, our amazing podcast, our awesome D&D content, and for every single live stream that we do, head on over to our YouTube and hit the subscribe button as well, guys.
Let me just review the main card for everyone. We'll go to the last fight of the prelim. That was Dan Hooker beating Nasrat. I know there was a lot of Nasrat fans, but Dan Hooker just had a better game plan. He put a lot of pressure on Nasrat. Nasrat didn't have as much ground escape as he needed. The next fight was Devalsvishi Merab. Just a relentless attack on Marlon Moraes.
Brian Ortega's being interviewed with a face like that, dear God.
Let's see what they say.
David saying that him and his dad were watching too. Glad to have been able to entertain you, Daniel. Sorry, my apologies.
That's amazing, dude. Father and son to father and son. Thanks, dude, and thanks, Dad. Thanks you guys for coming. Let's see what Ortega says. I mean, he has nothing to be ashamed of. Oh man, he heard him gargling. Jesus.
Wow. The Doughboy, thank you for following. Welcome to La Familia.
Wow. Brian Ortega. Yeah, he fucking heard him gargling. We're just listening to Ortega talking to.
Lots of humbleness from Ortega right now.
Yeah. It was just an amazing fight. That's certainly every much right up there with Holloway versus Ortega, up there with Holloway versus both Volkanovski fights. It was a great fight. Definitely fight of the night. Volkanovski holding up Ortega's hand. They're an arm in arm right now.
Great mutual respect from the two competitors. They're actually walking out of the cage together. Does that happen? Does that happen?
Ortega really, his legs are very compromised. Of course, from all the damage. Volkanovski was, in the end, just that little bit better. And Ortega, this is the difference between...
There's levels.
There's levels, and that was just that little level more. And Volkanovski just wanted it just that little more. Let me just finish this. So then we had Andrade beating Cynthia Calvillo. And that was that a KO? That was a TKO in the first round. Then we had Curtis Blaydes beating Jorinho Rozenstruik. That was what we thought might happen is Rozenstruik not having an answer to Curtis Blaydes, taking him to the ground. So Blaydes wins that fight. Then one of the highlights of the night, certainly for us, was seeing Nick Diaz come back. And Nick Diaz, he lost the fight, very similar to Nate. He lost the fight, but continued to win our hearts and continued to probably to grow the Diaz army.
I'm not sure he'll fight again.
No, I don't think he should.
But yeah.
But I tell you what, he went out in honor, and I felt really privileged to watch one more Nick Diaz fight and just see.
Yeah, me too.
See someone that's had such a career go out and really put it on for 2.5 rounds and then just ran out of gas. So Robbie Lawler beats Nick Diaz, a stoppage in the 3rd round. The co-main event was Valentina Shevchenko stopping Lauren Murphy in the 4th round. Pretty much of a comprehensive win for Valentina, just really winning on every facet of the fight. And then lastly, probably the fight of the night, Alexander Volkanovski winning a unanimous decision, clearly a unanimous decision. There was a 47-46. I think there was a 49-45 and a 50-44 for Volkanovski. I think it's probably not the 50-44 and probably not the 46-47, but somewhere in the middle, maybe like 4 rounds to 1 for Volkanovski. What it felt like. But, you never thought that, well, I guess there were moments where you thought Ortega might be done, and Herb Dean was right there, just waiting to see.
Guys, thank you all so much for coming. There's about 30 of you guys left. If you could take a second and head over to YouTube and subscribe to the channel, that will take us over 800 subscribers tonight, guys. If every single one of you just takes a second to head that. There's a link in the description. It'd make a massive difference to me and Tom's lives. Thank you all so, so much. Absolutely awesome. I won 7-leg multi, said Daniel.
7-leg multi, what is that?
I don't know what that means.
Is that like a betting thing where you got 7, you guessed 7 fights? I'm thinking that's what it means. Hey, Nathaniel. Thanks, dude. Thank you so much, Nathaniel. We're going to probably go get some sleep. Join us again for UFC 267, where we don't exactly know what the co-main event it is going to be, but we do know that it's going to be Glover Teixeira versus Jan Blachowicz, and possibly Peter Yan versus a step-in fighter, as Aljamain Sterling has apparently re-injured his neck. So we'll see what happens with that. But thank you again, guys. It was our pleasure to experience that with you and to interact with you. It's been super fun. Really enjoyed the hell out of that. And we will see you at the early prelims of UFC 267. If you enjoyed it, please head over to YouTube and give us a subscribe. That would be really, really helpful. So if you can do that, that would be super helpful.
If you want to stay up to date with what we do, Twitter is where we are most active. You can head over to Twitter. If you have a Twitter account, I'd recommend it. We post some pretty funny shit. Otherwise, guys, thank you. This has been awesome. We've been Homie and the Dude, father and son team. Thank you so much, guys, and we'll see you at the next one. Head on over to that YouTube, hit the subscribe button, take a second out of your life to help us out massively, guys. It means very little to you, except it means mountains to us.
One quick shout out to Kyle Ward for a very, very generous donation. Thank you, Kyle. We really, really appreciate it. I'm not sure if you're still on the call, Kyle, but thank you very, very much. We deeply appreciate that. If anyone else and just has enjoyed the night and you'd like to donate, there is a donation link in the description of whatever platform you're on. So thanks again, guys.
Yeah, really, really appreciate it. And Kyle, special shout out to you being here all night, donating, being a badass. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, guys. Nathaniel, Chris Zimmerman, Future Anime, Reese, Daniel, all the people that are regular.